Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Trovo Titans, and welcome to the finals of the Trovo Titans, an ARAM tournament where you can win a 5v5 and get that sweet prize money. My name is Exodus, next to me is Counterfeit, and we will be your guides throughout these wacky antics, throughout this tournament. And one thing I'm really hoping is that we're going to have a lot of fun. No gray art this time, but I'm sure Counterfeit will live up to the task.
It's some big shoes to fill in for sure, but hey, it's a big campaign. Trovo Titans, we've got the 2 days of ARAM play today, and then tons more to come, so definitely keep your eyes out for that. But yeah, today, round of 16 and the quarterfinals themselves. Tomorrow, the semifinals and the grand finals of the entire competition. Let's take a little look at what's in store.
Let's take a look at the format and how exactly things will develop throughout this entire tournament. It's actually very simple. We play on the Howling Abyss. It is Destroy the Nexus. You're playing 5v5s, and it's a tournament draft in ARAM. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that correctly. You can draft on the ARAM map. And it's a single elimination best of 5, meaning you'll be playing best of 5s, meaning you do have several opportunities to destroy your opponent or be destroyed yourself.
Yeah, you're going to need to make your way through to try and get hold of some part of that €2,500 prize on the line here today. You can see on stream right now how it's all going to play out. Of course, the first place getting the lion's share, but a pretty generous payout the whole way down.
Yeah, it's 900 if you reach that first spot, and it's 400 for the second place, and third to fourth is 200, and then it's 150 for 58 and 90-16 respectively. Also, some people might realize there's TP. Yes, those are Titan points you're also getting on top of winning the cash prize, so there is goodies all around in the League of Legends finals. Now let's take a quick look. That's the bracket. Let's take a look at who our Titans will be or potentially will be. And we'll start off in this round of 16 with a whole bunch of nationalities once again.
Yeah, as we can see, we have already gotten one result in already. So Tisha Kisha will make it straight through to the quarterfinal stage. Unfortunately, that match will be unable to be played. We will have plenty more coming, as we will be covering as much of the round of 16 bracket as possible. And as the name suggests, that is going to be 7 matches we're going to be trying to cover concurrently.
Yeah, that's a lot of matches, so we might jump into some and leave others. So sorry for the people who would be very interested in this particular match. We gotta keep the format going, man. We gotta make sure everybody is covered equally. I really apologize for it, but we gotta do it. Now, Pete, this is you're a League of Legends caster. Is this your first time you're actually doing an ARAM 5v5 tournament? Because I remember for the Trovo, it was my first time seeing it in a sort of ARAM-y tournament, seeing it in the Howling Abyss. Is it your first time, or have you had experience with tournaments like these before?
Oh no, definitely the first time for me. As you said, it's very unusual, to take a game mode which is experienced most of the time by its very name suggests how it should be played, all random, all mid, and to take half of that away by making this not random means we're into an entirely different situation that I think, our teams, this is going to be relatively unfamiliar territory for a lot of them, knowing that they can put together actual compositions to try and get the best results.
And we also saw last time, we saw a lot of theory crafting. Up to a certain point where it was pretty clear, okay, in the 3v3 format, it was Azir, Tryndamere, and then either Wukong or I don't even remember. I don't want to remember. Now, that was a 3v3 tournament. Now we're at 5v5s. I'm guessing there are still going to be a lot of champions, like maybe Azir that's still going to be effective. But there should be other champions as well, right? I want to see that theory crafting coming in.
Oh, for sure. I mean, with the full 5 champions on each side, we can start to get some more, more compositions that really resemble traditional League of Legends comps here. You can have the support in there. You can have not as much given up by trying to diversify what your team can do. There's still a lot to be said for trying to focus your team down towards, one style of play, because ultimately, this isn't a normal game of League of Legends. You don't have the same concerns. You don't have a jungler. You never need a jungler. So, and arguably you might not even need a support as well. So when you can concentrate all of your power into just team fighting, I think we could see some quite explosive results.
I think it's also because, I sometimes, with friends, I play custom 5v5 ARAMs. And sometimes it's just which team is more annoying than the other one. It's very much oh no, you have and this, Wow, we're not gonna win, right? Like, this composition isn't one in draft. That's the thing. In ARAM, there's so many factors you have to consider. Also, the game, like, yes, there is definitely a snowballing factor, but not as there is in regular league. In ARAM, you can always come back. It's just a fact. You can always come back in ARAM.
Well, the kind of thing you're talking about there is quite likely going to be something like a poke composition, which you see be very, very popular because it's kind of relatively low risk. You're just sitting back, you're poking the opposition, because a big problem on the Howling Abyss is sustain, being able to stay in lane, because you can't go back to base as you would in normal League of Legends games. So, I'll be fascinated to see how the teams approach this.
And let's also take a look at the other events here at the Trovo Titans, because we have a whole bunch of stuff lined up besides League of Legends. We have, obviously, League of Legends finals will continue tomorrow, but after that we have an Apex Legends, the Battle Royale tournament, also for 2,500 in cash prize. And after that even, we have the Clash Royale of 2,500 1v1 tournament. So keep your eyes out on the last days of August and the last days of September, because Trovo is going all out. And we even have some referral codes for our loyal audience, because with those referral codes, well, you can earn gems.
As you can see at the bottom there, 100 gems equal to $1. So very generous referral program here. Hitting the higher levels, especially level 2, is not that tricky. You just need to get yourself, a decent amount of streams in, a decent amount of viewers as well. So definitely check those out. If you're on the, on the fence a little bit about starting streaming, this is a fantastic way to do it.
Yeah, and starting to stream is literally as easy as it couldn't have been easier nowadays. It's just literally, you need a computer, you need a webcam, and a little bit of personality. That's about it. And sometimes it's just really fun to do. I think both of us have streamed just as for fun when we did streams together. They were really fun. Was there an audience? Potentially, but it was just fun to do.
Well, for sure. We're talking about the levels and things you get there, which you're leveling up. I believe you only need to get 5 concurrent viewers, average of 5 viewers to start hitting it up to level 2 and things, and get those gems, which said worth money. So it's absolutely worth a try if you've got the setup, or if indeed you're thinking about doing it. It's definitely not a hard thing to do at all. And of course, you get to access some of these wonderful communities around these games as well.
I love how all these streamers right now, all the very successful streamers, which we two are definitely not, it's actually very hard to stream. I mean, yes and no. It's hard to stream. On the other hand, you are also just talking into a microphone, just like we as casters are doing at this very moment.
How could it be?
How hard can it be? Now, back to the 5v5 tournament, because that's exactly where we're getting here for, and the audience is getting here for. So, are there champions we should look out for? That's the first question on my mind, right?
Well, as I said, there's going to be a lot to be said for the actual compositions coming together. But I think there's a few different concerns for the teams coming into this one. There's certain sort of things you need to be hitting with your team composition. You need to ideally have some form of poke, some wave clear as well, though there isn't necessarily as many minions as you'd normally be expecting. You need something to pressure turrets, as well as some sort of variety between your AP and AD, because we've got 5 members here, so we can afford to diversify our damage portfolio a little bit. But also one big thing, which is the difference, of course, for Howling Abyss, is there aren't wards. So having some sort of brush control, so people with deployables or people with some other way of accessing the brush, is very important, because a lot of times if someone can duck into the brush and go completely invisible, then you just can't access them at all.
Yeah, that's also the thing I really didn't think about last time. It's where if you have a potential for example, resource management, because last time it basically came down to it's Azir, Tryndamere, Wukong, and I'm forgetting about somebody, but I don't remember. And that was it. But there are a lot of champions who you can give like resource management. Like there was never a support. We never saw support in that game. I think we maybe saw one. But having a champion that can literally heal you without the necessity of just people executing all the time, because that was a thing, just running in the turret so you can execute, so you can cash in that gold. That's not really an issue at that point in time. So there are loads of stuff which we haven't seen in this 5v5 tournament, which I would love to see. I actually want to see an Ornn, because with Ornn, remember, you don't need to base. That's something where you can be like, okay, this champion You just rush Warmogs, and mana regeneration on the map is already a thing. You just stay here. Buddy, you are Mr. Unkillable right now. That's your job in this game.
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly, based on regular ARAM playstyles, we are looking, again, at a somewhat different environment. So I think you're right, that we could start to see things which wouldn't normally, dominate in a regular ARAM, just because they tend to be so short and oftentimes uncoordinated. But in this case, if we can start to build team competitions together, maybe we can see stuff outside of the normal kind of meta picks, which tend to be more kind of poking AD carries and things, just because they're easier to pull off. Champions like Misfortune, oftentimes tremendously good because you've got the poke, you've got the team fight power as well, and that all those things are very, very important.
Definitely, it's something I really look forward to. Now let's take a look at something else, because we have something special here prepared for our audience at Trovo. It is Who Is That Champion? You might have seen it before, but can you guess who this champion is?
Who's that champion?
I don't. Okay, so
is it all?
It's either tentacles or tails, right? It's one of the two.
It's Velcro, you say?
I don't know yet. Let's give the audience a little bit more time. Might be Velcos, might be something else. Maybe it's Cho'Gath. Maybe it's just the skin of Cho'Gath. You'll never guess. Although
I'm gonna go out here and say, I think it's Israel, but with doing a star pose.
Oh, might be the case. It is
Playtime.
Ari.
They're mine now.
Fantastic.
Yes, this is something we will be coming back. This is not just a one-off. We have a whole heap of champions prepared, or silhouettes prepared for you to guess who this particular champion is. And I think, if I'm correct, we can do one more. Pete, how do you feel about one more?
I think I definitely need the practice here, so let's give it another try. We'll of course be deploying these throughout today, but let's see, who could this one be? Oh my gosh, that's kind of tricky. We've got two different things here, so someone
it looks
with a
very
buddy.
much like a Rorschach test in this.
Oh my gosh.
How does this drawing make you feel?
So which one is the main thing? Is it the thing on the left or the thing on the right? I'm not sure.
I imagine it's the thing on the right. I think I have an idea who it is exactly, but we'll find out in a couple of seconds. I still cannot get over the idea that this might be just a Rorschach drawing, but it is.
It's Lulu.
Oh, of course, Lulu and Pix. Should have seen it. Should have seen it. Hopefully by the end of today, I'll get one of these right.
Look, I'll share something completely 100% true with the audience here. Me and Counterfeit saw this yesterday for the first time, and we were like, oh my god, this has never been done. This has literally never been done. It's so goofy, it's so wacky, but it's really fun. It's actually a lot of fun. And don't worry guys, more of these are gonna show up, more of these are gonna come true. Maybe before, after a break, maybe during a game. You'll never know. You know what? You'll have to wait and see and to the entire event to see if you can actually guess the rest. But they were fun. Like, I've never seen another production team do this, so I think it's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. It's all about having a grand old time here today. As you said, we're not necessarily going to be over-focusing on the games as competitive entities in themselves. Just kind of giving you guys a chance to see some of these streamers playing, because these are Trovo streamers, I believe for the most part, all playing through today, leading their team. So hopefully, for you guys watching, you'll get a chance to spot a particular streamer that you'd like to carry on following past the tournament.
Yeah, and I want to apologize in advance for all the stream names that I will pronounce incorrectly. I will do my very, very best. I will not give you any kind of guarantee that most of these names will be pronounced correctly. We did do our research. We did try to find out how you pronounce them. Some of them will be pronounced wrong. That's just, a mistake on my part. Blame me if you will. I don't really much care for it anyway.
Yes, it's tricky, but hey, hopefully you guys will be on hand to let us know how to say it correctly. And I'm always wary of though whenever we say things like that, because I'm aware that sometimes people tell untruths to try and get casters to say things even more wrong than they did the first time round. So we'll always have to be a little bit wary of that.
It's literally the okay, for me, it's the modern day equivalent of when you have a substitute teacher and you try to give him a fake name. It's literally that. It's the same amount of, like, humor-wise, it's on the same level. You cannot say that is a highbrow humor of, oh my god, this is actually the name, the caster said it wrong. But hey, you know what? If you got me, fair enough.
Well, one thing I wanted to touch on before we do start getting into our first game here is that, you know, for any of you guys who maybe are more League of Legends sort of Summoners Rift players than ARAM players, there are a couple of things that you maybe wouldn't have encountered, at least in this kind of way. A particular one is, of course, the items that are exclusive to the ARAM mode, the Guardian items, which start you off with a very healthy amount of stats. They're extremely stat efficient and can, you know, make sure you start out the games as strong as possible.
And that's something interesting because those Guardian items, they're like a buffed up version of the Doran's items from regular League of Legends. I mean, from not Howling Abyss, but from Summoner's Rift. And why is that important? Well, these items are really gold efficient. Like, they're really good if you want to buy them, but they don't build into anything. Now, it's the question of, is it worth the payoff? For example, you do see some people keeping onto their Doran's Blade a long time because it does give that extra spell vamp. And that spell vamp is always useful, even if it's like 2%. In the late game, having 2% late game spell vamp, yes, that's cool. Probably some of these items, they are worth, I think, 1,300 or 1,000, something around that price range. And you need to take into consideration, if you buy them, they're only gold efficient if you keep them for a long time in your inventory.
Yes, and it means you're giving up on getting your mythic early on, which can be majorly impactful, considering especially how strong some of these mythics are. But we're only 10 seconds or so away from getting into our first game. We're going to be jumping around a lot, so we'll get a real flavour of the whole competition. I'm looking very much forward to seeing what our players have got for us.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, we will be jumping a lot around these games, as Canfit has already said. But we will be jumping in the first game. It is a round of 16, so 16 teams. But only one of them can be the final victor. Once again, a reminder for anybody who just joined this tournament will be played over 2 days. So we'll spread it out. We'll have 2 wonderful days here when you're looking at the Trovo Titans. And I know it's bad to talk about a cast on weather, but to talk about the weather on the cast, but here in Belgium at least, it's not looking all too good. So you might as well stay inside and look at the Trovo Titans.
And just to confirm here, so we have got our early results. Unfortunately, Zuko and the boys unable to play today, so they have conceded their match, which is why I listed it as 3-0. As we go through today, of course, we'll be filling in more and more of these, as all of our matches in this round will be taking place at the same time. So we may see some 3-0s, we may see some games go the full distance.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Zuko and the boys is an Avatar reference. If not, it'd be great.
Oh, yes.
Now, this is who? The first one is already a tough one. Well, I think we'll be going into the pick and ban of Season 11 peakers and not EU West players, hoping that ping will not give them a disadvantage in this game. Actually, don't know if it's played on EU West. I imagine so.
Oh, yes, I think so. When we get a chance to glance at the picks they've got here for their setup, so for the Season 11 peakers, we can see they've got themselves a fairly heavy Cogmore competition. They have brought in the support, which we were wondering if teams would be doing or not. So that Cogmore should have a lot of support in getting a lot of damage done.
And the thing is with Kog'Maw, you can literally go AP Kog'Maw and still do tons of damage with your auto attacks because you're in that long range. You're in that literally the one lane that is straight. There's no going around it. So that Kog'Maw will be useful. And with the Akali, I like the Akali pick as well because it's also backline entrance, which you might sometimes just need.
Yeah, I mean, the Kali is super strong, but over on the not EUS players, they've got themselves a good amount of crowd control. In fact, everybody on their team has some form of crowd control in there. So if they can make a pick, then I don't know if the Peakers will have enough shields, have enough safety to be able to preserve that one member from being deleted.
They do have a Malzar in there, which is very much a let's lock this champion down kind of champion, alongside with an Amumu, meaning that if the focus is 100% put on the Kog'Maw from Season 11 Peakers, which is most likely will be, they'll struggle in keeping their Kog'Maw alive. We're jumping right into this first game. It's Zoni Batura. I'm really hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly. Versus Drevo.
Yeah, we'll do our best. It's worth noting, though, from the blue team this time round, Akali is officially the lowest win rate ARAM champion, so it's a bold
Is
choice
she?
on their part to bring her in.
I didn't realize. I thought she would be a bit higher, a little bit higher, because she has that spell vamp, so she can kind of keep on life stealing. But being the lowest, that's weird. I don't know what the reason for that is. Oh, we do see an engage here coming out. No level 6 on the Amumu. That's a bit of an overreach.
Yeah, we thought we would be seeing that, so the Trovo side of things trying to make a pick, but I think they're overstepping a little bit. Level 6 comes around for them, they're in a good spot, but before that, I think that we will see Blue Squad able to resist.
Dok ne dođe do
It's
ultija.
going to be difficult for
smo stvari na koga skoče,
I'm going to say the
brate.
blue team on this part, because Zoni... Oh, okay, here we go again. Zonijeve Batulay. Yeah, Momo was... Sorry, I just couldn't. I'm
Ja
just
nemam
gonna
ništa,
say
Boris,
blue team.
beži.
Oh, of course, I believe we're hearing the streamer talking. My apologies, as we do see more kills coming in, so it's a solid start for Zoni's squad. Though we can see they are starting to take a lot of damage
Ja sam
in the
silent
early going, and sustain, as we mentioned, is only really achieved once you go back to base as a corpse.
Yeah, the Lux needs to be careful here. The snare lands, but Akali does go in. Lulu does not have the capability of saving Akali. Or was I talking too fast? Because Akali did get saved by the wild growth. Well done from Lulu there. And it's definitely the Johnny squad who is getting ahead again.
Nisam ni ja.
We have got the push on towards the tower as well, so this is one of the aspects of the teams we're talking about before this all started, is the ability to get onto towers and get them down as quick as possible, because in this particular tournament, you have to get all the way through, you have to get the towers and the Nexus down to claim the win.
The snowball hit there from Mumu, but even with level 6, Trovo did not feel comfortable going in, and I'm wondering if they just know this protect the Kog'Maw comp. Oh, he goes in now. There's three-man stun. Beautiful laser gets somebody out, gets the Lulu out. There's no protection on the Kog'Maw. Mumu is able to actually get up. Look at Diego, the resets, the ultimate. He's able to dodge so much things, so much damage, and so many skill shots. And he's definitely Trovo, who knows when the Kog'Maw is down, the Akali is low, we can keep on going.
Very nicely set up there, and that's exactly what we were looking for. The level 6 coming in means that it's all go for Trovo and their composition. Once they start comboing their crowd control together, there's just so little you can do about it, because early on, even if you are a tank, you're just not that tanky yet.
No, definitely not. Do remember that in ARAM, tanks only come online later, because you really need those stats. You're always in a 5v5. So tanks usually win skirmishes by being, hey, I'm a little bit overstated, I'm very difficult to take down. But when you're up against 5 people, that's usually not the case until very late in the game.
Charging on through. You can see here that one thing we're really looking out for is how quickly that Kog'Maw can come online with all the shielding and such. If someone who's not Kog'Maw gets caught by all the crowd control, then the Kog'Maw should be able to go absolutely wild once he's got items and tear this Robo team apart.
I'm not sure, but I'm actually hoping the Kog'Maw does have something like a cleanse. I think that'd be the summary you have to take, because your entire composition is built around you. There's a lot of CC, as you already talked about. So I imagine Kog'Maw must surely have cleanse, right?
I would certainly hope so, because if they don't, they're going to be spending a lot of time caught in the crowd.
Great engage. The Mumu curse with the sad mummy will not purge as of yet. It's not needed at this point. Akali in the backline surviving with all that Omni Vamp, but the Diego does the same with his passive. There's a double man taunt. Can they keep it alive? Can they keep it going? It's 3v3 at the moment, but DPS definitely coming out from the Kog'Maw, as Diego needs to ult back, and with the Akali still being alive, you can see the impact from the Akali. You can see that backline access and what's the impact it has.
Setting up once again. Of course, bear in mind, there's only one lane of minions in this game, so you've got to be very careful about who ends up getting all of that CS, all that extra gold, because there's very little to go around. You can see, you can hear the dives coming in again. They're relentless in Trovo.
Again, this curse of the sad mummy, as the witch from Taraka is being used to heal, but the Diego goes in so tanky, so destructive with the dive potential. Mumu going in back once again is low, and now the Kog'Maw is just free hitting. Nobody's reaching them. The Yasuo does not have a wind wall up, and even with the damage from the Kog'Maw, they cannot survive. Yasuo reaching over, seeing he can hit those Qs, and even our point of view collects now. He's so happy. He knows I'm just the Imuro. I need to hit the CC. The rest is your job.
We did see a little bit of the fun times available with the Viego being part of the mix. That reset, of course, we've seen that many times before. How powerful it can be in these eternal team fights, which of course is all that ARAM really is.
Yeah, it's just team fighting. And how do you execute team fights? Do you play them very slow? Do you play them fast? Do you want to keep poking? It all really depends on what your team composition is and adapting.
Yeah, what we have been seeing from the Zoni side of things is that they've been able to spot when Trovo are going to go in for their play, because of course they must be tracking the ultimate timers as well, and then pulling back, making sure that they buy the space we need here for the Kog'Maw to get that damage in. Of course, we've had a ton of deaths before, but things are starting to reach a more equitable point where the Zoni team, they're baiting out these Amumu bandage tosses, and if Trovo can't make their engage stick, they really don't have too much of anything.
No, that's the thing. And when Trovo, I mean, they have the lux to poke a little bit, and that laser definitely pays its dividends. But besides that, I'm not really sure if Trovo, without clean engage, is able to win fights. They do have some lockdown potential. I'm actually thinking maybe the Malzahar should be locking down an Akali instead of a Kog'Maw, because you'll never reach the Kog'Maw.
But Trovo, they're just, they're spending more and more time just huddling under their tower, because the poke, while it's not taking them out of combat capability, they're trying to hold on. But when they've got all the combos ready, we can see the ults are available. This should be the time that Trovo are going to try and pick off a member of the Zoni team, and then hopefully take the team fight from there.
They should be able to, right? I think with the amount of engage Trovo has, they're like a powder keg waiting to explode. One of these days, somebody's going to pull the trigger, and either it blows up in their face, or they win massively, and this might be the trigger. Beautiful snowball here, because of the sad mummy. Soraka is being called out. She needs to, the wish was engaged, meaning there's a lot of healing potential still. Yasuo jumping into that Soraka, that's one member down from Johnny Battle, but the Kog'Maw is still alive, and Mumu is taking so much damage. But two members are already down from our blue team, and does see that Trovo, no, it does look, Trovo knows when they win engages, they win them hard.
So this brings up a really important part of this this style of play, as we see another engage under the tower this time round. The shields come through, the Kog'Maw, it's actually going to get dropped here, so this is a lot of gold back in, and it shows right now Trovo, they are strong enough to get the towers, make the plays, and they really make some progress in the game.
Something I didn't realize up until now is, and it's the wonders of Viego as a champion. So, imagine you're Johnny Batile here. Your Kog'Maw dies, meaning you've lost the fight, right? Or you should have lost the fight. But then you have a potential of a Viego taking over that Kog'Maw and making it even worse for you. So that's really we must keep the Kog'Maw alive at all times.
For sure. So one thing that is important of that, of course, with this being the ARAM map, Howling Abyss, is that those kills for Trovo, they're a little bit of a poisoned chalice, because that's going to allow some of the gold accrued early on to go back and be spent. So there's going to be more defensive items in there to keep the Kog'Maw alive, more aggressive items as well to pour out the damage. Trovo and Zoni have to be really careful where and when they get their kills. Ideally, they want to try and split up the kills so that when the teams come back, they don't come back as a 5.
And something we've often seen, I'll finish that later on, because it's yet another engage from Trovo. Again, the wish coming out from the Soraka, but isn't enough. Fighting in the Health Relic is really paying dividends for Trovo. But Viego has died, and Kog'Maw, he is not alive, but the supports can do more than support. Alongside the Akali, they have the damage actually win this team fight. 4 members down from Trovo, and his first turret will fall.
We had our doubts about the Akali, but yeah, having that second secondary damage source in the team was absolutely crucial. Cogmore getting taken out very, very early on should have been a disaster for the Zerny team. They still managed to turn things around because Trovo, when they're getting aggressed onto, they do dramatically less well.
They do, and this is very much an ebb and flow type of game, although it is Johnny Batsude. He was going for the executes and is pushing this third rather aggressively. An ardent sensor being completed on the Lulu means that you will. That's nice. It's actually nice from seeing this point of view. You kind of see the thought process for some of these players, where it's like, okay, do I need to hit the snowball, or do I want to buy this item? Do I want to buy this item? You never see that when you're casting a regular game.
No, it's literally the pro view you're getting right now. So we do see a little bit of a stray Akali trying to get the execute. I think actually no, doesn't quite manage it. So of course our players will be looking to try and get executed as much as possible to go back and spend that gold. Ideally, they want to not die in the process as we've got another dive coming in.
Final spark coming out, and even the Yasuo, but he was exhausted. You can clearly see that damage reduction. It is no kill on the Lulu. The rest of the team from Johnny Batchley knows this. They know their Akali will spawn in 7 seconds, and they just need to control this ebb and flow. This Amumu's trying to engage, or more likely trying to go for the execute, trying to regroup, and that's something you need to do as well. As soon as you have a botched engage and your health bars are just, you know, not in a great state, might as well go for that execute. There's no reason to stay alive with 10% HP.
Yeah, for sure. As I said, you know, you're trying to get back up and coordinated as a team. But right now, this is bad times for Trovo's squad. It feels like they needed to get more done in the early going with all of their engage from level 6. Right now, this Cogmore is strong. That Moonstone Renewer you mentioned on the Lulu, it's going to mean that they will be able to get healed and shielded up as much as is possible. It's going to take some serious missteps here from the Zoni team, I think, to really get eliminated. Trovo, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, they're going for it. I mean, going for a Fnatic that Brucian ARAM is ballsy. I'll give you that. That is something, it is one of the most telegraphed moves you can execute in the entire game. But sure, why not? Go for it. See how it pans out.
So something we are seeing here is for the Zoni team, you can see most of their health bars are very, very strong. The Soraka's health bar, though, is low because she's giving up her own health to make sure that her teammates stay strong, which does make her the most vulnerable part of the squad. That would seem like a solid target for Trovo to take out, but as we've seen already, Akali and Cogmore, they are 2 champions you cannot ignore in a team fight because they get an enormous amount of damage back.
They do, and with the Soraka especially, I think at this point the Soraka has completed the Warmux or at least something similar. That's always something you want to do on Soraka in Howling Abyss. Just complete that Warmux. Yeah, we just saw it. Yeah, there you go. So you just saw the Warm. So it means you, as soon as you give out health, you just regen it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. As we do see the catch onto the Akali, but there's a
big engager coming out from Trovo. Immediately the Amumu gets bursted. Curse with the Sad Mummy was used, but not to its effects. And the Lulu is also put under some duress. The Vieo keeps going in, but takes so much damage from Akali. Lulu actually getting a double kill, and as soon as Galio goes in, that's the job being finished. And Zoni Bachile has only lost their Soraka but gotten that ace.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic and exactly what we expected as well. The Soraka is honestly the least important target in the fight because Akali left unattended, a Cogmore who makes out of that fight on full health, something going very, very wrong for Trovo. But for me, that Galio was the MVP of the fight. Such amazing ways of shutting down Trovo's aggressive pushes.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's Galio is such a good champion to just stop an engage from happening. And engage as well. You need follow-up. It's definitely follow-up if you use the Galio for engage. But you can see it. So it's immediately the Sad Mummy jumping in. Oh, there you have Yasuo jumping in with the last breath. And Galio just says, nope, ain't gonna happen.
One more Death Crush getting set up here. See Zoni's squad, they're feeling it pretty comfortable right now. Because they know they can set up the fight whenever they want.
The Death Rush worked! Finding a 3-man taunt! That's okay, that's amazing. I was making fun of them, but it actually works. Even Yasuo with the last breath managing to kill the Lulu, but that's about it. Archangel Staff immediately being completed here. And look, I don't think you can set up Death Rushes. Clearly you can.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the thing. Normally the Lux and Simba champions have been used, but never mind that because we've got ourselves diving onto the Nexus Tower.
Yeah, and this final Nexus Sword, or at least one of the Nexus Swords will take its final breath. It's almost going down, but it's not going down as the rest of the team, as the rest of Trovo is trying to re-engage. A good call from them, seeing if they can put more of this. There comes the suppression down on the Akali, and she will not survive because of the Viego ultimate. The rest of Trovo realizes this is very much an ebb and flow game. Let's keep our wave going.
Well, this is what Trovo absolutely needed. They've managed to disrupt the respawns of the Zoni team. Zoni, as a unit, are incredibly strong. Individually, nowhere near as good. If Trovo can keep the pressure up, if they can keep making picks and making sure Zoni never come back as a full squad, they can recover this game.
And they can. They're trying to dive here, maybe going for the execute in the meantime. Heroic entrance being used. That's a Mumu being taken out, but if Viego dies here as well, there's no reason to lose your Viego, meaning 2 members have died out from Trovo, and maybe a little bit of over-aggression there, Counterfeit.
It was a missed opportunity. As I said, that could have been big, but unfortunately, these windows of opportunity will be few and far between because Zoni are back up as a 5. As we said, they can support each other tremendously. You see those shields, they are massive from the Zoni side of things. Trovo, they're going to have to try and thread a needle here to try and find a way to get even close to taking out the Zoni carries.
I mean, you're literally fighting against 3 supports who are fantastic at protecting people. It's Soraka. Normally, she's a high priority target in team fights. And it's Lulu. Normally, she's a high priority target in team fights. And it's also Galio who brings so much to the table. So it's very difficult for Trovo to realize who do we kill first. Is it the supports or is it the damage dealers?
So one thing to be bearing in mind, everyone watching, is that this is a tournament with picks and bans. So this Protect the Kog'Maw composition has worked very well in this game here. There's every possibility Trovo will ban it out for game 2 onwards.
Yeah, still waiting for Trovo to... They just need a 1 engage. They just need a 1 engage to fix it. But it's actually Johnny Bartley who's trying to find it before because of the sad mommy cleanse being used and Lulu already going down. This is very well done from Trovo. There's Yasuo back on Nexus on the Kog'Maw. But it does seem that Johnny Bartley is able to finish off this fight. Hold on. That being said, Kog'Maw has been taken down. Now the Galio is doing so much work. The knockup. It's a 3v2 or should I say a 3v1 or maybe a 3v9 when Johnny Bartley gets the ace once again. Oh, excuse me. Instead of the Mumu living is a stretch of the imagination.
Nice.
I guess all the Mumu really can do at this point is just hold the minions to try and stop the Nexus from being knocked over, but I think it's pretty much a done deal. Snowball coming in as the respawns happen, but I think this one is pretty much done.
Should be done, meaning Johnny Bartley has won their first game here in this round of 16. Now, don't be... Oh, that's... well, that's Carsicus if I ever saw one, because it might be the comeback, or the inhibitor has just respawned. This might actually be the comeback from Trovo.
Yeah, I think it absolutely spoke too soon there. Trovo's respawns came back just in time. So now we're set up another situation again where we've got some pretty substantial death timers. The only problem for Trovo is the minions are pushed so far up this single lane that it's going to take a lot of that death timer away from Zoni just for Trovo to get back to grips with them.
And they need to wait and see what's happening here. Do they have the time? I think they have time. They have respite. They can even give up an inhibitor. It's not really all that impactful if they lose this 1 turret right now. Preferably you want to keep it, but let's just say Trovo has such a bad window of opportunity.
Well, something we have seen for Trovo that's really hurt them with this tower remaining here, which kind of surprisingly it still is it means that Trovo, they're fighting 5 versus 6 anytime they go under that tower. We've seen already, the fight is being started by Zoni. They can't wait to get this over with.
No, and there's once again the suppression, this time on the Kali for the backline X's, but the Wild Growth keeps her alive. Look at the damage, and look at the tankiness from this Galio, although Yasuo is going in, Viego, still the case has taken over the Kog'Maw, is not taking over the Kog'Maw, excuse me, he is still alive, and the rest from Johnny Bartley, they keep their team alive. I don't know how. It might be because they have drafted 3 supports. It's definitely because they have drafted 3 supports, but their team does not go down. Their team composition stays alive, and their team composition will take down this first game.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. It took a little bit longer than we'd anticipated for the first game of this best of 5 going to the Zony squad. Honestly, the MVP for me, definitely that Galio pick. It was so disruptive with what Trovo were trying to do, and there just wasn't a result to be found.
No, the results are being updated currently. As you know, Zuko and the boys have forfeited their game, meaning that game will not be played. But Season 11 Peakers versus not EU West players is the next game up. Let's take a look at the pick and ban.
All right, so let's see. So it looks like we've got ourselves a little bit of a different setup here. So something we are seeing a little bit more, apart from the very traditionally strong Ziggs on ARAM, tremendous pick, is we're seeing hyper carries from the not EUS players this time. The Vayne is going to fulfill a very similar function to the Cogmore, though without the same level of shielding and support as we saw from the Cogmore before.
I was absolutely fucking useless for 16 minutes.
Oh, well, there we go.
We all know what this is.
What an intro! What an intro!
Well,
the game's
it's a short
done!
game.
Okay.
It's a short game, and there we go. That's a decisive win. All right, we'll hopefully try and find a game that's got a little bit more to go.
I guess he was useless for the entirety of the game. I mean, well done.
All right.
Congrats.
I guess we should probably go back to our previous games. There wasn't a lot to say about that one before.
Not really.
It all came about. One thing I did, I guess as we go forward, we'll be trying to establish ourselves in terms of what's working and what's not.
Mhm.
Notable in those last couple of team fights is, you talk about the Amumu, getting onto the backline, going after the carries, but notable that the rest of the team wasn't able to follow up because the Galio was too good at drawing aggro, drawing attention to himself. So I think for teams going forward, they're going to need to try and find ways to make sure they can access these backline carries, because these are not your regular ARAM teams. These are teams with genuine hyper carries and things, which if you don't deal with, you will lose these fights.
And don't forget, this is ARAM. I mean, this is Howling Abyss. This is what I really mean. AP Malphite is a thing that is available. If you want a backline access, AP Malphite, you just literally blow up their backline by going in as hard as you can. Now let's take a look at how this first round has gone. And let's also just take a look at the Juice Drinkers versus Colexi. I don't think this is Season 11 Peakers versus not EU West players. I think this is the other two teams we just talked about.
One of the picks which is coming in for this game, there we go, which is worth noting in particular, is Silas. We haven't actually got a chance to see them for ourselves very much, but oftentimes people have got some really, really strong ultimates here, on Howling Abyss, and you've got a very narrow field of play, so you've got to be so careful you don't end up giving the opponent access to a really strong AoE ultimate that sometimes Silas can use better than the original champion.
Yeah, definitely, because also remember that Silas has something that can command his kit. He's a bruiser, so for example, some ultimates can actually be used more effectively. It's also the AP ratio scaling that changes. All these things you need to take into consideration. This has already been a very long game, 20 minutes and a lot of kills.
Oh, for sure. We're looking at some of the inventories here. There's a lot in there already. So, again, we can see that Silas there going to be stealing away the Seraphine ultimate. So, we can see here for the Juice Drinkers squad, they've got themselves a solid setup of ultimates, but they're going to be used against them.
Yeah, potential engage there with the snowball. There comes the Encore, finds a lot of people, but doesn't find the follow-up. Oh, there's the follow-up, definitely. Juice Drinkers, they are spilling their juice all over the Howling Abyss as they take out and clean out Colexi here. Once again, someone will fall down. It's the Akali being killed, and only 2 members remaining from Colexi. Their inhibitor is still alive. For how long, Congressman? For how long?
This is almost the same as what we saw before. We've got a backline carry pouring out the damage. In this case, with the Ezreal, can take care of himself. Doesn't need to have the shielding, because can just shift away. And you see it's desperation for Colexi, just trying to buy as much time as possible. Those death times not that long. Couple of seconds before Colexi have some defenders.
And the game is indeed done, and Juice Drinkers take their first game as well. Beautifully executed, good composition. I like the just going in comp. You have the Jarvan, you have the Yoni, what else did you have? The Seraphine. It's just, okay guys, we go in and we fight, and the line.
I mean, that's the other approach to having, the best defense is a strong offense. If you can be the one starting the fight all the time, you can make sure those fights are on your terms. So you're defending your backline carry by making sure that the other team don't get to choose, now we're starting the fight. If we've made a pick, when the play is being made on them instead.
It kind of reminds me of so this is very much going a little bit personal, no problem. It reminds me of KVM in the Belgian league. So I'm a caster for the Belgian league there, professional esports in Belgium, and there's this one team that didn't go to U Masters this time, but KVM, they just keep on fighting and they do it very well. So literally, as soon as they start to lose a game, it's not as chaotic as it sounds, but they just keep on fighting to make sure the enemy team does not get a chance to get some breathing room at all. It's just, oh, we just lost the fight, immediately get back in there so they don't have time to reset. And it is something that you can very much do in ARAM.
All right, I believe we've got some updated results for you guys, so we can see how everything's progressing. So far, we've only got Tishikisha making it through as of yet, but we've got some of those results coming in. In fact, I think we've got, let's see, yes, I believe everyone's got their first game done. So a minimum of 3 games, a maximum of 5 to see who's going through to the quarterfinals.
And these quarterfinals are coming in quicker and quicker. The first game has been played, and we will be jumping into the second one. Okay, Counterfeit. I have a question for you. What's your favorite ARAM champion? Because I was thinking about this earlier, and I'm not sure what mine is. I think there are a lot of champions that are really cool to play in ARAM, but I just don't know for myself.
It's tricky. I mean, a lot of the time in ARAM, because of it being a more casual mode, it's a very strange experience to kind of be getting into what would arguably be called the most competitive ARAM action I've ever seen. So I guess for me, I think we were talking about before that playing a champion like the Kog'Maw, like the Ezreal, who can just be quietly pinging away damage while the rest of the team struggle to get to the backline, I think that's the champion you cannot afford to do without. So for me, I think playing that kind of style with a coordinated team are going to protect you, I think that is the highest priority pick I've seen so far.
Okay, yeah, definitely. So getting those 80 carries in, getting those long range, that long range damage actually is something that might come in handy. Something like a Xerath is also something don't think we've seen it as of yet, but it's an ARAM pick. A Brand's an ARAM pick. A Ziggs is definitely an ARAM pick, and Lux, you already saw, also one of those ARAM picks. But the Bruisers are doing well in ARAM. I was surprised to see stuff like Viego coming out, stuff like Yone is not so surprising. But those champions, normally they're just too slow for ARAM, or am I mistaken?
Well, I mean, the most successful ARAM champion is Set. So
really?
You could definitely say a lot for, the highest win rate, at least going by the, from what we got from the stats from the Murder Bridge site, which I definitely recommend for any of you ARAM players. For getting guys specifically for ARAM. But highest win rate is there. Kog'Maw is the 3rd highest, so I think that's why we're getting a little bit of that there. A couple of picks we haven't seen. You mentioned the Brand already, very, very strong because of the bouncing abilities amongst the team fight. But Vel'Koz, mentioned Xerath, Vel'Koz very similar, has a lot of long range poke that's extremely hard to navigate around when you're in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, and there's a Leon. Leon is, by the way, a little mascot there in the because I always get this wrong. I think it's Maya. It's my left-hand side on your screen. It's your right-hand side. That's Leon giving us some little tidbits of information about League of Legends. Some of it is outdated. So we will be very harsh and we will point out what is outdated. If we get it wrong, chat, do not be hesitant to just call us out. Do not be hesitant to just say, Exodus, that's wrong. What you're saying is just wrong.
Oh my gosh, and talking about Gwynsu down at the bottom right there, Dota All-Stars, I mean, that's, at this point, that's a pretty deep cut to actually go back and remember where all of this came from. For Teamfight Tactics starting out with the auto chess from Dota, in this case, League of Legends itself starting out with Dota as well, so we definitely owe a lot to that game as a custom game mode. But it seems strange to think that's where it all started from. It's just a custom game that someone made.
Okay, so when Heroes of the Storm came out, for me it was so baffling because Blitzcrank. So remember, right? There was this champion. I don't remember the name, but all of this, all of the MOBA stuff started with Warcraft 3. It was a mod for Warcraft 3. And there you had an Abomination. The Abomination
Yes.
was, I think, a character you could play there. Then it went on to Dota and League, and they developed separately. And you had Blitzcrank, which was like, okay, the Abomination could grab someone. And it was, I think it's called Pudge in Dota, I'm not sure.
Yes.
There's a character, that's the Abomination. There you can also grab someone. And then it was Heroes of the Storm came, and they based that particular hero, which I don't know the name for, off of a little bit off of Dota and a little bit off of League, which was based from one of their games. So it's literally had come full circle, which is interesting to see.
Well, sure, and I mean, it all comes back to this ARAM mode being a community-created mode as well. So, I think,
true.
League of Legends as a whole, everything, really revolves around what the community have been putting forward. I really hope one day we do get to see the community come up with another game mode, because so far, it's worked out pretty freaking well.
It's so baffling to me sometimes, because ARAM is literally, as you said, a community mode. It is literally, how can we play the game wrong? Very, very wrong. Imagine there's no such thing as ARAM. So for the people who don't know, ARAM was literally, before it was a game mode, you had to go into custom lobbies. It said ARAM on there, and you knew, okay, this is Summoner's Rift, regular Summoner's Rift. I am not allowed to back. I am not allowed to recall. I am only allowed to be in the mid lane. That's how ARAM got to exist in its state it is now. And Riot saw this, and so many people were doing it, and they decided, you know what? Let's just make a game mode out of it. It'll be fun.
Yeah, and it's amazing how long ARAM has kept going as its own game mode. Honestly, I can imagine a world in which ARAM was the main game mode over League of Legends, but I think we do have ourselves some updated results, so we can see all of the first wins coming in there across the board.
Yeah, it's the wins coming in once again. I think this is everything from the first round completed, and we are jumping into our second round, if I'm not mistaken, between... here we go. Good job. I think this is... Good job, Gayra, good job, ARAM.
I'm going to go with GigaRAM. I know that's wrong, but
GigaRAM,
it's
yeah, let's go for GigaRAM. Thank you very much. And then Intimidated Bots.
Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got here. So we've got the Ziggs we saw coming from before. We've got ourselves some good amount of damage and shielding. Again, we've got a diversified damage setup from the bots here, so they don't have a single point of failure that can be taken out.
I think is this the moment in time for the bots to show that they can take over the world? Is this the apocalypse Terminator was rooting for?
I never expected it to happen this way, but honestly, I think the prophecies were true. This is high stakes competition here, guys. It's not just for the prize pool, but for domination of the Earth itself.
Yeah, GigaRAM really needs to win this one, or otherwise we could just bow down to our AI overlords. One of the two would be acceptable for me. What is not acceptable is walking up so far as Caitlyn, because you're going to get called out. Once again, it is a Galio in the game, and this Leona is stunned into oblivion as well. Does get out with the flash.
Yeah, we can see there's some pick power, so both teams bringing in the support, or the engage support. So Northless for GigaRAM, the Leona for Intimidate Bots. So again, these are teams trying to make fights on their own terms.
Definitely the case, and with the amount of CC, but beautiful satchel charge here. A lot of disruption along the side of GigaRAM. They still keep going. The shielding though from this, I think it's a Karma. I'm not 100% sure. It's a little bit tricky to see when Sunny Days' face is covering half of the map.
Yes, it's a mystery there, but I mean certainly the Lulu for Intimidate Bots is doing fantastic work, because it does not look like either team had invested in a specific sustained champion like the Soraka we saw before. So having shields there is functionally working as a very short-term heal that you can, of course, wait it out and it will disappear again. If GigaRAM don't have anything like that, a fight which is inconclusive can leave them in a position where they cannot fight because their health bars are just too low.
Another engager coming out, flash immediately away from the Caitlyn. Sunny D does not want to get caught out once again. Now you have the health relics. Remember, these health relics are a resource you can manage. And if you take one over, if you take control of one in the middle, meaning that you are 3 health relics compared to 1. So taking that one is so impactful in this game mode.
Yeah, that's the reward for pushing on the way up to tower. You can see it just spawning in there. The Intimidate bots will probably try and get back some of this healing by staying on the very outside of the circle, but you can see there, oftentimes, if you try and get some of that healing, you will be punished by the opposing team, making it, at best, just an equal trade.
Okay, so we saw both of these teams. We also saw the Katarina being locked in. Actually, you might know this better than I do. What's the win rate of Katarina looking like? Because she used to be very impressive in ARAM, but if you got some CC, like this 4-man scattered a week, for example, you'll be able to just dominate a team, right? Or am I mistaken?
She's certainly not one of the top picks. I think a lot of it is going to depend on the skill of the player. And with ARAM, generally, because these stats are taken from ARAM rather than from tournament mode here, I think a lot of it's going to depend on the skill of the player playing with Katarina. And I think Katarina is not exactly the kind of champion you want to be playing if you don't know how to play her coming in. So I think that's probably why she's not coming up as one of the top picks. But I think with the right pilot and for the bots here, if they brought the Katarina out, it's because they know exactly what they're doing with her. Expect to see huge ultimates coming through when the time is right.
Ooh, reminding the audience once again that the Trovo Titans, it's a ARAM 5v5 tournament. It's the finals, but it will be played over 2 days, meaning today we'll see the teams advancing to the quarterfinals, and afterwards we'll see the quarterfinals and the finals. Oh, big engager coming out. Moonlight Vigil does so much damage, but so does a Mega Inferno Bomb. And look at this, Aphilos here with the shotguns. He has so many shotguns available, but Maokai, the engage keeps on continuing. That Caitlyn is just caught out. This turret is standing strong, but for how long? When this Katarina ults and the Death Lotus just withers away. Now it's GigaRam making sure that they win this team fight, that they take down this first turret as they keep on going because they wanted the ace.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty harsh, and I think a very good demonstration of why the Katarina player was hesitant to go in, because there's tons of crowd control there. It's very, very hard to deal with. Fighting on the tower again. It's a lot of low health bars here, so this could be a turnaround team fight.
Yeah, they're trying to maybe reset and try to stall some time. Remember, if you reset here, you can actually spend all that gold. This time, the Katarina is jumping in, but as well being a little bit hesitant to pick up these strugglers.
I think I see what's going on here. I believe that what we were seeing there from the GigaRam was they were intentionally trying to delay those last couple of kills coming in to make sure when the bots do come back, they'll have to either hold back because they'll only be 3 versus 5 for a good 10-15 seconds, or take fights on the GigaRam's terms.
Yeah, GigaRam right now, they are very much playing from behind. Yes, they picked up some kills, but it's just the intimidated bots who are 5-man strong again, and they are all up and running.
And we've seen how powerful the engage can be. So yeah, you mentioned the Karma before, so the shielding on both sides. Though, of course, Karma, when she has the ultimate available, can shield an entire squad. So the GigaRam, it's going to be pretty tough to work around that, knowing that any fight they start can immediately just be met by an absolute ton of shielding from the bots.
The shielding, it will actually enable them to set up these big dives that we saw last time. It's just, oh, the turret is up. Well, we don't really much care for it. Fine. We have an Aphelios who has a long range. We have a Maokai you can tank for days, and we have so much shielding coming out, so no problemo.
There's some of that Northless power coming through again. But for GigaRam, it seems what they're starting to do more is realizing that rather than trying to stop the Northless from getting crowd control onto their vulnerable members, they're instead going to counterattack whenever the bots come in, and hopefully by doing that, stop the bots pick from actually making a difference.
Well, the advantage you have is with the Ziggs and the Caitlyn, you have a lot of wave clear. And here comes the Super Inferno Bomb, yet another engage from GigaRam at for how long? The Maokai is tanking so much, so is the Nautilus here. And that's a goodbye, but I can't see what's happening on the screen. Thank you very much. Here's Ophidia, still alive with the Chakram and the Severum, trying to get those auto attacks in. Will the Ziggs be stunned? Here switching to the Sacrum, but it's also the Nautilus coming up with the follow-up engage. Satchel Charge means the Ziggs will stay alive, but the intimidated bots are no longer that intimidated.
No, not showing any fear at all. You can see going in there, trying to make it very dangerous as you have, low health bars across the remaining bots, but they're still taking the fights, getting killed on the tower, but getting a good amount of hurt in. This is a fight to the Nexus falling, so getting these towers in early is a bunch of extra gold. The ARAM, though, we can't forget that they have got the Ziggs themselves, so getting towers down is trivial once they can get access.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially in ARAM or in Howling Abyss, I should rather say. If you have a Ziggs and you win a late game team fight, those turrets are just butter. They're butter for a Ziggs. He will cut through them like with a hot knife and make sure none of them are left standing.
Yeah, that satchel charge execute is so incredibly deadly. You can see the ARAM, they're trying to get that poke in as the Katarina buys time. You can see here the Katarina not having a great time in this game because there's so much crowd control. She cannot get her Death Lotus channeled ultimate off for any amount of time before getting CC'd or indeed hooked by the other bots members.
Ooh, Moonlight Vigil is connecting and even finishing the job. The Caitlyn has been taken out, and I think it's our streamer as well, Sunny D Ace or Sunny Days. I don't know exactly what the name is, but it does mean in this particular ARAM, the Caitlyn is not bringing it to the table. 0 and 4, and the rest of the intimidated bots, they can just keep on pushing.
Yeah, it's not what you want at all. If you've got the Caitlyn there, ideally, you're going to be going and getting a lot of poke in. But we've seen Iphelios doing some very, very well. The follow-up bomb is good, but I think it's still going to be the bots. They're going under the tower with the massive ultimates.
Those massive ultimates are coming through, and that's Leona being blown up as well. Ooh, Syndra's taken out of the fight. Suddenly is actually trying to fight back here, but the Aphelios damage potential alongside with the Karma is too much to handle with. Look at the engage, look at the CC, look at the Caitlyn going down.
Oh my gosh, so many regrets when you throw out that Peacemaker and you say, whoops, I've stunned myself in place, just to get followed up on by all of that crowd control. ARAM, it felt like they had a good team composition here, but they are just getting rolled over right now. The inhibitor's down, all the towers are down. At least the 2 Nexus towers still stand, so there could be the possibility of a turnaround.
It's a 3v1 alongside with the Aphelios, but the Aphelios actually fighting back. Hasn't been taken out just yet. Has been taken out. Just took out the Katarina. And that's the power of that Aphelios. After a certain point, remember, he will not go for those executes because he knows I'm already that strong. I don't need to reset.
So we'll definitely be looking for big things from Sunny D Ace as this goes on. Getting their first kill in, that's going to be worth something. We are at least up and got the Kraken Slayer available. So the Caitlyn's not doing 0 damage. There's Engage.
There's the engage, and there's the rest of the damage not coming out. I should rather say the health product is being picked up, but some of the ace immediately needs to flash away. And this turret, even with the Ziggs on the enemy team, even with the Ziggs on your team, they're not able to get in range of this turret, but he can't get in range of some of the ace, so he immediately gets blown to smithereens. The Super Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but it's not enough to finish the fight. Wild Grove, it's definitely the intimidated bots who are saying we are going to take over. AI is the future, as Aphelios is still surviving because of the lifesteal. Beautifully done.
Yeah, that Aphelios is absolutely terrifying this game. Because again and again, the picks are being made. There's nothing that can be done about it at all. Sunny D will respawn in time to get a rapid fire cannon out to the fight, but you see, more than willing to make the tower dive here. The towers get smashed down in short order. Unfortunately, this second game hasn't been close either.
No, definitely not. It is, however, I think the other team is turning around here. There's Sunny the Ace, only member of his team left alive, alongside with the Lulu, but the shielding from the Karma might be too much. Final Nexus turret coming down. Oh, and immediately Caitlyn, Sunny the Ace just gets blown up. No questions asked, blown up, much like this Nexus.
You can see the look of regret there for Sunny D Ace. Oh boy, that was a rough game.
You can really see him go, yeah, I mean, GG. Nothing left to say, just well done. Aphelios too strong.
I mean, I think that's the big takeaway from that game as well is, you know, if we're seeing teams which don't bring out a hyper carry, if they don't bring out someone who could basically provide the team's damage by themselves, then, you know, they end up in real trouble. I don't know if maybe if a team does that and falls behind in the same way that Caitlyn did, if that entire strategy falls to pieces as well. Because if you are relying on one player to do all the work, you've got to make sure you're successfully enabling them, or your entire team can't do anything.
Well, it's both enabling them and making sure these champions can be enabled. For example, we saw the Caitlyn here. Caitlyn is very much a difficult champion to make a team comp around, like for example with the Kog'Maw, because she just, I don't want to say she does not have the damage potential, but it's not such a hyper carry like an Aphelios can be, or like for example a Kog'Maw or a Jinx can be. And Jinx might also be a champion that we do see coming out of these ARAMs.
Oh, for sure. I would be very, very surprised. As you mentioned, you need to have that potential not just to do a lot of damage, but do that damage across the whole team, because it's not good enough to be able to dominate lanes. Normally Caitlyn very good at doing that with a range advantage, because you're always in a team fight, and just being able to harass out one player isn't going to be enough. I'd love to see Jinx, and there's a particular item, Exodus, that I've been holding out to see if we get some of these players bring, which is super obnoxious, specifically on the ARAM mode, and that's a Duskblade of Drakthar. You haven't lived until you've seen a team fight where you can't see the opposing carry for the majority of the team fight, because every time they get a kill, they get 1.5 seconds of invisibility.
I once had, okay, this is one time in my life where I had an ARAM game, and I don't know if they were 5 premates, but the enemy team, all of them had bought Duskblades. Meaning, as soon as a team fight broke out, they got a kill, the entire team went invisible. And there's nothing you can do about it. Literally nothing. So then they get another kill because the entire team's invisible, and then they go invisible again. And then you're just standing there being, okay, am I in a horror movie and I'm going to be jumped on by 5 invisible ghosts? I don't know. It might just happen.
Oh, absolutely. That's entirely what happens. If you can build a team comp where you can realistically bring out as many dust plays as possible, like, maybe if you want to have a support, make that support Pike, for instance.
Yeah.
Then absolutely. You can have most of your team go invisible, and then you can position incredibly aggressively, because the other team don't know for sure where you are. They can only bring your outline by hitting you with some kind of skill shot. So I fully expect to see, as the tournament goes on, more and more of that being played.
Okay, it's Trovo Tim, who is the first team alongside with the Intimidated bots who have picked up 2 wins, meaning they're 1 win removed from going into that quarterfinal. Let's take a look at these 2 teams. Let's take a look at the pick and ban. Okay, what do you think of this team composition?
This looks familiar.
This is very similar. Yeah, this is very familiar, Pete.
So it could be that we've got exactly the same team comps picked up as before, which is surprising, considering how much better the Kog'Maw comp worked than the pick comp we've got on the right-hand side. I mean, the Viego, we saw threatened to go off massively in a very Master Yi kind of style, but ultimately it didn't happen, because when you were behind, it didn't happen. Okay, we have, yes, it looks like we have got a little bit of a change here. Xin Zhao joining the mix, and the Diana as well, who's hugely impactful in team fights.
Yeah, now we have a Malphite as well, so that's definitely coming in with a bang, a very solid. Also, I want to say dive composition from the Juice Drinkers.
I mean, this is really huge. It's, being able to dive is a very specific kind of approach to the ARAM style. It does work very well once you've got a few items under your belt, but against poke style compositions it can suffer. But that's not what Collective got here. They've got themselves a very similar setup. They've got some poke from the Nidalee, who can see the hyper damage dealers in there as well with the Katarina.
Yeah, the first third has already fallen for the Juice Drinkers, meaning they're very much on the defensive, and they need that one engage as soon as this player, this Xin Zhao, taps once again. I can see if it's an AP Malphite. I don't know how pros do it. They can like tap their tab key and see what everybody has. I can't. I'm just not that fast.
I find the trick with a lot of the stuff is if you know exactly what you're looking for, then you only really need to sort of go up and confirm one thing. So if we look at the teams more overall, what we have got here for the Juice Drinkers, as well as some very powerful other picks, is they've again got the Ezreal, who's very, very safe. Whereas for Kalexi, they have instead got the Ashe, who's got this amazing engage power with her arrow, but she has no way of keeping herself safe.
The engage potential and the long range engage potential is definitely something to be fearful of. Also, this time, I think the Katarina is facing, I want to say, less crowd controls, although there is still a lot of crowd control to interrupt her Death Lotus. But still, it's very much crowd control that is being used to engage. So Katarina can just stay back here and wait up until all that is used, and then go in with the Death Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some pretty, we've got some pretty wide variety of approaches here available for both teams, because we've got the arrow combined together, and oh, there's the Death Lotus. It goes about as well as expected.
Yeah, not as good as they expected. And this is Juice Drinkers actually dishing out a lot of damage. Xin Zhao exhausted, but it's still up. Win Zhao. Is it, though? Because 2 members alive from Juice Drinkers. The rest of their team has just collapsed, meaning that this turret is under siege. But I think that was a true shot barrage. You just took out the Karma. The Amumu taken out the Ezreal. Yeah, it's going back and forth, Counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like what Kalexi have got going on here. That's a nice binding onto the tower. But I think what Kalexi have got going on is working pretty darn well. We saw that, with all of the keep away they've got at their disposal there, the Ashe slowing off for ultra attacks, the Karma shielding to speed up. We might see the Xin Zhao not work out terrifically well if they can't hold to the position.
This is a Death Lotus engaged. The resets are coming in just of now. That's one. Can get a second one. Healing the Death Lotus. But it was very close. That actually could have been a triple kill if it played out a bit differently.
Yeah, I mean, that was 1 versus 3 that was going on there. I'm not really sure why that was the chance taken there, but we've seen some of that potential of how powerful Katarina can be if she gets the right circumstances. If she comes in at the end of a team fight, she can absolutely destroy everything, even if she was behind previously.
Still waiting for the Juice Drinkers to actually come out of their cages, come out of their base. They're being pressured so much by Kalexi that it's just the waiting game until they can find another team fight where they absolutely decimate their opponents.
Well, I think the big thing they're really waiting for here, the Juice Drinkers, is the Malphite ults, the Unstoppable Force to be up, which has just arrived now. So this is a major part of their game plan. There's very little you can do about the Malphite engage, especially if they've got a black shield on them, to make sure that they are definitely making their way through the team fight beyond that initial stage.
Yeah, the Morgana is a pick in ARAM and I wasn't really considering, but in the Howling Abyss, sure, why not? It has engage, it has counter engage. Well, it has pick potential. I think it's better than to say than engage. Oh, here's the engage coming out from Kalexi. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Death Load is already being used but interrupted, and that's Katarina gone. Look at the Diana and how much she's doing with her ultimate. That is 2 people being taken out, and Kalexi is definitely on the ropes here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Kalexi there during that last team fight. They're definitely trying to play their keep away style because they can do that very well. But as soon as the Juice Drinkers manage to close that distance and actually stick onto a Kalexi member, it's a very short fight.
Yeah, and the Dark Binding not connecting, but Yotze with Wind and Lightning. Sorry, Wind becomes Lightning. They want to connect, and the True Shot Barrage connects. The Juice Drinkers, I think this is the first time they can actually be on the offensive, but for how long?
Yeah, they're getting pretty aggressive here, and I think we're going to be seeing some attempted enhanced recalls, let's put it that way, being used by the Tower Dives.
Yeah, you want to shop? Well, this is the only way to do it.
Another team fight breaking out. But we can see the Katarina's already extremely low.
Yeah, she's already extremely low, and yes, and the Katarina can heal back up because of the damage she deals, but I don't think she has the Omnivam just yet. I don't really think there's an opportunity here, and Kalexi just wants to take out this turret. They are willing to trade kills and deaths for the left, right, and center, as long as it has the potential of pushing. Also taking Demolish, something we haven't talked about. Demolish in ARAM is extraordinarily strong when you want to finish out games.
Yeah, it's a very pointed mastery because it's only going to be useful 4 times during the game. But those 4 times, those 4 towers are incredibly crucial here. Again, this is not, normally we would go for 1v1 tournaments on a Howling Abyss where it's to the first 100 CS or the first tower being taken. Very much not the case here. You have to take out every tower and the Nexus itself.
But with
nisam ga ni
Demolish,
kupio,
you can get that head start. Remember, this is very much an ebb and flow
Bravo.
game. And Katarina going
Pusti,
in, Crystalline
pusti
Arrow
čoveka,
hitting
samo ću
and
udri-
connecting. And now it's only the Malphite remaining here. He goes in again with the Unstoppable Onslaught, gets the Katarina down. Can the rest of the Juice Drinkers actually respond?
A, volim.
I'm really fascinated by what we're seeing from the Juice Drinkers here because we've got a poke and pick composition at the same time. The Ash and the Nidalee, they able to put down a lot of damage and make these incredibly aggressive dives.
Yeah, but with this turret almost going down and with the execute damage here, maybe from the Nidalee, she's able to survive. True shot barrage rather, and the W from Morgana is enough to get a kill. And as you'll he
pa nisu ga
wants
pikovali,
one
nismo ga ni
more.
banovali.
He's going after this Ash.
Yeah,
Ima
see,
barijeru, brate.
this is the difference maker. A triple kill in for the Israel. Ash, by herself,
njega da
when
one-shotam,
she's
brate, ja
under
mogu njega
pressure,
one-shotam, samo
she
trebam
will
baciti
fall
trepnik ispred
apart
njega i da-
extremely easily. She's got
Samo
very
ovo eku,
different
brate,
strengths to the Ezreal pick
On je
and
moj.
needs to rely a lot more on her team to stay alive.
Yeah, Ash is one of those AD carries where you think, the damage
polako,
output
demolish, a
sometimes
niko u nas
just
to ne uzima za
isn't
kule,
there,
brate.
unless she gets like a
Kupi dva
massive
puta i treći
lead.
hit je pola kule
But the
skoro.
utility, however, makes up for it all the better.
Bravo, mom.
Absolutely.
Massive
And the-
engage here.
Kill him.
There's the reset.
Bravo.
There's a reset, and there's Nidalee trying to go in. She has execute damage.
Pusti,
Beautiful
Ezreal.
spear connecting! That finishes the job. Only the
Ezreal
Morgana
is
remaining. The
cool.
Black Shield is just being bursted through. Crystalline Arrow not even needing to connect when she compounds right onto her target. And this Cougar will take it to downtown.
Yeah, that's a huge ace for the Juice Drinkers there. It gives them time with the inhibitor to get it knocked down. They've got 2 members remaining upright. They might even be able to get a little bit of Nexus Tower damage done. And they'll at least certainly be able to get the executes through, or almost.
Almost. I think actually Morgana got the kill, meaning that Diana didn't connect. So almost still, you're completely right, Conrad. You almost got the execute in. Now with the inhibitor down, do you see the Juice Drinkers losing this game? Because Kalexi is in such a bad spot.
I think for Kalexi, it's all going to revolve around can they make
Ja mogu da
these
čekam
plays
100 u bazi za
stick
Rabadon, šta
properly. Because, we've got the Malphite there. That should be the ability to set up the play whenever he wants to, but it's so hard to close the distance for the Juice Drinkers when you're facing down so much these really strong javelins. You've got 7-kill Nidalee now, who's rocking a ton of AP. So I think we need decisive play. Deathcap coming in there as well. If you stick around, those javelins will wear down any team over time.
Yeah, and also not going in for the Lich Bane. It's our streamer here, Collects that we're following, just has Horizon Focus, a secondary item, and then a Rabadons. As you said, Counterfeit.
Polako.
A
Bacite
lot
Mark,
of
proverite ovo.
AP. And the next fight might be game over for Colexi.
Znači polako. Brate, step, pusti me da ja
For Kalexi, they're going to have to try and keep their minions alive as long as they can, because those minions are blocking the skill shots coming out from the Juice Drinkers for as long as they last. Kalexi definitely push back into a corner here. They have to make sure they take their fights on the best possible terms, or the Juice Drinkers will just poke them to death.
And even you can literally see it from this Nidalee. So she hit a spear on the Malphite. He's tanky, he's not taking too much damage. But as soon as you jump in and you use that that empowered Q, you will literally half health him with 1 Q if you've hit that spear. So you can just go in and go out and see if you can burst down these tanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ton of damage, even outside the poke, just as you say. We've got Dark Harvest building up as well. As Kalexi look like they're trying to draw the Juice Drinkers out into a committed fight. At the moment, the commit isn't quite there. I have to imagine Malphite ult is up and available. Kalexi, they've only got 1 shot at this. They have to make it count.
They 100% do have to make it count. Now you can see that the Juice Drinkers are struggling with pushing in this wave. Kalexi just has a little bit too much wave clear, and it's mostly down to, I actually want to say the Morgana and the Ezreal.
Yeah, the wave play is so important. Even with those super minions coming in, you can see that if you've got strong wave play, you can draw the game out longer. For Kalexi right now, the Malphite to get strong, but there's the exchange of damage.
Oh, and it was a bait. The Ezreal looked low, but he was actually able to get out. Now as the death flow is coming, he's not able to finish the job when the rest of the Juice Drinkers are being taken down. The exhaust also making sure the Morgana is not as impactful as she should be. You can see what the call was from the streamer's point of view. I have hit the Ezreal. Let's go in. We can finish it off. That turned out not to be the case.
And it's worth noting at this point, yeah, we've still got a lot of ground to make up in the intervening time as Twisted Keeper is left by themselves. Again, we've seen this Ashe does not function. She has to try and keep herself safe. As we'll find out in a second, she did manage to escape out, so she will be back up for the rest of the Juice Drinkers respawn.
And the Juice Drinkers, they want to defend this base as much as possible. They have lost their first turret, but look how much damage this Azrael is dealing out and dashing out. He's safe behind his minions just up until the moment the Katarina turns up.
Yeah, this Katarina is a ticking clock here that the Clexi squad needs to be aware of. That as much as it's been all about the poke up until this point, if the Katarina finds her space and time when all that crowd control has been burnt, she can go in and end Clexi's world in a snap.
Juice Drinkers, they want to go for the end here. You can clearly see that the Devil is already being used. It's Morgana, and especially the rest of Calexi's being taken out. Yes, Nidalee has been delivered on their platter, but it was very much a spicy deliverance. As you can see, the inhibitor has respawned. Oh no, Juice Drinkers is stuck behind enemy lines. The crystalline arrow does connect, and it takes away the potential for the Xin Zhao to engage. But I think the Malphite with the slows, with the amount of CC, he can just finish the job. And there's the Xin Zhao we talked about. When becomes lightning, here's the engage, and here's the Mumu being taken out.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to get away. Once you're marked by the Xin Zhao, his charge range becomes ludicrously long. So a long, strong outfall like that is ideal for Clexi, as they've managed to now stagger some of these deaths. We've only got the Ashe and the Katarina left up for the Juice Drinkers. This could be decisive.
Be very decisive. This is probably the final team fight here. It is a Katarina jumping in with the Death Flowers, getting the reset beautifully done. 1-2, and this is numero tres when he gets the kill. This is Juice Drinkers knowing they can look for that end.
Malza Main, what an absolute hero. Juice Drinkers in trouble. This is the champion they needed. Gonna go in for Lotus once more. I think it's going to be very close to getting another kill, but that's at least an inhibitor and probably more.
Probably more. Look how much damage this these AP damage dealers can do on this turret right now. Also having the magic penetration. Final Nexus turret standing, but for how long? Morgana goes golden. Diana just immediately gets blown up, and the last Nexus turret remaining is also being taken out. The Malphite goes in, but can they actually finish? Can they stall long enough? Can they actually get the final attack? And yes, they can. And the Juice Drinkers take the game.
2,500 euros is a hell of a motivation to keep on fighting. So that means those two teams draw one game apiece. Juice Drinkers Clexi, which means I believe that's going to be the first of our games so far that has gone even.
Yeah, it's the first game that has gone even, meaning that there is still a lot of swing potential in these results as well. And do remember, this is a best of 5. So you need that 3. The only 3 we see so far is for Tiki Shaka because their opponent has forfeited. But we're jumping back with Trovo Tim.
And this is a Trovo team that have proven to be extremely dominant. Going 2-0 this quickly means that they not just won their games, but they won those games decisively.
Sorry, the Softly Seraphim being used here. There's the Encore connecting onto 3 people. This might be huge as Separa wants to keep on engaging. The ultimate from the Volley Bear is not gonna cut it, and this is looking to be once again a win for our blue side.
You can see the Trovo team have been pretty good spirits right now because their comp is working spectacularly well. That you called for the Xerath before, it's looking like it's working extremely well for them. And the Varus in there as well. So the Trovo Tim's squad leaning heavily on their poke potential, and it's working spectacularly well.
If they win here, if they can get that Nexus down, they are actually qualifying for the quarterfinals, which is huge. The same goes for this engagement, which is also huge when Trovo Tim is able to take it out. Mumu being extraordinarily tanky, but is being kited down. The Volley Bear wanting to engage. They took a singed in ARAM, and they're winning counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job of trolling the opposition as well. I mean, honestly, we're in line for a lot of stuff we wouldn't normally see in the ARAM mode, just because, you know, these teams, they know that there's a good amount of money on the line here, and of course, the pride to be able to call themselves champions. So, research is everything, finding those super broken picks, and maybe, just maybe, that's the cinch.
I'm still baffled by the fact that, because you have the stats, right? You said Akali was the champion with the lowest win rate. How is Singed up there? I am from a wild guess here. I'd say it's pretty low. I'd say he's bottom 10% of champions. Oh, but it's might be engaged. Let's continue that story later on as Trovo Titans is getting engaged upon. Maybe crying a bit too much wolf here.
Yeah, I mean, Singe is definitely not a preferred pick by any means. It's not terrible. We're looking around a half win rate, so it's fine. It certainly provides an excellent way to frustrate and annoy your opponents. And for these teams we've got coming through here, a lot of them are going to be pickup teams. They won't have that same level of resilience as a squad. So anything you can do to troll is good.
Anything he can is definitely good, and the rest of Trovo Titans is trying to engage here. Beautiful encore, 4-man encore, and this might finish the fight. Flibear diving into this backline, trying to get the carries down, but he's just once again being CC'd into hell, and that means it's Trovo Tim who has gotten, I think they've gotten the ace, I'm not 100% sure, but definitely 4 members from the enemy team have disappeared, meaning they are going to that quarterfinal.
So definitely Trovo Tim are going to be one of those teams we're going to be keeping a very close eye on, because they've absolutely dominated in their game here. You see the opponents putting out as much effort as they can, but Trovo Tim, if they could do this well in round of 16, then we'll have to see how they do in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the scoreboard once again. The teams that have qualified are Trovo Tim and, as we said before, Tikshakisa, purely because they have had a forfeit against them. Now, a lot of these teams are actually not going even, not going into these 1-1 games. The only tie we have so far was Juice Drinkers. Now, let's see if our original team, Johnny Batele, is able to also get a 3-0 win.
All right, so I'm liking what we're seeing here from the Battle A side of things. Again, Ziggs is amazing. You've got AoE crowd control, which is fantastic because there's very little your opponent can do about it. We've also got Heimerdinger, who's got those deployables, which we talked about right back at the beginning of the broadcast, which means you can get vision because there are no wards, of course, on the Howling Abyss. If you can bring a deployable, then you effectively have a vast information gap against your opponent.
Yeah, and those deployables are also difficult to take out if you don't have range. And let's take a look at Johnny Batele. They're already stomping the opposition here. I'm not saying the game is done as of yet, as we've seen. These ARAMs are definitely very much a back and forth, but with so much poke, so much control coming out, Trovo is already being pushed back, and this final turret will not take down the Vel'Koz, although it's close. It's so close that he will actually be taken out.
Well, we've talked about the Vel'Koz as a very powerful pick in itself. There's an absolute ton of burst damage locked in that kit. If the Vel'Koz can combo together spells, then pretty much they'll annihilate anyone. And oftentimes they can do that from a very long way away.
At the Vega, also a pick we haven't really talked about. Poke, lockdown, the cages. The cage is one of the best abilities in ARAM to put down, purely because you're denying so much from your opponent. This is just very much a nope zone for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a baby cage, as it's known. It's just, if we're looking for obnoxious abilities on the Howling Abyss, it's definitely up there at the very top. There's just nothing you can do about it. You have to try and make your engagements around it.
Oh, the Yasuo Malphite combination coming out and working wonders. 2 kills on the back of Johnny Batele's engager, and maybe even more when they're trying to shove it out. Remember, they have a Ziggs, so these turrets are not safe whatsoever.
No, the execute is always a threat. I'm kind of surprised for Trovo. They've got a setup here where they've got multiple supports on their lineup, so they shouldn't be dropping members without some serious commitment in for the Zoni. Vel'Koz, importantly, is still around with that Life from Disintegration Ray. Is always a massive damage.
Oh, the set from the bush trying to get an engage off. Didn't manage to get that haymaker in there. Otherwise, I think this fight could have turned. Sorry for interrupting you there, but I think nobody saw the set coming.
No, and we talked about the set as well. This is the most successful ARAM pick. It's honestly kind of surprising it's taken this long for us to see one.
I don't know why Seth would be such a strong champion, but the numbers apparently back it up. So do you have any ideas or thoughts behind it?
I think it's just having that amazing crowd control on a very short cooldown, and the showstopper as well. it's an amazing team fight ability to be able to make that kind of pick, to be able to start team fights by ourselves. I think it's pretty much everything that you want from a pick in ARAM. I expect, obviously, the reason maybe we haven't seen it so far is because a lot of time it probably should be banned.
Yeah, that might be the case where it's just banned a lot of the time. And also remember that something something a lot of people tend to forget. Set has built-in healing, as in Set, one of his passives on one of his abilities is that he will just regenerate health. It got into, it's not as strong as it used to be, but Set was at a certain point where I think starting at level 8, if you had built some health, you could out heal and ignite, which is bonkers because like you had 100 HP. If you get ignited, normally you should die. Not with Set, you just could have out healed and ignite. That's no longer the case though.
Yes, the Heart of the Half Beast is very easy to miss. That's additional health regen, which increases as it gets to lower health. So any form of regeneration, be it mana or health here on the Howling Abyss, is fantastic because, again, you can't go back to base the way you normally would. Being able to stay out in the field and keep on fighting can be all important, especially once your teammates start to drop.
Still waiting here for actually another engage to happen, or maybe Johnny Bartley's. Poke composition is actually working well for them the last couple of minutes. They've been able to just, get their Ziggs Qs in, get all the poke they have because they have a lot, and make sure they get those skills every so often.
Well, for what Trovo, the problem that Trovo will have here is they have got a very specific composition here. They've got poke, they've got disengage. It's hard to engage on the baby cage. It's hard to engage on the tidal wave as well. But if you can close the distance against the Trovo squad, if you can build up enough tankiness to allow you to do that with enough time in the game, then the Trovo squad will be in major, major trouble. This is a composition that needs to win relatively early. They need to get towers down before the opposing team gets too strong.
Here's the engage, and here's a big engage with the Malphite. All 2 kills going over to Johnny Bartley. Now the Set comes out with the showstopper. Maybe the Haymaker will do it. And here's the Zig still being alive. Look at how much they can actually push in here. 2 members still alive from Johnny Bartley. The same goes over to Trovo, but Trovo can push in, and Johnny Bartley cannot.
Yeah, this is incredibly important for Trovo. They've got themselves 3 games they have to win to make it out of the round of 16. So this is merely a first step for them if they can manage it. For Zoni, they've got themselves a very, very strong, on paper, ARAM team. They just need to get 1 more game down.
We need one more game to finish up. Once again, remember, this is best of 5. So you need 3 wins to advance to the quarterfinals. And, okay, is there a champ? Counterfeit, you're surprised we haven't seen so far in ARAM?
Oh gosh, I mean, I think it's going to depend. I think probably there are a few sneaky picks we've yet to see come out. A lot of the top 10 have already appeared. One that's kind of conspicuous a little bit by absence, and do tell me if I've missed this, is Lilia.
Yeah, we haven't seen
Lilia
Lilia
can do
yet,
some really, really good stuff here on Howling Abyss. It's a little bit tricky because you need to know exactly how to get those sleeps through, but against the opposing team, she can be incredibly disruptive while providing a ton of damage as well.
Oh yeah, 100% agree with Lilia. She is, I think you phrased it, deceptively tricky. She's difficult to pull off, but when you can do it, remember, because it's such a straight line, Lilia's ultimate is extraordinarily powerful, just like this engage from this Malphite here that just comes out. There's a health relic being popped here, but look how much the Set is doing with that Haymaker and that showstopper. 5 members still alive from Trovo, and they keep on going. They take out the Jace, and they have not lost a single member. Even their Set, who has dove so deep, is still a health bar full of opportunities. When the Death Ray comes out on the Falcons, it will not have that much of an impact, and this inhibitor will fall.
Yeah, this is so nicely done by the Trovo squad there. They made their engage while the Set worked their way around the back. If you fight the Zoni squad on 2 different fronts at the same time, they can't do anything at all. There will be the fighting back under the Nexus towers, but it's going to be the first one falling.
And we kind of did see, even though Johnny Bartley has come back here, or at least they won the fight, Trovo, first of all, well, they can just reset. Second of all, they've taken an inhibitor. Third of all, I would not be surprised if Trovo just says, Go for it. It's one Nexus turret. It's Howling Abyss. They fall pretty quickly at this point in the game. We can go for a fight and I just have two people finish the game.
I mean, this is a big concern for Sony here. If they, if they can't stay out in the field now, they need to make sure that if they do lose any members, they don't lose them all at the same time. Because you're right, Trovo will instantly be back on the Nexus Tower. Here comes the play.
Here comes the play. Here comes the bomb, and it's enough to take out the SOJ is being knocked up as well. There's a tidal wave. Jay is doing so much, and actually Johnny Batley might be able to win this skirmish. They only lost their Jays, and Trovo has lost three members even. I think if they can push here, and that's a big if, but they might have a chance at a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big win for Sony there. The set unable to get onto the backline this time around. I think Sony have learnt to respect just how powerful the set is. That face breaker, imagine, a lot of time catching two different members and stunning them at the same time makes them incredibly hard to deal with. You need to make sure you keep your distance or your backline is going to get wrecked.
It's going to get really wrecked, as you said. And with the Veigar, I mean, if you're playing against the Veigar, especially in ARAM, because he scales a lot quicker, you don't want to go into a long game because 30-minute ARAMs against the Veigar means 1800 AP, perhaps 1900 AP. You'll never know. Here's once again an engage from Trovo coming out. They can't really seem to close the distance between Johnny Batley.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage. You can see the Ziggs already on very minimal health with no ultimate available. So they could easily get taken out. Jay sneaks in the side of the fight. Trovo is starting to fall apart.
Trying to falling apart pretty quickly. Here's a disintegration ray. But look at Johnny Batley. They're actually able to stall this fight out and win it. Beautifully done. I think, besides the little bit of damage they received to this particular turret, they're on a great position now. But can they push in?
This is the problem here for the Sony squad, is Trovo bought themselves an insurance policy by taking out that inhibitor. Now the minions are pushed against them. They're going to have to fight their way all the way back and then, take down a tower before they even get access to the opposing inhibitor to even things up.
Yeah, because if the Sony squad does not find any damage to this turret, fine. Trovo hasn't really lost anything. That's a major problem. So Trovo can do this, I want to say 2 or 3 more times, and 3 is maybe reaching it. But if they do this and they actually get another engage like here, where they get the Valkyries down, and they are 5 men strong while 2 members from the Sony squad is down, they might go for the end. They have an opportunity here to finish the game.
Super minions and a Ziggs, it's all you ever really need. The poke is still there, but there's a lot of members of Trovo who need to be poked out before the final fight can catch onto Yasuo, but the wind wall stops a lot of the damage from coming back in.
Yeah, the last turret remaining standing here. There is 2 members going down again from Trovo, but are they able to finish? You have a Ziggs. You just need to put the satchel charge down. I don't know if it's up there. Look at these 2 members. Can they actually get the Nexus down? Absolutely not. And Trovo, they are just throwing themselves at the enemy, but it's a mass assault doctrine here, Counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, Sony, they are on the ropes. They've got nothing left to defend themselves with. They pretty much have to get at least the inhibitor now, if not more, because they are running out of time. Respawns are a little staggered for the Trovo squad, so if Sony can force a fight or at least get some good poke in, they'll need it, because we are coming to a close here, and if Sony win, they are through to the quarterfinals.
Those quarterfinals are important. They will be advanced because this is your only means of advancing. You need to get that win. Johnny Batley knows that this is their chance, and if they lose this one, it might be close. And Johnny Batley actually, I told you before, it's a war of attrition, but with yet another engage, they have so many resources left that the disintegration ray will take down the Malphite. Though, so it's a 2-for-1 trade.
It's not ideal at all, but it does mean that a lot of the front line is gone for the Trovo squad, which means if they do get caught, with the exception, of course, of the set we've seen there, they're going to be in trouble. The inhibitor has come back up. Vel'Koz needs to do the damage as the wave comes calling.
And there's the inhibitor being taken down. Remember, this is an open Nexus. So they just need to walk up and try and hit the Nexus. But there's so much range. The gap closing it just isn't there. But the Nexus is taking some damage. Johnny Batley once again actually winning this fight again and again and again. Trovo is not able to push. They need to stop going for the Nexus and start going for these fights as the Rockets are able to take out the Morgana. There's the bomb, is not connecting on the Veigar, but the Veigar is connecting on the Ziggs, and it's only Heimerdinger, it's only Johnny Batley actually surviving. There's the Rockets, Jace is in there and will take it down because it's hammer time.
Oh my gosh, Zoni refusing to give in. They want to get that 3-0 and get to the quarterfinals right away. They know that if they lose here, they're going to have to start all over again with game number 4. Of course, we'll be going through 2 days of competition, so the competition will only get more fierce from here. The teams that want to take the crown, they'll be looking to 3-0 the first stages.
Definitely so, and we do also see the power of the Jace coming out as of now. The set's fully stacked Haymaker, but it's not connecting. Yasuo jumping in, spell immune, so no knock-up as of yet. One being found in the Morgana, but Jace just knocks the Yasuo right back, and Set with the Haymaker actually takes 2 kills. Look at that triumph feel! He keeps on going, and we keep on telling Johnny Batley they do not want to give it up just yet. But it's also Trovo who just says, fine, we keep going, we keep, throwing ourselves in the meat grinder.
Okay, Morgana.
Alright, we're going to take a look at how things are going overall. Hopefully we'll get a chance to pop back into that one before it's all said and done. So it's going to go for Pikas versus the not EUS players. We've got another chance for a 3-0 here as we're seeing the shields and healing very present across both squads.
Yes, but there is one addition that really catches my eye and catches my interest. It's the Blitzcrank. With the Blitzcrank in ARAM, look, it's just, can you land those hooks? That's literally all there is to it. If you can land a hook on a squishy, you can win a fight.
Mad lol.
I mean, when you've got squishies like the Xerath who are holding themselves in place when they're using their abilities, it's incredibly dangerous. You can see, not EUS players, their health bars are almost gone entirely, and they're getting True Shot Barrage poked for years. Ezreal and Jace together with the backup of the Soraka are incredibly hard to deal with.
Oh, there's the hook we're talking about if you hit him. And it's just, you have to walk up as soon because you want to kill the Soraka, you want to get this Ezreal down. And with the Soraka, it also have so much healing potential. Look at the onslaught from Season 11 Peakers. I don't think they're going to go for executes, they just want those kills.
I have full build, I have full build.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the Pikas are doing incredibly well here. They will get a little bit poked off, but I think the team composition overall is extremely strong. We'll have a couple of kills getting traded back in, but for not EUS, they're in major trouble, and you can see the Pikas, they are feeling pretty darn good right now. We've still to deal with, of course, with the equalizer from the Rumble, which is amazing in a team fight. I don't think it's even going to get used here because the team...
Oh, he gets healed. No,
what?
Mama Soraka there, exactly in time. Exactly on time, saying, I got you, fam. I will make sure you will survive.
It's not something we get to see an awful lot during the ARAM mode, but Soraka with this speed up towards a low health target means that she can ambulance herself in extremely quickly from off screen to be able to make the last second saves.
Yeah, and the Season 11 Peakers, they've probably played 2 very long games since they're, this is the 3rd game and they're only 5 minutes in. I think certain people have already played 4 games, or at least are loading into their 4th game. So either they just love these long games, or when there's a composition like this with a Soraka, Jace, Rumble, you can just go for it. At a certain point, those skill shots will land, those hooks will land, and those true shot barrages will land.
Yeah, the EUS players, it's a real artillery battle here in this game number 3. Unfortunately for not EUS, their artillery just isn't measuring up. You can see, we've got as many lasers as you might like to get, but they're just not doing enough damage. And we even see body blocking from the Pikas squad, trying to make sure that they keep their Soraka alive, even if it doesn't work every time.
I am alive, I live.
Hopefully not all when Candy as will actually live. Definitely exhaust being put on the Jace. Yeah, it's I mean, look how much there's left. Shell shock the US players. Once more into the brink, my friends. This do the peakers cry out, and they're actually winning with a return engage. This is just hard to watch sometimes.
Oh boy, I mean, this is a lesson being delivered here. This is, as mentioned before, single elimination in this competition. So if you lose your best of 5, you are out of here. But if you can win, you will double the money that you take home. I believe this is going to be true across every round. So very, very important to try and get the right comps, the right games, and at least try and make sure you get as far as you can.
Guys, I have rough time. I need $100.
Sorry.
Oh, there we go. We're talking about it right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's this beautiful prize pool. Well, it's also happening. Oh, wow! Massive equalizer from the Rumble. I didn't even see that when it was off screen.
I mean, that's the range the Rumble has, just able to pluck out anyone's life. It's so ridiculous. I expect, again, this to be another pick we'll be seeing a ton of, because right now, I don't think anything is better than just oppressive levels of poke is really proving to be the right key to success.
He's 1k on Union, 600 on the US.
Definitely not the case, Soraka. I mean, yeah, sure. Quickest way to reset. Not US players. Okay, can they win? What's their win? What's their win condition here?
I think trying to make the game go longer than 10 minutes is the first step towards coming back here, because right now they're so far behind.
Rumble going gold, and then the rest of the US players going gray screen. Blitzcrank just flashing in, getting an execute. Don't know, but I actually think it's a full AP Blitzcrank. And those Qs and those ultimates hurts, and so does that true shot barrage. Here comes Blitzcrank going in for another grab. Does not connect on the Zaref, but the rest of the skill shots do connect. And with these two Nexus turrets under fire, surely the Peakers have done it. Surely.
It's an absolute click. We are 8 minutes into this game, and we're already seeing Nexus Towers being absolutely destroyed. Peakers, again, like our other 3-0 teams, making the case for themselves to be champions over the course of today and tomorrow. This Ezreal pick is absolutely ridiculous, and just finishing the job. Dustblade wasn't even necessary.
Wait, do we have F?
No, and the Nexus being taken down. Some sportsmanship in the end, some style points, but it's definitely the Season 11 Peakers who will be advancing onto the quarterfinals.
It's an applause-worthy performance. I think, if you maybe had finished the game, if you were keeping track on the stream, and you were one of the teams playing, you'll be looking. I think if you have, if you're a team that has a coach, has support staff, you're looking at any of the games on stream and seeing which is the dominant strategy coming in, because this is still very much, this is the place where teams are not going to know, honestly, what the best things are. So far, Ezreal poke, long-range poke, it all seems to be good.
There's very much, when doing research, and I think you're in the same ballpark here, Counterfeit, there's very much not a meta. There are some people allude to there being a meta on Howling Abyss. That's very much not the case. You can kind of pick whatever you want, or pick which you think is strong in this particular team, in this particular position that you're in, but there's so many tactics and so many strategies. Go for it. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you think will give you the best chances of winning.
Well, I think one of the reasons we're maybe not seeing the dive compositions coming in quite as strongly, which are kind of a natural enemy of poke compositions, in that poke's always trying to keep your arm's length, dive comps are always trying to get in and kill you quickly, is because poke comps are strong in the early game. As we saw in that last game, the games are over very quickly.
They're very quickly. Let's take a look at the results. A lot of trees across the boards. I think Not Asleep against Team Bombastic, of Boombastic, I should rather say, are still playing. That also might be a 3-0. But besides that, we have two other best of fives who are still continuing, and it's once again the Juice Drinkers versus Kalexi.
So yeah, we've got two series which are running longer with the games equal between. So we'll be following across between these two series for a while. And yeah, so we've just got into the third game here, just a couple of minutes in, and we are seeing some different picks as well.
Excuse me, a lot of different picks. This time the Annie, the Tibber is definitely useful, and especially the AoE stun. A Kale is very much going into the late game. I mean, with Howling Abyss, he can obviously level 16 Kale with 3 items. Well, let's say with 4 items even is almost unstoppable if you have a setup for her. But I don't really see a setup on their team. They have a Zed, they have a Yasuo, and an Olaf. So no knockups really, no setup. It's just, okay, guys, let's just all play comfort. Or, yeah, pretty much. Let's all play comfort.
Yeah, I mean, that could make a big difference. I mean, normally that's entirely the opposite of what you get on the ARAM mode, is that you have to be adaptable to any pick. But at this point, I think you're right. You know, we're teams that won't necessarily have had a huge amount of opportunity to practice this mode specifically, because they can only really practice against each other, with there being no tournament draft ARAM queue available. It's only about a custom game, so a lot of the strategies the teams will be bringing in here today can only really be tested properly on the battlefield.
It's very much a, do you want to know if this works? Well, better try and experiment. It's the experimental method that's being done here in the Trovo Titans tournament. Now, level 6 is almost being hit. The Amumu goes in with the bandage toss. There's somebody's being rooted down. It's Olaf being killed. No level 6 Hex ultimatum is up. Zed has done it. There's a final spark coming out as well. The Zed ultimate being used on the Lux, but is she able to get away? Just not when it's a double kill. And I think it's Kalexi who comes out better. What the hook shot is being used, trying to engage on a Swain, but there's a divine intervention, and the Swain ultimate will be ignored because of the Annie burst.
Yeah, I'd like this as well. I mean, if you're trying to bring the team together with champions they're less familiar with, and someone who's more mechanically straightforward like Annie, you know, if you want to bring out a surprise pick that will get you a game, Annie is going to be one of the easier ones to pick up, slot into your team and say, okay, I'll just yell, it's go time, and then we will execute instantly.
Love these teams still thinking about what exactly they should buy. Leandri's on the Annie, not a bad thing, especially against some of these more tankier bruisers. Do remember that there is a Swain in game and an Olaf, meaning those champions will also always be a little bit tankier than you expect them to be. Oh, two-man stun coming out alongside with Final Spark.
Swain, flash one.
Very nicely done. It's going to be a huge Kalexi win there. The Kale is still alive on the backline, though.
Clean.
Yeah, the Kale life has now reached level 6, so not a champion just yet, but is able to be ranged, which is not going to make a big difference right now. Kale is just, as we said, wait until she's level 16 and has 3 items.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think we should be keeping a very close eye on how long these games are going, because a lot of the time they are going relatively short. So what should theoretically work under the normal circumstances, I think just, we've got a stronger overall power level than you would normally expect in an ARAM, because these are coordinated picks. So games have the potential to end very, very quickly if you get caught out.
The rest of the team is still trying to look for an engaged Kalexi. You can see that Juice Drinkers they're just fighting potential, right? So they have some engage with Yasuo and I want to say Swain, but besides that, they're just very static champions. They don't have anything going for them in terms of crowd control, in terms of utility.
Yeah, I think they definitely are playing much more reactively. I mean, for the time being, this is being drawn out. With the Kalexi, they're in the lead with their kills right now, but you can see the wave clear is good enough from the Juice Drinkers. The Kalexi actually aren't making up any ground right now. They're not getting any damage down the tower. They need to make a play.
And they go in with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Beautifully done, stunning 3 people there, but the rest of the team is actually denying it. Juice Drinkers making sure that they actually are fighting back. The Swain ultimate does so much there. Hexical the Maiden was also used, but the Kale is still alive. Snowball being hit, it's a 3v3. And Kalexi, I don't think they have just realized quite yet. They can go for short trades. They have a Seraphine. They can heal up slowly. Juice Drinkers does not have any healing in their kits. I mean, they have a Kale, but don't count it as something that will heal your team.
Ljubiša, samo udaraj
No,
kulomet.
it's definitely not on the same kind of level. And now we're even seeing Kalexi going for full-on tower dives.
Bravo.
Maybe a bit too aggressive though, because they have already lost some
Ništa
health and
gađa,
they've already lost a
bravo.
lot of resources.
Ništa
And
ghosting,
Juice Drinkers, they can actually go in. They have numbers advantage. Mumu, no curse with the Sand Mummy available. We knew that from later on. Divine Intervention not being used, but 2 kills being picked up by enemy. One of them being an execute. Well, counted as a kill.
Evo ga moje i Olaf.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it gets the body off the field. And once we start to get down to low health like this, the Annie is an absolute terror. 20 seconds till the bear comes calling in once again. And, you know, the AoE engage, especially with the flash coming up shortly as well. This is a big window opportunity for Kalexi to get some major ground in and hopefully get that first tower down.
I think this is going to be a long game. I'm fairly sure this is going to be a long game, purely because none of these teams have a lot of pushing potential. They have well, it's Juice Drinkers who has damage, and it's Kalexi who can engage, but can't really siege a turret so far.
No, and they're missing out on our Kalexi because they don't have the AD carry we've seen on other team setups. They have to make a pick, and it doesn't quite land.
Dobro, my bad.
Doesn't land quite yet, and we do also see the rest of Juice Drinkers. I think, oh, that's a...
Me čujete?
Yeah, that's a disconnect.
Oh no!
Sve mi stalo odjednom.
Yeah. It's definitely not his fault, because look at the internet.
Oh,
Ne,
there we go.
pa 3 pinga, brat.
Oh, that's
Brilliant.
unfortunate.
Even
Okay,
in
well,
ARAMs, it happens.
All right, well, hopefully, I don't know quite what happened there, if it was maybe a player getting knocked out or similar, because, as you said, obviously the internet connection is still good, so hopefully we'll be back in with things in a minute. It's possible it might be happening across the other games as well, if it is a general riot thing. So we'll find out what we can, but for the time being, we get a chance to at least talk a little bit more about what we're seeing
Cigara u po partije sti retardiran.
working, as credit confirmed this is our last game going right now, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate because it's the last game where last game I think in still a round of 16, meaning before the quarterfinals, and we need to see how this one ends. We need to know who is going to go to match point first. Is it going to be Kalexi or Juice Drinkers?
All right, so we're back into things. Apologies for the confusion there, but we're getting back into the fighting once again. We can see that Annie is very far off the rest of the fight, but there's a lot of low Juice Drinkers right now who are ready to get blown up.
Juice Drinkers want to go in as fast as possible. They especially don't want to fight this ranged battle because they know they won't win that yet. And to say that, we'll have to wait for yet another pause. Our apologies for this. I do think this is something to do on client side because obviously, as you can see, the internet from the streamer is working just fine.
I'm reconnected, but...
All right, so however they try and sort out, we will, of course, be following them until it's done. As you said, we need to get ourselves everyone sorted out for the next round. So just to catch you guys up a little bit on the tournament overall. So the Intimidate bots have already made it through, as have Trovo Tim, the Season 11 Peekers. Tisha, of course, getting that bye from earlier on against the Batule squad, who we've seen a little bit on stream already. So we will be bringing you the quarterfinals as well today, before the semi-finals and grand finals tomorrow.
Exactly, and while we're still waiting for this pause, okay, Pete, I asked this question last time with Greyheart, and this is a perfect opportunity to ask it for you. How did you actually get into casting? I don't know the story.
Oh, sure. Oh no, we might have to wait for a second because we're back into the fighting again. But absolutely, we'll come back to it a little bit later on. Certainly, it was, for me, in very brief, it was through my local university scene that their team was so bad that no one would cast them. Unfortunately, the teams here seem to be actually pretty good as they tower dive aggressively and get that first tower down.
They are definitely made of a different cut than your university team was. This is an assumption, but I think it's a fairly safe assumption to make. Exhaust being put down on the Camille, still being pretty tanky. That's a beautiful Annie, a bear that is being used. Tibbers just decimating Kalexi and making sure that this first turret has fallen and maybe the second one will fall as well. Remember, they have the Camille and look how much damage can actually do because of the precision protocol and with Tibbers tanking.
Oh my gosh, point and click stuns. Is there nothing they can't do? Twisted Reaper will get the execute as well, getting that free return to shop while Clexi in major trouble here. They've got the inhibitor now being opened up as well. I think it might be a little too much to actually take it as those 2 kills. You see, there's no real attempt for the Juice Drinkers to fall back. They're quite happy to be put back to base, because that means they get to respawn with their teammates and spend all that gold they've been accumulating.
The thing is, with these, as immediately the Olaf gets cut out by the final spark. Yeah, the rest of Coluxy really wants to engage here. Turret diving and Mumu using the bandage toss to stall some time. Do you want to ult this though? I don't think you use the Curse of the Settlement. You want to leave it for the rest of your team. Now, Coluxy, a lot of resources being burnt in getting the Mumu down.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Kale early on as being one who's scaling up. This is one of our longer games, which is a stranger thing to say, at 11 minutes. And the Kale has reached level 11, so she is getting stronger and stronger as it goes along. Once she hits level 16, of course, she will be in her final form and able to dominate team fights.
And dominating in team fights might be important. Precision Protocol dealing with a lot of damage on the Zed already. And Coluxy healing up with the health relic. Now they do have an open inhib.
Yes, and making the return back, the Juice Drinkers, once they get that down, of course they'll get the Super Minions coming in and really get the chance to push onto those Nexus towers. Right now it seems like the Juice Drinkers have got the upper hand, because it's proving pretty hard to get any of the Clexi damage to stick.
Inhibitor being taken down. Beautiful. Little bit of a detour on Howling Abyss, see what the edges look like. Not to brag, but I have a super ultra-wide monitor, and you get to see all the other parts, all the other parts of Howling Abyss. If you want to experience the same thing, well, you know, get yourself a super ultra-wide monitor, and you might get that by actually winning this Trovo Titan tournament. And that's exactly what the Juice Drinkers want to do. They're engaging very deeply onto Coluxy's territory, but this Olaf is being taken down. Only the Kale survived, but as soon as a divine intervention timed out, they will need a divine intervention from some other source, because this final Nexus turret is standing, but for how long? With the Camille, with the Lux, you can take it down so fast, and the Nexus will be open.
It isn't quite done, so we've been baited by this before. The respawns are coming in now, so I don't think Coluxy are quite done. They're going to be able to punish the Drinkers who do stick around and get at least one last push in, but they have no more safety valve to the Coluxy squad. No towers left remaining, no inhibitor. A lost team fight is a lost game.
Coluxy know that they are on the brink of losing. They need something to pull it back, even if it's just the tiniest chance, the tiniest sliver of hope. They need to grab it and never let go.
Well, we've suddenly got a strong Kale, as we talked about before. Toilet Cap has got the Omni Vamp built in now. It's still going to be very, very strong, even if they haven't hit level 16 yet. This next fight building up could end things. Of course, the Juice Drinkers, they'll still need to knock down inhibitors before they can actually finish off the game themselves. But the longer the game goes, the better for the Drinkers.
They still have a long way to go, but Camille almost one-shotting the Zed, and if a bandage toss connects here, this might be catastrophic for the Juice Drinkers. Camille using a hook shot once again to close out the distance, picking up the Zed. It's a 4v5 with an open Nexus. Can the Juice Drinkers actually stall this? There's a two-man route. Not much of a difference. Hookshot being used. There's a Ragnar trying to get the backline access onto the Lux, but it's not enough when the Juice Drinkers see team members of themselves falling left, right, and center. It's an open Nexus, and it's an open game for Coluxy when they go onto match point with 2-1 in this best of 5.
They certainly earned their way through it. It felt like the Juice Drinkers were about to turn the corner, but as you said before, it's seeming like with the way people are playing right now, it's very, very hard to play for the later game when these teams, they're executing their early game plans way too well.
It's just, yeah, you can keep on going, and Akale is very much a risk, very much a gamble you're taking an ARAM, because you know, okay, fast game, a lot of gold generation, level 16 Kale, sure, but isn't the game going to be too fast? Do you have the time to wait for the level 16 Kale? Do you have the setup? Because I would not consider having a Zed in your team a setup for a Kale. I think the answer was definitely no.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Zed is a good pick to talk about at this point because, as we saw in that last one, I kind of feel like the Zed was in there to kind of provide the alternate carry in the same way we saw from the Akali before, but when you're getting aggressed onto, Zed really doesn't do well. Whereas for the Akali, she can put down a smoke, she can provide herself with some degree of safety and delay because you just can't catch her up until the smoke runs out. For the Zed, once the tidal wave comes in of pain, there's very little you can do about it apart from just getting picked off and killed. And if you're behind, then you're not even contributing damage.
No, that's the thing with the Zed. If it's very much your champion, you need to win, and you need to win more because you won't be in a spot where, oh great, we need some CC, well, you have a Zed. Oh, we need some wave clear, well, you have a Zed. It's a champion that can only do really one thing, and that is go in and execute or assassinate someone, being an assassin. But it also means if it's not winning, you're getting behind. And it also means that we are going into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before we might be heading into quarterfinals or seeing some teams heading into quarterfinals. Now, don't go too far because it's a small break, and afterwards we'll be right back with the finals for the Trovo Titans 5v5 ARAM tournament. See you then.
Who's that champion? vs Rek'Sai.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Trovo Titans, the finals here for the League of Legends 5v5 Howling Abyss tournament. My name is Exodus, I'm joined here by Counterfeit, and we are heading into these final matches before heading into the quarterfinals.
Yes, so it's the round of 16. I've been good, though. I have to admit, I got a little confused by the who's that champion. I was never going to guess that was a Rek'Sai coming back in from the break. But yeah, we're just finishing off the round of 16 right now. So our final teams before our quarterfinal stages, but of course, the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow. We've already been seeing some pretty ludicrously good play already.
Yeah, some of these are, the Mumu is, for example, more impactful than I would have imagined. And some of these Mumu engages have just turned games around. And also it means we have been going in a rather fast pace, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because all of these teams have shown up to this quarter, have shown up in this round of 16 and have showed, well, you know, we can keep on going. Now let's take a look at all these teams that have already qualified. It's Johnny Batele and Tishikasi, which has that team is qualified due to a forfeit. Now it also means that season 11 Peakers has gone through the quarterfinals. The other two teams, Easy Money and a name I'm not even gonna try and pronounce, is still up and grabs.
Yes, and I think one particular thing to bring forward from this is Tishikisha from before, who did get that forfeit, means that they'll have had a chance to be probably one of the very few teams who've gotten to watch the stream developing as it's gone, to actually see what everybody else is playing and what strategies are working best for them. Whereas, you know, for our other teams, they've had most of their time taken up, of course, with the games themselves.
And that also means that it's only one game, potentially one or two games remaining in this round of 16. It's in that one series, and we'll have to see who will actually get there. Now, okay, Counterfeit. So we talked about Faye, about what's good in the meta in Howling Abyss, but imagine there's like, you're the game designer for Riot, okay? And they come to you and say, there's one game mode we want to have, but you want to have one extra game mode. What would you come up with?
Oh my gosh, that's quite a question.
I'm putting you on the spot here. I know. This is intentionally a very dirty question.
Okay, if I'm gonna design a new game mode, I'm gonna follow the same path as ARAM and TFT, which is you've got to use the pre-existing stuff. You know, ideally it's gonna be something which isn't too far from what you've got already, though I guess TFT does take the same stuff and take it quite far away. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of, I think maybe the thing to do is to try and follow the Rocket League kind of route and try and build something very, very simple and understandable with League of Legends. So, you know, something that someone could come to, just like a Rocket League game, and say, you know, I understand what's going on because it's very, very simplified compared to everything else. So that's the kind of thing I would be shooting for.
Okay, cool. I personally would make probably a strategy game. As in, League of Legends is obviously a strategy game, but maybe something even turn-based, because not a card game, even though I love card games, but I don't know, I was playing Civilization the other day and thought, damn, I like Civilization games. They're just cool, they're fun, you can play up against each other, and something I know Riot has been struggling with is, you know, you want to put these characters on the map. You want to have that Game of Thrones effect where right from the get-go, you know, oh, here is that region has this feeling. That's something they're trying to work in there. Just bring out a strategy game. The map's right there. Everybody will know how Runeterra looks in 2 days. I guarantee it.
I think that's more likely to happen now that we're in a space where, obviously, if you guys have been keeping up with the Riot news, they've been very, they haven't been hiding the fact they've been hiring MMO designers, for the Riot game MMO, which presumably is going to be where a lot of this world building lands. So hopefully, in the same way that ARAM has come out of League of Legends, hopefully there'll be a future Trovo Titans tournament, if not in, whatever the MMO battlegrounds or PvP mode it is, but in some other community-made mode that will hopefully just be as fun as this one is.
Yeah, it's weird what people can come up with when it's just okay. Let's take this game and play it to something that it's not supposed to be, or take it to a level where it's actually not supposed to be a thing, and see if it still works. And with ARAM, it definitely worked. People just love ARAM. It's also one of the modes you cannot take away, because I know a lot of people will be. A lot of the player base only plays ARAM, which is fine, by the way, which is okay, which is all right.
Well, for sure. I mean, if you're talking about the whole idea of simplifying down things, ARAM, I think, takes a function which is very necessary for the League of Legends, which is generally a kind of a long game, and also quite complicated. It's taking the whole concept and boiling it down.
It's simplifying it, yeah. It's very much simplifying it.
Well, Wild Rift is kind of doing the same thing, which is taking the same concept and boiling it down again. So I think that's the route that we're kind of ending up longer term, is being like, it's saying, okay, while this may not appeal to the most hardcore of the audiences, League of Legends will always be there, but it means there are now experiences that other people can take part in without having to have that major commit.
It's actually something I came to this conclusion by myself because of the genius that I am. No, it's a lot of people who I know have been wanting to get into League of Legends over the years or recently, and they said there are a lot of guides, and there are so many guides of League on the internet, but there are very few guides that teach you when you're seriously beginner. Because the only way right now is to play with somebody who already knows League. I think Wild Rift, and my recommendation to these people was play Wild Rift first, because it's League of Legends in a sort of simplified manner, meaning that this is something that can teach you the basics faster. It basically gives you a base version of the game without having to delve into overly complicated stuff, without being, for example, stumped by overly complicated stuff. It's also a smaller champion pool, meaning that you can get to know these champions faster.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I generally think that we'll be seeing a lot coming from that, but let's take a look at where we are at the moment. So as mentioned before, there's a fair amount of 3 and 0s in there, but we're most interested in the 2 live games remaining, both of which are on game number 4.
Once again, the Juice Drinkers versus Galaxy. And these two teams have been battling for almost 2 hours now. Is that 2 hours? Well, let's say 90 minutes in his best of 5. And there's still potentially 2 more games to be played. Once again, Mumu alongside the Juice Drinkers. No big changes there. I think Juice Drinkers has opted in the exact same. Both of these teams have opted in the exact same team composition. Oh, that being said, no. It's definitely different teams.
Oh, that's right, yes. Oh my gosh, very enthusiastic from the Juice Drinkers side of things. So it looks like they have changed things up pretty significantly. The Fiddlesticks coming in is extremely interesting. Absolutely massive ultimate that normally will rip a team fight wide open. I think it's a solid choice for Juice Drinkers, who are 1 game from elimination.
Still waiting here for both of the teams. Yeah, Galaxy knows that they can just play it a little bit more aggressively. Have the Silas picked up, and Silas has a lot of good ultimates to steal. I'm mostly looking towards Veigar and potentially towards that Lulu with that Wild Growth. Those are 2 of the massive ones. And obviously the Feathers, not the Feather Storm. Come on, Fiddlesticks ultimate.
Oh, Crowstorm.
Crowstorm, thank you very much.
Yeah, I remember because of the sound effect primarily. Actually, that sounds a bit more like a seagull. I've got a low red Fiddlesticks in my head.
low res. It's we got Fiddlesticks at home type of deal.
Yes, we've got a Fiddlesticks at home. It's just a a pile of sticks tied together with string in the backyard, while your parent just holds it up and goes, "Papa." Well, of course, we'll be waiting to see that level 6 come in, because that, as I said, we were talking about, it's ridiculously strong. The only problem is here, it's a lot harder to catch people off guard on the Howling Abyss, because the only place you can really hide is the bushes.
Yeah, that's very much the case. You can only hide in the bushes, and even your passive is, the one part with the effigies is kind of non-existent. You can maybe have that one bush between the outer and the inner turret, between turret 1 and turret 2. You can put an effigy there and maybe confuse the enemy, but I think the most players in this tournament will not be taken by surprise when it's like, oh no, Fiddlesticks is flashing away. Yeah, it's an effigy.
So, this will be one of our few remaining matches from the round of 16 before we head to the quarterfinals themselves. As we, for Kalexi, they are again one game from taking the entirety of this series. Juice Drinkers, we've seen them pull up some incredibly fierce fights. They've got themselves, honestly, a pretty nice team composition, and was waiting to see what that first Crow Storm is able to do.
Yeah, the thing is with the Fiddlesticks and the rest of their team composition, they have poke, they have some lockdown with the Veigar and the Seraphine. Sorry, not the Seraphine, with the Zoe. But it's very much, can you get a good Fiddlesticks ult off? Because that's their primary way, if not their only way of engaging. And the Sivir is just, backup engage. It is follow-up. But the Juice Drinkers have dropped themselves in a very difficult to execute comp, while Kalexi can just do it with an arrow and a rel going in. There is a Crow Storm, and is immediately being suppressed by Kalexi, and it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Juice Drinkers.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be Kalexi's fight, but the Lulu was a real big difference maker there. It's kind of course, it's always surprising when you see the first Crow Storm of the game being done by someone who's not Fiddlesticks, but we get to see at least what the potential is if you're not crowd controlled.
Very much means that this is still a status quo in this game, even though Kalexi can keep on pushing. Do remember they have a Nidalee, they have a Malzor, so those two champions. Just, make sure that these waves are always being caught right up until the clutch, the edge of the turret.
We've got a good amount of poke from Kalexi here. They're able to keep the Juice Drink. This is an ideal situation, really, if you're Kalexi. Is you're keeping the Juice Drinkers. They're not getting so low that they will get themselves killed on purpose.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But they are low enough that they don't want to fight either.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. It's almost where you need to assure there is no total destruction for Juice Drinkers, because then they could just reset. And this is something I've not really thought about in this sort of tournament, where if you get a complete ace early on, it won't bring you all that much. Like, if you get a complete ace at minute 4, it won't really, or the chances of it giving you a turret is quite low. So you want to get 1 or 2 people down, or you want to get health bar slow. Oh, there's an engage with the Vanquish Line arrow alongside with the Rel. But the Rel is able to survive as long as she gets mounted here. That is unfortunately not the case. That's a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Yeah, we do see Kalexi with the tower down, with the territory gain. They can start throwing in javelins and picking up those 3 relics. Now, having some of the Juice Drinkers' territory. It is one of the few places you can do this. So notice the snowball for the Fiddlesticks there will be a way to extend the effective range of the Crow Storm by, you could potentially, if you get the snowball off and then jump into a bush, you can then Crow Storm out of that bush, then activate the snowball to bring you right into the heart of the opposing team.
Definitely the case of Snowball, as you can see, one of the most popular masteries. Sorry, no masteries. One of the most popular summoner spells, not unsurprisingly in this tournament. Also, a lot of people who should like engage don't have it right now because of that snowball pick. Still 2-1. Remember, this is best of 5, so Kalexi only needs 1 more game to finish this one out. Now the Silas. How impactful is the Silas actually going to be in this game?
It's tricky. I think already we've seen that it's... So... yeah, obviously the thing we've talked about again and again with the Silas is, being able to steal the opposing ultimates. The only problem with that is that your team is not necessarily fully set up to take advantage of those ultimates. So what we've seen already is the Crow Storm being stolen, which allowed for the Silas to get deep into the
Oh, we're
Juice
talking
Drinkers
about the
line.
Crow Storm. 4-man engage with that Crow Storm. It looked like it was going Juice Drinkers' direction, and it's still looking that way. But Galaxy definitely biting back. Silas still alive, has Ignite on him. Also had the Wild Growth. That was just a beautiful Crow Storm. No, no ifs, ands, or but about it.
And what we're going to get seen added onto that is the stasis. So this is super, super important for the Fiddle Six. His ultimate will keep going even when he's in stasis. So he's got the stopwatch and the proto belt. This is a huge step up in power for the Fiddle Six. He can now dash forward, another gap closer, and the ability to survive the fight when they start it off.
Ooh, and Juice Drinkers is just getting more and more free kills, and with the fact that you have the proto belt with the stasis, as you said, with the stopwatch, I'm thinking Juice Drinkers might actually get a good comeback in this game.
Yeah, well, certainly. They've got the individual kills, but as you mentioned before, the unique thing, of course, about Howling Abyss is the inability to cash or make good on the money you make from your kills until you are killed and sent back to base. For the Juice Drinkers, they've got now 3 members who are all on lower health, so they can't win a fight, but they, if they die, they will give the potential for the Galaxy to come in and take another tower.
The Juice Drinkers once again being pushed back into back into their own territory. And Galaxy, they could just try and do the same thing. So even though they lost their last 2 fights, they have gotten that first structure down, which is something Juice Drinker did not do. So Galaxy's very much a 1-0 if you look up against turrets. And that's actually one of the most important stats in ARAM. It is how many turrets have you taken out? Did Sivir just get hit by a spear and I did not even know?
Yes!
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that
cool.
was really brutal. Especially now, Galaxy, they can dive the towers because there's no one to clear the waves anymore.
Yeah, they can just keep on going. There's nothing stopping them from going in for a dive with this rel.
I suppose actually you might have to take that back because the baby cage buys some time, but I think this is still going to be tough to defend.
There's a Magnetic Storm coming out. Veigar definitely being suppressed as well. And the rest from Galaxy know that they can clean up this fight. Nearly being exhausted, but this turret is quite low. Ooh, that's unfortunate ultimate. The idea was good, but the Rocket Belt was a bit too late. Although you have saved your turret, the question is for how long?
You can see there attempts to get a kill while giving up a life there for Nidalee. I'm kind of impressed. The Juice Drinkers, they managed to hold on despite what looked to be a very, very rough start there. Nice bait out on the Zoe, though.
Good bait out indeed. The Silas waiting for a long time, hitting a snowball as well. Don't know if he can get this 3v1 in. Is stuck in the cage so far. There's a healing coming out from the Fiddlesticks. Is it enough to survive? Well, yes, certainly does. There's the Q, flash forward, but the Kingslayer heal from Silas is enough to keep him in the fight even longer. Melzar and the rest of Galaxy have showed up to the party as well, and Juice Drinkers is being forced back once again.
Yeah, it's still Galaxy in a very, very good position here. This is, again, one of the longer games. We are dead even on 14 kills apiece. And as long as that Sivir stays up and doesn't get javelined, it's extremely hard to get any time with the tower when you have minions for only a fraction of a second before they're killed.
Yeah, and it's not only like the Sivir is the main wave player for the Juice Drinkers, but don't forget about the Veigar and the Poppy. Sorry, not the Poppy, the Zoe. They can also just say, look, we'll just do one skill on this wave alongside with a Sivir Boomerang, and the wave is gone.
Oh, gosh. So we just saw the impact through the shield as it engaged under the tower again.
Ooh, a little bit of a botched engage though. The Rel is not being able to find anything. And the rest of the team, the rest of Galaxy just wasn't ready for this engage.
Yeah, at least the Galaxy did manage to cancel out the Fiddlesticks also with a Nethergrass from Malzahar, but they're going again.
And the cage is already being used. This is massive because now you're actually giving free range to potentially Xylas. He can go in with the chains, and he's very difficult to take down, as is evident to what is shown on your screen here. The inhibitor will fall, and this is Galaxy going through. Is this Galaxy advancing to the quarterfinals?
The minions have run out, and Sivir is still there again. She may be on low health, but she's not dead. She'll get the kill onto Nidalee. You see, they were trying to turn their eyes away from the fight, but I don't think Kalexi have got quite enough, but it's going to be tight.
It's be very tight. I think this is their form of reset when Kalexi knows he starts taking quite some damage and they only need one more team fight. Now remember, the base at the end of Hounding Abyss, it opens up a little, meaning two turrets, so 2 points of attack, or just a random arrow spread will also take them a sliver. So 2 points of attack, meaning your wave clear also needs to be split.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big difference whether you're taking the fight in the lane or next to the tower themselves. If you're trying to avoid AoE, it's so much easier to do with just more space to work with. So I really feel like if you're going to be trying to get the most out of your Fiddlesticks, you want to take the fight in as confined a space as you can.
Very much the case. And with the Rel being mounted, I mean, you're expecting her to be mounted, but I think you can clearly see what's going on here. Yet another engage coming out from Kalexi, finding the Veigar. Veigar just blows up Silas instantly. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, the Veigar's damage has been scaling up. It is nearly 14 minutes in. The fight is still going.
Now, Crowstorm doing a lot of work, a lot of suppression, especially look at the bounces from the boomerangs, but kills are being treated left, right, and center. Eventually, it is the ace for Kalexi, though, signaling that they will advance to the quarterfinals, and this round of 16 is over, done and dusted.
Very nicely done. Juice Drinkers, they gave us the idea we might be seeing a game of 5, which would be quite a thing to have in the first round of competition. One last fight, but I think it's going to be a very short fight.
Nah.
Let's take a look later on at the bracket and who we already saw which teams are advancing. But as you can see, Kulix here very glad that he won that best of 5.
For sure, it was definitely not a done deal. I mean, we're seeing the more experimental picks coming through for good reason. You know, especially if you're a team that thinks we can't beat our opponents on raw skill, you've got to try something a little off-ball.
Yeah, you got to try something where, you know, hey, we're going to take a different approach. We have this one thing where, you know, get the Rel in. This is the first time we saw Rel. Good for that dive composition. Rel can dive into a straight line, still survive a lot of damage, still make sure she is annoying for the enemy team. And it paid off. And this once again signals that there are so many options available in this tournament. We're going to see meta shifts daily. Like, we're going to see meta shifts hourly. Now, talking about that. Okay, besides League, what is one of your favorite games, Connor?
Oh my gosh. I think we'll have to come back to that one in a second.
My bad. This is my bad. Hold on. Let's go on.
Well, okay, so let's just check in as we can confirm that. Let's see. So it looks like everyone has, in fact, made it through to the quarterfinal stages, just as you said. As to who's going to make it further, we shall find out shortly, as all of the teams making it through to the quarterfinal stages, they have doubled their return coming into this one, and they will continue to double it for each further round they can progress.
Yeah, it's 900 euros for the winner, but a 2,500 prize pool in total, meaning the teams for participating already get 100 euros. And of course, Titan points. Don't forget, those Titan points do actually mean a lot for your stream, or if you're using the using the platform for so the Trovo platform. It's fantastic to use those Titan points on. Now, moving further into this, let's answer that question I asked before. What's your favorite game besides League of Legends?
Oh my gosh, I mean, I certainly personally play a ton of TFT myself. I'm still entranced by the whole auto chess thing. And I think, you know, much like TFT, it's a simplification of the whole idea of League of Legends down to just finding the most interesting parts. So we talked a lot about how TFT teams are being put together here. You know, for the ARAM teams are being put together here. It's very much the same idea for TFT, trying to find the way to put together a combination that's mathematically the most superior.
Yes, definitely no RNG involved at all in TFT. It all comes down to that single pick. And now we'll go to something else, and that is, if you want to build a team composition, you sure as hell want to know what champion you're playing with, and that's exactly what we are going to be playing. Who is that champion? Let's take a look. Ooh, it kind of looks like Bulbasaur.
I know, it's tricky not to choose yourself a pocket creature of some kind.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sure,
oh my gosh. Okay. So let's see. We've got a little bit of fur knocking out
Yeah.
there. I can notice that. So someone furry.
Someone furry, so probably a Yordle. What's he holding? I think if that's a bomb, I think I know who it is, but I'm not sure if it's a bomb that he's holding.
It's it.
Okay.
It is a bomb.
It is a bomb.
Have you been cheating? Have you been checking the list of champions? Because that was 2 on point. But I think, in fact, we might even have another one. So can you make it 2 for nothing?
Okay, let's see if we can make it 2-0. Let's head straight into another Who's That Champion?
Who's that champion?
I actually don't know this one.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know this one.
I think I've got an idea here, because that's a very snaky form. So you might be tempted to say, well, it must be Baron Nashor. But I can think of some other snaky champions this could be.
I think you're hinting towards Cassiopeia. I don't think it's Cassiopeia. I'm not sure. I think that's a tail, not a snake. I don't know.
I think it might be a certain spacey boy, but we'll find out in just a second. Do let us know in the chat. No, it's not any of the stuff we were talking
It's
about.
not any of
Zoe's silhouette is apparently not very much like how you'd imagine it to be.
No, I was not expecting Zoe. Okay, these are fun. We have some more lined up later down the line. You'll have to, watch the show to see if you can guess any of these. But these are very, very much fun. Now, back to the question. We can finally answer it, Pete. We can finally answer it, Counterfeit. Favorite game? TFT, sure, but what else?
Oh my gosh, other games? Oh, jeez.
Other
We have to start going
games.
through... There are other games? Let's see. I think for me as well, there's also Valorant and CS:GO as alternate games, which kind of give have a very strong competitive scene. So obviously for both of us, we're both very embedded in the various competitive scenes. So it kind of feels like it's almost instinct to try and gravitate towards games that are very competitive, to get that same experience. I mean, up until this point, ARAM hasn't really had that chance to establish itself as a competitive esport. So hopefully they'll get a chance to do so again.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for the quarterfinal to start, I don't have an exact time yet when the quarterfinal is starting, so audience, please bear with us as we are going into that. Just being told it's about 1 minute, so it won't take us too much longer. Okay, favorite game? For me, I don't know. I would say I still love strategy games. I still love strategy games, like stuff like Hearts of Iron 4 or Civilization is great. But sometimes sometimes some of these story-driven games, I know Life is Strange is something I laughed over, I cried over. Those are the games that really, I can play them once and I'll probably won't play them again, but they'll leave that spot in my heart. They have that spot in my heart where I know this was a good game. I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said. I'm very glad that we live in the age where this is definitely going to be the best time, historically, in the short amount of time that it has been to be a gamer, because the sheer variety of gaming experience, say from story-based to competitive to turn-based sort of heavy strategy games to really weird and wonderful things which you might find on, say, itch, games that people are just creating themselves. I think it's a fantastic time to be, and hopefully, we get to see more games kind of really blow up and take hold of the mainstream as so many other fan creations have.
I see a lot of people sometimes still say, I would have loved to have lived in this time period, and I go, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I'm also guilty of that. I sometimes think, in this time period, I would have blossomed. No, I wouldn't have. Like, GPS wasn't the thing. Satnav wasn't the thing. Internet wasn't the thing. Your lives would have been objectively worse than it would have been now because of the technology advancements we've made. Don't try and sit there and say, okay, I would have been happier. I would have lived better in the past. No, you wouldn't have. No. Okay, back to the tournament.
You're having an argument with yourself here. But we want to see two teams have a discussion of their own through the medium of team fighting. So we'll be going on there. There you go. Let's see if we can get ourselves some top quality art.
Yeah, I might have taken it a little bit too far with that last one.
You tell him. You tell him.
You tell him. I'll tell him. I'll make sure what's up. Now, what's also up is this first game in the quarterfinals. It's on the Sleep versus Intimidated Bots. And the Syndra pick up here, I think we saw Syndra once before, but once again in Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, again, we've got several different sort of general topic areas open at the moment, talking about what's good on ARAM, and it looks like both of our teams have taken note of what has worked so far. So we've got Aphelios on one side, we've got Jinx on the other, we've got two hyper carries who can take over entire games by themselves.
And that's important. I think that's a team we do see resurging most of the time in these games. It's games where champions can take over games on their own. Sometimes it fails. You saw it happen with the Kill game, where it was clearly not the Kill game. But this time it is very much Intimidated Bots trying to look for an engage, with the Maokai being extraordinarily tanky, not being taken on as of yet. Not asleep. They need to back off as Intimidated Bots is trying to advance. The Maokai is so restless in its advance that it's almost not asleep, who says, okay, now we can actually turn. Intimidated Bots has committed so much that this is our time to shine, and it's only the Soraka remaining right now. This engage could not have gone worse for Intimidated Bots.
I think this highlights a problem that Intimidated Bots have with the Jinx rather than the Aphelios, is you're very heavily encouraged on the Jinx to try and go for riskier plays to get the reset and that extra boost of movement speed. What we are seeing here from the Maokai, though, which I think is honestly one of the best picks we've seen so far. It's such an incredible tank, and the Nature's Grasp ultimate, it covers the entire lane.
Yes, the twisted advance, you just know, okay, I put this ult down, we are gonna get at least someone rooted. It's simple as that. So we are at least gonna get some crowd control off. But as you said, with the Jinx, you have to be a little bit more riskier with the Jinx in these team fights. Once she gets going, she does get going. But if it's not happening with the Aphelios, you just know he dishes out damage nonetheless.
And something else to be aware of is we don't have, say, a Karma here to try and keep that Jinx alive. We've got Soraka, who can heal, but it's still limited in terms of its ability to keep that Jinx alive. Especially since the Orianna Ball, rather than being used defensively, is likely to be used to try and set up a shockwave. So this Jinx will have to basically fend for herself in the team fights, and her positioning will be extremely important.
And we're still waiting for this Jinx. Did use a super mega death rocket, but it did not result in a kill. The rest of Not Asleep is trying to advance. Intimidated Bots know that they are intimidated. They need to go on to retreat. Shockwave will not deal damage. It will buy the bots time, but for how long is their Maokai? It's surprisingly how tanky this Maokai is, but it does seem that his team is not able to get a follow-up.
I mean, this is the big problem when you've lost that tower and you're fighting out beyond it. If you want to retreat, you've got nowhere to retreat to. If you're a Jinx, you don't have a Thresh in your team to be able to provide you that mobility you're otherwise missing, then you end up in a very dicey situation.
Yeah, now Intimidated Bots, making sure that they're not being CC'd into oblivion. The Maokai is taking so much damage, but Not Asleep has lost one team member. Now their Aphelios is still alive. Their Alistar, which we haven't talked about, is still alive. That's one of those engaging supports as well. And the Soraka just gets blown up. Not Asleep continuing their advance.
Oh my gosh, yeah, at this point, it's tough, especially if you get the Soraka. Honestly, Soraka getting killed is probably the best thing that could have happened for the bots at that point, because Soraka was too low health to make any heals of her own. Now she'll at least come back into lane with hopefully a little bit more regen and the ability to prop up the rest of the team for the time being.
Yeah, but don't forget, look at his turrets. The wave clear for the Intimidated Bots isn't great. Yes, they have some. Most of it is in form of the Jinx, but Jinx doesn't have items to, one-shot the waves yet. So it means that as long as this continues, this turret is under danger. Oh,
yeah, and for Not Asleep, if they can... Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage, a little bit of a taste of what Aphelios has got in store for us later on. There's Nature's Grasp coming through again. This time, though, it doesn't look like the bots have got enough HP to really follow this up, but they might try anyway. They'll come to regret it.
Here's the engage. Ragnarok being used, but Aphelios very much alive. 3 members from the bots already taken down. And there falls the 4th one. Jinx is left alive, but with no team to back her up, you might as well not have a Jinx alive. It looks to be an almost clean ace when his turret falls and the inhibitor is under siege from the bots.
Yeah, I mean, the bots in real trouble here. I think they're trying to get maybe some respawns in because maybe they just didn't think they could win the fight, but they're losing so much ground here. We're not asleep. They've done a lot in these opening 7 minutes. Inhibitors down. The super minions aren't here yet, but if they can get any damage onto the Nexus towers, Not Asleep are doing very well.
And not asleep, and they also don't really need to back off. What they can do is go for a risky fight, because then if they die, they can cash in, and if they win, well, you win the fight. Shockwave coming out, Unbreakable being used, and Zealosar is taking a lot of the pressure here. He's stamping back, and a Maokai is trying to get the Seraphine down, not succeeding in it. That's a beautiful 3-man knockup. Moonlight Vigil being used once again. Afidos very much alive, very much with a big health bar. I can't see what's going on, but I do see people from the bots are dying left, right, and center, as it's an ace as soon as the Olaf respawns.
As soon as I saw that Aphelios moving into close quarters with 3 of the bots, I was like, oh no, it's not going to go very well for you here. Aphelios, ridiculous damage once those chakrams are up. They bounce back to him so quickly, and you just, honestly, there's a certain points where you can't fight an Aphelios, and that's, close range, chakrams, damage for days. He's not, you might even get a kill here when it's 1 versus 5, but it's a close thing.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Aphelios, it's just the 200 years. There are a lot, and I mean a lot, of compilations out there for the 200 years, and just Aphelios things when he was just released. But for the people watching, there is an article out there that I wrote about the 5 most busted league champions ever. Yeah, and it's basically, if you're not aware, there are some cases where certain champions were just busted through the roof and it flew under the radar. One of those was Skarner, I think in season 7. I'm not 100% sure. I actually have to check my own research. But Skarner had a certain point for 3 to 4 weeks. Had a 76% win rate, the highest that's ever been. Yeah, meaning that and this was in low elo, and in high elo, it was even worse. I think he had an 80% win rate in high elo.
Well, there's an attempt from the bots. You can see time and time again as they try and abuse their own overpowered champions. Their players is getting more and more desperate as time goes on. Now going under the Nexus towers. Intimidate bots, they are being torn apart here in this first game of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this last Nexus turret is still standing, but for how long is a question I always ask, and mostly the answer is not all that long, but it definitely looks like Not Asleep is waking up and making sure that they win their first game in their quarterfinals. Also, a friendly reminder to our audience, this is also a best of 5, meaning they need 2 more to advance to the semis.
So we hopefully will be able to jump to another game, but certainly Not Asleep showed us how, what we kind of hypothesized would be the case here, which is that a coordinated team on Howling Abyss can finish games ridiculously quickly. So any kind of late game strategy is always a huge risk.
Yeah, when there's this very coherent team composition and the team knows how to use it and they use it efficiently, it's just scary. Like, you can prepare as much as you want, but when the enemy team just has a plan that comes to fruition, be prepared and pray you're able to hold on to those turrets.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky to know, isn't it? It's like, do you just play the same strategy everyone else is doing? In which case, presumably, it then just comes down specifically to, are you better players than the other team? But if you don't feel confident that you are the better players, then you have to try and play a counter strategy. And so far, we haven't seen those counter strategies work.
No, that's true. There's been a lot of times where you could see him pick a man. Okay, we saw what the idea was here. For example, picking a Z because you want to kill that one carry, but then the counter strategies are not really effective. So maybe it's better. I don't know if this is the case, by the way, but this is just a hypothesis. Maybe it's better to not try and counter in this particular tournament somebody's strategy, but to just play your own and see if that works, because you always have a win condition. If your win condition is we do our own thing, if your win condition is we need to counter the enemy and it doesn't work, well, you don't have a backup.
Well, I mean, something that stood out for me in the previous game, we were talking about win conditions, is that I
Mhm.
don't feel like that was an environment set up for the Jinx to really thrive in. We talked about, they
True.
weren't getting the shields in there. They weren't getting the escape valves. They didn't have the Thresh to pluck them out of trouble. They only had the Soraka, who can do a very limited amount to keep someone safe. They're more for, to get your health back after a fight than to keep you alive during it.
Yeah, very much the case as well. It's if you pick those hyper carries, you need to make sure those hyper carries have the setup they need. As we take a look at the quarterfinals, we already saw Not Asleep winning their first game. It was very much a very quick game. Let's see who we are going to be jumping into next. It is Donabatli versus the team we haven't seen before.
Yeah, Tisha Kisa, they were the ones getting the bye through the first round, so they come into this one fresh. Though it is arguable that being fresh isn't actually necessarily a good thing at this point, just given how little experience these teams will have had in playing the Howling Abyss with a set team.
Let's jump right in. We did see some of these compositions. They're only just starting, meaning no ultimates have been unlocked, but kills obviously have already fallen. Once again, the Ziggs, and this time the Jhin and the Brand. I think especially the Brand is very much a sometimes underrated champion in Howling Abyss. He's extraordinarily strong.
I mean, yeah, he's incredibly good. If you can get the full ult chain off, his damage is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, you've kind of got exactly what you want there in a champion. You've got a lot of damage, you've got a lot of crowd control as well, and you've got a champion that cannot be ignored. So I have to think up until this point, the Brand must have been getting banned out. If not, then depending on how this game goes, I suspect will be how the tournament meta itself goes.
This time they also have the Galio and the Nautilus, two champions who we were expecting to be very tanky, and especially being able to be that frontline and stall, bring the CC. However, both of these teams are great for follow-up engage, but less than engaging on their own. That's exactly what Takahashi is doing here with the Puppy Ultimate. But you put the carries in the back line. That isn't great, because right now you take down the Volibear as well. Yes, you got some kills, and it's a 2-for-1 trade. But with the Puppy, you never want to get the carries out even further away from your engage.
Well, made up for it right at the end there, did the Puppy with some very nice work. There was not a tremendous amount of things for the Puppy to be able to cancel out in terms of movement. We'd certainly be expecting to see that be the case in other games. You're right, the hammer dropping, the Puppy ultimate, it's an incredibly effective tool, but it has to be deployed very carefully. Because, as you said, if you don't get the kill, then you've just put your opponent into a better position than they were before.
Still waiting. Here's Takahashi. Tisha Kisa. I'm going to call him Kisha. Just Kisha. So
Okay,
Kisha
sure.
here. Yeah, look, I have very severe dyslexia, and it's not worked out well for me in life in cases like this.
It's a tricky one, as you said.
It's a tricky one, especially when it's not even close to something you would recognize in your native language or in English. From me, now good engagement from the Nautilus that does have a shadow available, but the CC chain is too much to handle. When the Brand knows they are all clumped up in the side corners, you can just dish out the Pillar of Flame, the passive full proc, and that's a dead bear.
Yeah, I mean, that's some of the burst potential. Tisha Keisha, they're going to keep trying to go back in to try and get some kills down, but it pains me watching that Poppy. The steadfast presence, when the opposing team are relying on dashes to get the job done, it's amazing. When they're not so much, as is the case here, it looks a lot less impressive.
And I'm still wondering, because I'm looking at these compositions, and yes, it's very much going in front of Kisha's favor when you look at the kills, but push potential, neither of these teams, I mean, not both teams have a lot of push potential, but neither of these teams have actually a way of saying, okay, yeah, we are going for that engage, we're going to take it down, we are going into another pause as well. I think somebody has, once again, had some trouble with their internet connection.
All right, well, we get a chance to theory craft around a little bit more without the pesky actual gameplay going on. Ugh, how terrible.
True.
So you were saying before, so this is something we've been talking about for a while. It's trying to sort of pick out what parts of the kind of the puzzle each of these team compositions are doing. So you're saying here that one of the things you're concerned about is the wave clear and how much of that there is in. Is it for both comps or just for one?
I think both comps have. I mean, they have a Zaret on the enemy team, so I think both comps just. It's like when both. So imagine you're playing a game where both teams are just turtling and both teams playing defensive. That's a fear I have for this game, where both of these teams are. We can wave clear until the end of time, but will we ever push? Come and find out next century.
I guess the kind of the deal breaker there is going to be the volley bear, because if you can jump in and turn off the towers, that's just something that no other champion can do. So when that ultimate's up, you've got to be aware that you don't have that bastion of safety you'd otherwise have, and especially early on, you're so reliant on the tower to stop people from diving on you, because it does relatively huge damage early on. Later on, it can be pretty much ignored.
Exactly. Later on, it's something you can 100% ignore. It's also something you don't need to worry about. But getting those turrets shut off in a way it seems very impactful. But do remember that once you jump in with volley bear, that's not really going out. That's why you see a lot of volley bears, because they build Divine Thunder now. They're not tanky enough to survive those engages. So most of the time when you're committing, that volley bear will die. So you need to make sure the rest of your team will get its dividends out of it.
We can see there a little bit of that blood scent from the Warwick, which is not a pick we've seen a ton of so far. Does have some very good sustain and ability to make catches, so it's not going to work out here if they can't get the kills through.
Yeah, Warwick going in with that infinite duress. Now that looks like a medium duress, because it's definitely not infinite. The rest of Keisha here is actually going on the ropes. And there is the curtain call. Jin not being blown up by the ultimate from Zaret, meaning that Keisha is actually not able to do anything. They need to play into defensively, and Johnny Batile knows that they can push this first turret maybe down.
Well, you mentioned the Zaroth there. That is generally a very, very good answer to Jim, because as we saw, you can throw out the ultimate and hit him and kill him out of his ultimate. Right now, Major, the Zaroth, isn't quite strong enough to do that, but it won't be that long before Zaroth will be able to pluck Jin out. Every time he goes for ult, he should just get blown up immediately.
Yeah, no arguing with you there. I think Johnny Batley has just gone for their old reset, knowing that their team, they might, I'm thinking if they will lose this turret, I'm not 100% sure. I think Keisha does have the capability, especially with the Demolish procs to take it down. Ooh, by the way, Counterfeit, I have an interesting proposition for you as Johnny Batley gets into another fight and actually wins this one. Imagine there is, you get to design a keystone. Or, let me take it even further. You get to design a keystone and another room. What would you design?
Oh my gosh. Jeez. I think I would probably go, I think we're going to be changing games in a second, so we've got a chance to talk about this. To Trovo Tim and the collects Ziggy? I think for me, it's tricky, because I think you can end up in on the really weird side of the spectrum where you have stuff like the Omni Stone, which is very much like a design anything you want kind of keystone, where it's so weird. Much. It's either going to be super broken or just completely useless. And I think a lot of time, I haven't seen anyone using Omni Stone. Actually, on this mode, I could see people using it. Because presumably, you could find a use for most of it.
I think actually on this mode, Omnistone has the most uses, and even then it's still not being completely used. Now, this is once again the other team we saw before, and all the Fiddlesticks ultimate is paying its dividends. Very much so. The Morgana as well being dead, but the rest of the team is engaging. And all I know is this Flasandra, Fiddlesticks, and even a Seraphine Encore, it's too much CC to handle. Yeah, I know what you mean with the Omnistone. Some of the other stuff Riot has put out, which is logical because it's difficult to do, it's either it's very broken, it's extraordinarily broken, or it's not worth to pick it at all. And it's because some of this stuff is so out there that you need to have some form of, is it useful? No. Okay, That's just let it be in this Schrödinger state where you're actually not able to do anything with it.
I mean, I think the big thing to consider there, and it's always the bigger question, which is a good push in here for the Trovo Tim squad, definitely trying to get. It's for a pretty short jump from Trovo Tim to Trovo Titans, so I think smart team naming there. It kind of always feels like you need a problem that has to be solved in League of Legends to really design a new keystone. Say, what is missing? Otherwise, you end up with something like Omnistone, where no one really wanted it in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. It's something where nobody was waiting for. Now, what some people were waiting for is how these quarterfinals are going. Definitely good engagement from Trovo Tim. They're managing to trade so well, effectively in kills. They can go in again and get this Mumu down. I think even the Zek. Zek does not survive, but the turret definitely gets taken down. And the Rengar being picked up as well. That's a champion now that wasn't really on my list in this mode.
Yeah, I really like Rengar. I mean, because he's so ridiculously strong, and there are enough rushes that he can jump. He can, do the whole thing where you repeatedly jump out from the brush again and again. I think, I think it's a really good pick. And while we did see in that last exchange as well that, the Zac got killed, I think the ability to make the dive from the current blue squad is really, really good.
Okay.
No, I agree. It's and also the built-in clans, because crowd control is very much important in this game mode, is something that will come in handy. It also means that you have the catch-up potential when you're actually going into that late game with the Rengar. Oh, you see someone? Yeah, well, you're not escaping. As Rengar with that ultimate, I will 100% catch up to you.
Yeah, it's tricky here because normally you don't know where the Rengar is coming from when you're on Summoner's Rift. In this case here, you've got a pretty good idea, but you're right. It's still on the HUD. It's still a powerful spell. I think it is important though for that Rengar to get those kills to get fed, because like every assassin, it's always a bit of a stats check. Are you stronger than the other team? In which case you can get kills as you please. If you leave someone on even 1 HP, then your contribution may well be minimal.
Alright, it's this tier 2 turret remaining. I think Trovo Titans really wants to get this down. They have the Ziggs. So remember, with the Ziggs, you only need to get it down to, I want to say 1/3 of its HP. I don't know if he has leveled the satchel charge, not particularly sure. Also, don't think you need to level the satchel charge, so I would understand. There's a big Crow Storm coming out. Look at the drains, look at the heals, look at Galaxy going in like mad lads and actually destroying Trovo Tim. Now, if you can get the chop away, dearest madam, I can actually go to play the rest of the fight. Thank you very much. Now the Samira is still alive, but the Rengar is able to kill her just in time. So he jumps onto the Seraphine, gets the root, and the arrow does connect. With only the Varus remaining, it means neither of these teams have actually gotten something like a victory. You know what? I'll give you something else. Imagine you take the new champion, Akshan, or Action Man, as some people have dubbed him. With Akshan, you can instantly revive people. Imagine, I think that can be.
Yes.
Yeah, that can be great.
I'm amazed actually that nobody's gone for Akshan here, because that, the ability to revive people is super busted on the ARAM mode. But he is a tricky champion to play at the best of times.
It's very much a this thing is in my kit, and it kind of carries the rest of the kit. Because he's so mobile. He's so mobile that it's difficult to do anything else with the champion from a design perspective. And what I mean by that is, if you give somebody high damage, and he can revive things, and he's so mobile, then you need to give him some form of a disadvantage. And with Akshan, he's very, very, very difficult to play.
Yeah, I mean, but that does change over time. I mean, I think probably for these players here, I mean, I don't know. We might see the Akshan coming out. I don't know if any of them are comfortable enough to play in this kind of environment where, if you choose to bring it in here, you can say, I've never played Akshan on this map before. I really hope I do well. Otherwise, I could cost my team the entire tournament.
Going into Galaxy there once. Oh, that's Snowball connected actually, and I think Yeah, the Rengar should not be escaping here. You have the Samira, Rengar doing a lot of damage,
Ivana,
but
jedan.
not enough.
Whoa!
Beautiful
Pomozi
piercing
mu,
arrow
pomozi mu.
from the Varus
Pazi samo
using the
bacimo.
cleanse to get around the fear.
Bravo,
Triple
bre.
kill,
Ovo je
almost
naš
a
fight.
quad
Ovo je naš
kill
fight, bre.
even.
Prš.
But very nicely done.
These team fights have been absolutely brutal so far. We've got, let's see, nearly 60 kills before we get 10 minutes into the game. So,
Jesus.
wow, these teams are not holding back.
No,
Evo sam bio vojnik.
they keep on
Ali sam
fighting and
uradio
fighting,
posao.
and after a
Bravo,
certain
momci.
point, you have to wonder, was there ever a strategy, or is there still a strategy involved? Sometimes the answer is no. That's fine. That's okay.
Well,
Pije multi 3 sekunde.
I generally seem to find that there's a couple different kinds of ARAM games. There's ones where everyone keeps at a distance and you barely get any gold in the game, and there are ones like this where it's a full-on bloodbath every single fight. So if you're a champion who relies heavily on items, you are loving this because you're getting an absolute ton of gold coming in, and that accelerates your ability to come online fully.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter if you don't get all those skills. If you have like a negative KDA, that's fine. Certain champions just do better when they get to late game or when they reach some items. So getting to a game where you have potentially 100 kills is great for some of these. Now, I wouldn't consider Lissandra being one of those champions, but someone like a Samira or a Mumu can kind of fit into that category.
Well, one of the ones we've not really talked too much about so far, but we probably should be because we're seeing the arrows come in from off screen, is this Varus. He's doing amazing work for Trovo Team, and it's forcing them to make an engage.
Dobro.
Here comes the Encore being cleansed by the Rengar. Beautiful engage here. And Kaloxi immediately feeling the wrath of Trovo Tim. But there's the Samira with the levels, with the ultimate. And she does so much damage. Eventually gets taken out. Varus still being invisible.
Wow.
Is eventually, I think he's not killed as of yet. And Kaloxi there trying to stop Trovo Tim.
Malza Main doing incredible stuff. We had our concerns about the Fiddlesticks before, but in this game, they are transcendent. I honestly think for Trovo Tim, the problem was that the Varus is too good at poking. So collectively, they've realized they have to commit in for their engages, and this time it worked out spectacularly well.
The fact that you take out the Varus very late means that you don't have a synchronized reset or a synchronized respawn with the rest of your team. So it actually gives Kalexi an opportunity to go in when the Varus is not alive. And that's a great thing because you imagine Trovoton will be pushing pushing into Kalexi right now.
Alright, we got a little bit of time, hopefully, before the next big team fight comes through. So I've put some questions you put to me before, experts. What kind of keystone would you make?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that one. Well, I didn't think of the idea where you say you can fix certain issues, or when there's a problem in the league, you can fix it with a keystone. I see a lot of people saying, oh, bruisers are very strong right now. I think they're all crybabies. I think it was seasons after seasons. It was literally bot lane, like top lane was an island. And I actually like that bruisers are more impactful now. So I don't see that as an issue that needs to be fixed. There is some other stuff though. Maybe healing. Maybe a keystone that reduces healing from the get-go, but it has a big trade-off. That's something you can do because healing has always been a problem in League of Legends on every different champion, on bruisers, on supports, on mages who just take Conquer and then do so much damage that they heal it back. That's maybe something you can think about, having something that says you can only heal. Maybe something along the lines of when you damage someone, you can only heal for a set amount. Like if you heal above that set amount, it won't heal. For example, you can only heal for 200 if you hit another champion. Or this particular champion can only heal something for 200.
I think that is a nice idea. Here's an alternative along those same lines.
Yeah,
how about
sure.
a keystone that when you hit someone, you heal by however much they get healed?
Oh, like a leech thing.
Yeah,
you
wouldn't be reducing someone's experience. They'd still be able to get healed. But if if like a frontline was getting healed continuously, you'd also be benefiting it maybe partially from the healing.
I
No,
like
right,
it
let's go back to
very
the
much.
second
Dead for Raymond,
Almost
dead
as
for
much as I like disengage from Kalexi, exhaust.
Oh,
Sorry,
boy.
not
morte
exhaust. It is another
Samira?
summoning spell from the Varus being
Nee,
used.
nee,
He's
nee.
denying it with the cleanse.
Somebody's on you.
And now the
Oh!
Encore coming out beautifully down, but the Ranger jumps onto the Seraphine, who is stuck and done. Meaning that Trovo Tim has an opportunity to have gotten the ace, and surely this must be
Dobra,
game.
GG. Czy mordę sygnał, ja jest dead for.
That is such a good finish off there, but the thing is, the minions aren't quite here yet. The death timers are, I think, long enough that we're going to see one
damn,
Nexus
Demolish
tower
and Drupal,
fall.
but-
It might even be two. The Demolish is certainly making it a little faster than it would be otherwise. And of course, we've got the Execute from the Ziggs.
Execute from the Ziggs, and this might be Kalexi fighting back as of fighting back, but for how long? You can see that Kalexi is trying to desperately win these fights, and when they win a fight, they're not able to push. And when they lose a fight, Trovo is definitely able to push. So it's almost a lose-lose scenario. Maybe they need to win a fight when it's very late into the game.
No, it's so tricky. There's so much which is counterintuitive about playing on Howling Abyss that, you know, what could be a short-term victory could turn against you in the long term because it then sets you up for, you know, a worse team fight. You know, if you win a team fight and have half of your members remaining, you have then put yourself into a position where you're going to be fighting with half of your team, while the other team comes back with everybody at once.
Now Kalexi's trying to push in once again, but as you see, it's really not succeeding. Team fight has kind of gone even, I should say. Samira is still alive, and she's not really able to get an S rank in, so it's once again a stalemate for Kalexi. And a stalemate for Kalexi is a victory for Trovo.
If you hear any purring sounds, that is because our personalized audience has arrived. I'll show you when we get between games at some point. But do not be alarmed, that is not a technical issue. That is in fact a small purry kitten.
Small purry kitten. What's her name? Or his name? I don't know. What gender the kitty
Pause.
is?
Named by small children, so the name is not very creative.
Ah, okay. I mean, Pause is a good name for a cat. I had 5 cats. They were named White Feet. I'll tell them after this engage because it's massive engage. Super Mega Furnabon. 2 members going low, 3 members going low. The Ranger still hopping from bush to bush, being able to get a kill. But Samira does so much with that ultimate Celeste S ranking available. And the exhaust being put on the Ranger, meaning he's not able to execute people. He will flash out, however, and he flashes back in. He had the ultimate. Can he get into the bush? Can he kill Samira? Yes, he can! Holy moly!
Brutal! Holy moly! Do not underestimate this kitty cat, because they are not purring.
No, they're not purring, and their paws are stinging Kalexi's hands and arms and everything else they have, because now they have Trovo has 3 members that just respawned, and I really think Trovo can push here to maybe go for that end.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Nightfire. Absolutely astonishing stuff. It takes a lot of mental focus for a player to be in a situation like that and say, no, there's a way through here. It's going to take a lot of things to go right and a lot of correct decisions to be made, but they found it and they pretty much saved the team by themselves.
Yeah, well done from their part. Also, it's a Ranger ultimate, meaning you can only see it on the left-hand side of your screen. It is up once again. Ranger is healing back up as well, meaning Kalexi can just go. Yeah, we need to turtle. We need to make sure we defend this with everything we have.
And we saw before that one remaining Nexus Tower is almost executable. It was only just missed out on before. Once that drops, Kalexi will have to take the fight because they will otherwise lose their Nexus. 1 tower is all that remains. This has been a hell of a game. Inhibitor coming back up again, though, is a last-second reprieve.
It buys Kalexi some time, but is it enough? Is actually buying time here right, the right path to take. It's all up for grabs so far. But you do see Trovo Team, they want to engage, and they can't find it just yet. Galaxy is making sure there's a big distance, there's a big gap between these two teams.
Well, for Galaxy, the big thing for them is they want to be fighting either at the midpoint or at their base, because one of those two places will allow them to get the most value out of their Fiddlesticks, which we saw doing amazing stuff before, but it's been all quiet on the Fiddlesticks front for a while. I think because a lot of the fighting has been taking place in places where the Fiddlesticks can't get a good ultimate off, or at least a surprising ultimate off, without getting shut down almost straight away.
You do have the Ziggs as poke potential, but it's not really succeeding all that well. I think the rest of the team with that Seraphine is able to keep themselves fairly healthy. And finally, the inhibitor is once again under siege from Trovo Titans, from Trovo Team. Here's once again an engage, but there was backline access in form of the Ranker. He did get charmed though, because of the set mummy is being used. Galaxy, are they able to stall this out? Nightfire is being taken down, but he took out so much people with him. Samira is done and dusted for, and it's once again only the Varus remaining. Are those arrows going to go? Are they just going to hit?
You can see there's going to be an attempt from Sauces there to sell a life dearly, but no. That's a big win for Galaxy. But again, they are hanging on to this first game of the quarterfinals by a thread. This is 20 minutes long. I think this is going to be our longest game so far. That's because Galaxy refused to give up.
They do not want to back down, Counterfeit. They just say, we're standing here, we're staying here, and you better get used to it, and you better like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be frustrating for Trovo Team here. They've had so many good plays, but ultimately, while they've managed to hold on to their own inhibitor, that's the only real thing they've got to hold back on. And with the death timers being as long as they are, with now there being more than 100 kills in the game, any significantly lost team fight should be the end of things.
I think it's also coming to a point where, as you said, death timers are so long. Even if like Zac remains, he'll still be able to finish out the game. If Morgana remains, if the only person that remains, Trovo will be able to finish out the game. That's not quite the case for Galaxy just yet. So if they can stall for, I don't know how many minutes more they might be able to have. They might have another shot, but with this inhibitor being taken down and with an engage potentially from Trovo Team, it's not looking to be in their best of interest. Now there comes the Fiddlesticks doing a massive amount of damage. And Nightfire is still alive on that Ranker. S-ranking for Samir, and he's able to turn the fight. The inhibitor is taken down, but it's once again Galaxy saying we are still very much alive.
So this is what we were talking about before. If Galaxy fight at their own base, they can still get surprising angles from the two sides of their base and from long range using the snowball as well with the Fiddlesticks. When Fiddlesticks gets to do his work, he's absolutely nightmarish. Trovo Team, they need to get those respawns coming through very, very quickly because the inhibitor's going to drop here, I think. And they're only going to have all of their members up in a few seconds more.
Problem is they need to go for a reset, and these are going to be very long resets when this inhibitor drops. It also gives Trovo a potential to maybe come back, to actually finish the game. I don't know how long the resets are, but look at this. 35 seconds. Is it enough time to reach to the other end of the map?
Yeah, this could be a real disaster. Trovo Team, they're coming in at full speed. Those death timers are very long. The minions are against the Trovo Team squad at the moment, but they're getting chewed out pretty darn quickly. The Nexus Tower, I believe, is, it's just about still up, but it's executable. Ziggs can kill it instantly.
Yeah, and it will be killed instantly, and it means with that reset, you've actually doomed your team. Trovo Team has just taken this game. It lasted, I want to say, 22 minutes, but they knew how to win the battle of attrition. Well done.
Yeah, very well done. That was a hell of a game, and a great way to open up the quarterfinals.
Great way. It means that we are going into another game. I think this means that all of the first games in the quarterfinals have been completed. Remember, for the audience at home, if you're just joining, these quarterfinals are also best of 5, meaning you need 3 games to advance to the semifinals. The semifinals and the grand final will be played out tomorrow, because we will be back. This Trovo Titan tournament will last for 2 whole days.
Yeah, it's 2,500 euros. to be spread between. Everyone's going to be walking away with something, but of course, the further you get, the better your prize will be, and of course, the very top prize going to our very top team. But gosh, I mean, that's only the start of that best of 5. We can only imagine what's going on across all the other games. As these teams, they've now made it past that one other team so far. So these are our teams who are the ones who've come into this tournament the best prepared.
Yeah, it's definitely how good you're prepared as well. Because literally, how many games ARAM have you played? Do you know that these resets are a thing? Do you realize that okay, we need to cash in? What's the best way to do that? Because the last team fight, maybe they just should not have committed to going for such an aggressive push and just said, "Hey, look, we need one more. This is not the one. We need to wait. We need to stall even more, even though it's painstakingly obvious. If we lose a fight, we lose the game. We cannot commit on this just yet."
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's very rare you get to see a game where a team makes a strategic choice and it goes so distinctively wrong. But hopefully that'll be a learning experience that won't be repeated in future games.
Now, it also means we are going to head into a small break. Afterwards, we'll be back with the rest of the quarterfinals, so don't go anywhere too fast. It gives us, the casters, also a chance to refuel, get some water in, and maybe you should do the same, because drinking water, remember, you need at least, I think it's like 1.5 to 2 liters of water daily, and a lot of people in our society aren't getting that. So during the break, get yourself a glass of water. See you then.
Who's that champion? Let's go!
Your time has come.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Trovo Titans. We are in the League of Legends finals, and I do mean plural because we're not reaching to the grand final just yet. That is tomorrow. I'm still Exodus, joined by Counterfeit, meaning that we will continue into the. Sorry, there was had something in my tongue, and it was really. It was wow, my entire intro just gone. You know what?
Well, I mean,
Welcome back.
at this point, at least our players haven't been all thumbs up until this point.
Yeah.
As I thought before we got into the second half of the second part of the competition today, I would introduce our TriCaster, who's probably not going to be very pleased with this, but here you go. Here's the fella who's going to be casting things in the form of purrs and hisses, and possibly also clawing me at inappropriate times.
I need a gimmick. Like, you're doing the same thing that Stan did. Stan always brings out the
I
dogs,
know.
the greyhounds. You know, now you're bringing out the cat. I moved a couple of months ago. I don't have a pet yet, or I don't know if I'm gonna have a pet in this apartment. I don't have a gimmick. I just need one. I don't know what it can be.
Well, I mean, I guess there's still plenty more animals in that kingdom, but let's take a look at what we've got so far. So we're getting pretty close to actually finding ourselves our first semi-finalists relatively soon, particularly on that right-hand side of the bracket.
Yeah, right-hand side of the bracket, and not asleep, might actually continue sleepwalking straight towards that semi-final, while Trovo Titans also picked up their first win against Galaxy. That's the game we just saw. Let's take a look at the other ones. It's Keisha losing their first game against Johnny Batile. I think that was the game where both teams had a lot of poke and a lot of wave clear. And then going on to the last quarterfinal, it's Season 11 Peakers versus the name I will not even try to pronounce, is going over... So it's going on for a loss towards Season 11 Peakers.
Yeah, so there's plenty more fantastic play to carry on and go from here. Of course, we're in the quarterfinal stages. Again, we've got 2,500 euros to dispose of in today's competition, for even just for turning up. You get 50 euros. For our teams now, they've guaranteed themselves 100. If they can make it through to the semi-final stages, they've guaranteed themselves 200 euros with a chance to make it all the way up to 900 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and Not Asleep is also potentially playing their last game. We're first of all going to be jumping into Johnny Batile again up against... I'm going to try it. I'm going to cry. Tisha Kisa. Yeah. It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
Why is it mean?
It's when you I think once your brain sort of decides that something is hard to do, that it's not going to let up on that for a while.
True.
I wanted to take a chance while we got the opportunity to look at some of the things that are getting banned. Oh, never mind. So some of that was the Viego, the Cogmore. So teams are definitely learning as they go who the strong picks are. But one pick we haven't seen yet, but is taking part of this game, is the Darius. If you're looking for someone who can completely destroy a team fight, he is an exceptional pick.
Yeah, he's an exceptional pick, rather, I should say, being able to make sure that he is very much a cleanup champion. As soon as he's still alive and the fight has finished for 80% and he still has a big health bar, he can clean up the fight massively. He can just dunk everybody, potentially even get a pentakill. It's easier to get pentakills in ARAM, especially in with someone like a Darius. Something like a Mossy would also be very favorable. But he's also up against a Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser is great for isolating people, So as soon as that Darius gets out of control, I think he might find himself on a one-way trip towards the Death Realm.
And I mean, this is a wonderful thing about seeing the whole meta evolve here, because you're right, you've got very specific picks coming in for very specific circumstances. If there's one person you're worried about, the Mordekaiser is great for taking that person out of the equation while the rest of the team mops up the fight. If there's big ultimates you're worried about, Silas is your pick, because then at least you know that however good the opposing ultimates are, you've got access to them as well.
Yeah. Another team fight coming out once again. Now the Mordekaiser are being extraordinarily low, but the Darius having 5 stacks. Getting those hemorrhage stacks in. See if he can get another dunk off. Didn't land the sweet spot on the Q ability on the Nautilus. That's unfortunate for them. Something a lot of people still tend to forget as this team fight develops is with Silas. There's so many people who still don't know this. With Silas, you can 2v2 in the Death Realm. Don't forget that. You can just go, oh, cool, let's make it 2v2.
Oh, you mean you activate the Death Realm as well? Do you?
Yeah, you activate the Death Realm as well.
Arena?
Yeah, exactly. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of people still don't know this. You go to the same arena, meaning you can actually help your other teammate out. And as long as your opponent isn't killed, you're alive as well. So you can, for example, Mordekaiser ult somebody who might be in trouble. You, as Silas, who has hijacked his ultimate, go in there, for example, ult the support, help out the other person, and then you kill the support, which is great.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, it seems like Zoni very much aware of that, as we do see a little bit of shenanigans going on there, trying to create brush control. For Zoni, they have got a couple of members on pretty low health, so of course. I'm not sure. Well, I guess we'll find out shortly if the Anivia egg is still up and live, because it's so incredibly powerful if you can get killed and then get the respawn back with full health.
Alright, let me give you some pro tips, son. You see Anivia's level? You see those little wings around it? That means your passive is up.
I never knew that. Well, there you go.
A lot of people don't know that. It's the same with Zac. If the little wings are up, it means the passive is up, and it will save you as soon as you'll forget it. Like you'll forget it a couple of times, but as soon as it sticks in your head and you have that muscle memory, that mental image where you know if the wings are up, the passive is up, it will save you a lot of decision making, mental power sometimes in ARAMs or in regular games.
Oh, that's honestly fantastic. One thing we haven't talked about yet, though, passives aside, is the Tristana is making her appearance for the first time in this game. We've seen hyper carriers before, but the reset potential here could arguably even be said to be better than the Jinx.
Oh yeah. Tristana has that resets in those fights, and she's able to control fights. Now, the one thing you need to be careful of with the Tristana, you want to jump in to get those resets and to get, snowballing in fights. You also don't want to jump in next to a Darius or something. You need to hug that sweet spot of, I can auto-attack here without being in trouble, and I can get a kill and get another reset off, and rinse and repeat. But as soon as you jump in too far, you're kind of throwing yourself and your team under the bus.
I'm liking how these fights are developing here, because we can see there's a big battle for brush control between the two teams, because they know that once they are firmly ensconced there's no real way of seeing exactly what's going on. You have to make the commit in for the fight. You can see the Nautilus ult here is absolutely fantastic at creating space, but the rest of the team are not here. It's actually the Nautilus versus the entire backline by themselves, and it looks like Fatishka, though we didn't get to see it ourselves, the fight did not go well. I think we might be about to get a reset, though.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser is still out from this Death Realm, but it certainly means that Johnny Bartley is looking more and more to getting that match point here in that quarterfinal. They have the Anivia to continuously stall out waves. That's something we haven't really talked about. Anivia is so good at, after a certain point when she has enough mana and mana regen, to make sure you just stall out the wave. Now, Johnny Bartley needs to be careful. Don't get caught into the old, we go a little bit too aggressively and dead timers are high. Now, this is only 11 minutes. It isn't the 20 minutes game we saw last time, meaning that this final Nexus turret, they still have plenty of time to get it down later.
I think Fatish here, that's my affectionate name for them for short, the Tish Squad. they have got a lot invested in actually keeping this Anivia exactly where she is for the time being, because Anivia's got no mana left up and available, so she's basically useless. In fact, I think she probably end up inting into the opposing team because you cannot afford to be this out of sync with the rest of your squad.
And something I just thought about with the Anivia as well is it's one of those when you get to a really late game situation where, for example, imagine the end of last game where you want to go for the end, but you're not quite you can't quite reach it. You let your Anivia live, meaning you don't let your Anivia reset, but the rest of your team, and she can just stall. So your entire team can go for a reset, but this Anivia stalls enough time so you actually circumvent the dead timers.
Well, here we go in for Zoni, going to try and force the fight. Cyclone into the back line. It seems to be pretty good, especially since the Nautilus being taken out of the equation earlier on. I think the Tristana doesn't quite survive. So this is going to mean more than half of the team are going to be coming back in, staggered from each other. The fight's still going on. Seraph on the backline cannot escape out. There's the pullback in on the Nautilus, and Zoni, they might have actually done it right there and then.
I think Zoni Bartley definitely knows that they can get the win here. Only the Mordekaiser remaining. I think even the death from it's not up. It will not be enough when they go into that last team fight. The Nexus, half HP to 0 HP. Johnny Bartley is one win removed from heading into the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff there. And it's really surprising to see here in the quarterfinals, again, these teams both having gotten victories before, to have a victory be quite that dominating. I think that sends a very scary message. You can just glimpse some of those endgame stats there. I think having the Darius and having the Wukong in your composition feels like a great adaptation.
Great adaptation there, very much. So the Wukong means you have the engage potential, obviously, and with the Silas. You can... Silas, for some reason... I think in this tournament, Silas can fix so many issues in a team composition. Although that does depend a little bit on what the enemy team is drafting. But if it's, if all the puzzle pieces fall right where they need to, Silas is just the ultimate champion to have your team because he can literally bring everything you need. But it is still a what-if scenario.
Yeah, I think there are certain circumstances where the Silas is going to, find things a little bit tougher because they're a melee champion. So you do have to get up close and personal. When that's against potentially 5 other players who will instantly kill you, even with the Kingmaker healing he's got in there, he's still going to have to play things out very carefully. So it's a big choice for a team to make. But I like right now for what we're seeing is, we keep seeing new champions come in, and I think that's a very good sign for the tournament meta that these teams aren't just sitting on their laurels. They're, the bands are changing from game to game. You're going to have a very deep pool of champions to make sure you can make it all the way through to the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow.
It's very much a mix-up from what we saw last time when we saw an ARAM tournament on Trovo. And it was a 3v3. And I already told you it was literally the same 4 or 5 champions. And in the finals, it was literally the same 4 champions over and over again. But it means that right now with this 5v5, you have so much more potential. And there is theory crafting going. I think we're not going to go into a fixed meta, something that has set, it will continue up changing. You see it here as well. It's a Blitzcrank, it's a Zeref, it's a Sona up against a Seraphine, not something we've seen.
No, and that means, that's, as is very often the meme around the League of Legends scene, Sona and the Sona stealth rework up against each other will certainly provide very similar capabilities to both teams. They're both so well set up, as you can see here, the early game actually looking pretty one-sided.
Oh, it's gonna be a game.
Yeah, also might have been because we just saw one gray screen, but it also means this turret has already taken a lot of damage at 3 minutes in. And from so many ranged champions, I'm wondering how exactly this happened, because season 11 peakers are already up or already down one game. If the Polish team here, if RP is able to, I'm going to call them RP, if RP is able to push this, just push this in, then it's looking to be a very fast 0-3.
Oh my gosh, that is painful just watching that last exchange there. As good as Blitzcrank is, it's very binary. Either you get the hook and everyone thinks you're amazing, or you miss the hook and you're completely useless for an extended period of time. it's a big risk to be taking here for the Peakers, and it doesn't seem like it's paying off so far.
Especially against this poke comp from the Polish team. Oh, he lands it!
Yeah, okay, well, I'll eat my words. That's going to be, I believe, the first kill in there for Season 11. But hey, I mean, you miss all the hooks. But then you hit one, and everything's forgiven.
Everything is definitely forgiven. The showstopper is not forgiven, however, as Seth gets that kill. And the poke composition from RP is something we haven't talked about. RP has... So they have the Varus, they have the Sona, they have the Lulu, and I also think they have a Zareth. Does it check out? No, it can't be. No, they have a, no, it's on the other team. So they have the Seraphine, they have the... Basically, they have a lot of poke, all right? That's what I'm trying to say. They have a lot of poke, but the Pools is able to maybe deny some of that poke if he can get those kills in, like we just saw.
Oh, the set going ridiculously aggressive because the showstopper only ends up keeping across. Nice counterattack with the Sona, though, to set up the play. And this is going to be bad news for the RP squad as they are sent fleeing. They are going to be killed in short order. The flash forward and getting another kill in. Looks like we know which is the best of the two.
No one damaged me. No one
Wait,
damaged me.
why do you...
Yeah, I'm just listening to some of these.
Wait,
This is a new experience for both of us, where you're actually hearing the team comms, if you want to call them that. You can hear the call, you can hear what the team is communicating. It's interesting. There is, I would say there is communication up to a certain point.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's. I think if you've not played on in a competitive environment on a team, there's a lot of stuff to learn, particularly from just hearing how the teams communicate. Particularly that you can only really listen to one person at a time, but there are 5 people who need to say something. So that can be a really difficult thing for a team to figure out their communications and saying, you know, there's always stuff to talk about, but you can only act on so much at once as they go under the tower. Otter, really aggressive here as the tower drops down. The Blitzcrank still looking for the hooks around, trying to set the fight up, but right now, the other team, they're keeping their distance.
I can't farm.
They are keeping their distance, and the Season 11 Peakers know that they need, actually, they can lose one more game, but it's not in the position you want to be in. Also, it's just poke up against poke comp right now, and the advantage, I was going to say the advantage that RP has is that they have a Seraphine to keep them healthy. But Season 11, the Peakers, they have a Sona to do exactly the same thing. So this might once again be a very lengthy game. But it's like 6 minutes and 2 turrets have already fallen.
I guess the thing that's going to try and keep this from becoming a long game is how aggressively this set is being played. Just diving in directly. I mean, I guess, you know, Set is one of those champions you can very distinctly say, I can play so much more aggressively than nearly anybody else can, just because you've got that grit, that shield, to be able to turn all the damage you're taking from the entire team back into damage for yourself.
Well, beautiful engagement from the Set, though. Showstopper alongside with Haymaker does so much damage, and this might be RP going in for the aggressive, going in for the juggler, when they also take down the Varus. Oh, beautiful wild growth on the Set. Let's continue this later on, says RP. Let's take the turret down.
Yeah, this is terrible news for the Peakers here. Yeah, they've got their AD carry on very minimal health, and they're going to get towered over as well. Because you can tell the RP squad, they know the game's not done as of yet, but nice arrow from long range from the other AD carry will set up the future plays very well. The Varus arrow, though, it's an entirely different experience. You've got something which is effectively, you know, setting up to be ultimate's worth of damage, flying in from off-screen continuously.
Stop poking the set for 1 second. Holy shit.
You can tell.
Yeah, as we can hear, the Set is definitely annoying for the Peakers, and rightfully so. He's just messing up everything he can do. And with the amount of poke, he's that engage. So the Set for RP is the engage that the Peakers does not have. And now you can see, even in a poke composition, even in a composition where it's resource generation, it's poke, it's whatever you want to call it, engage is always going to be useful.
Oh my gosh, and look at the health on that Varus, that is so obscene. We have got the True Shot Barrage to try and grab the kill, but no, it's not going to happen. This Varus, even on 1 HP, is still a major threat, forcing out the flashes there. For the RP squad, I think they were extremely happy to get killed at this point because they've got a lot of money burning holes in their pocket.
Yeah, and with that reset, you haven't taken on the inhib, but it's also structure you can kind of afford at that point to stay up. You'll just go, fine. And the set is just here. You can see the question mark face.
Just set things, I suppose. We'll try and sell his life dearly, but against the mass force, they can't. Nice follow-up with the Blitzcrank there means that the Peekers buy themselves an opportunity. They've got around 20 seconds or so to work with to maybe grab themselves the first tower of their own, but it is on a top health, and they've got very few minions.
The rest of RP knows that they still have this turret. They have 2 turrets remaining and they can stall out a bit. They have some wave clear as well. With that wave clear, he might be able to stall enough, but this one turret will definitely fall down. I'm gonna call it. That's a little bit of a mistake from RP. I do believe they could have had this, but they can just also engage again with the set.
Yep, it's always set all the time! Charging in with a massive amount of damage to follow up. Set able to escape out the back end of that fight while the Peekers run for their lives. The stolen Blitzcrank can't get the hook here, but Magic, doesn't care. Decides to go in for another play even though they had no health left.
Oh, he flashed the polygon.
No health left, and the rest of RP does want to hit those kill shots, and they're managing to do so.
Oh my god,
the execute damage for the Varus and the rest of the squad is truly obscene. It's 18 kills apiece. This is what we wanted from the quarterfinals. An absolute bloodbath. These players don't know how to quit. They're going in aggressively once again. I think it's just a reset ultimately, but still trying to make a trade for a kill anyway.
Yeah, but look at the death timers. 1 second on Viego and Varus. Both of them now respawn, but are heading towards the second turret. Remember, the reason why RP was doing so well is because they'd been able to take down these 2 turrets in one sweep at advance. Now, if they can continue that, that status quo that isn't there, meaning that Season 11 Peekers is definitely behind, they're able to get it. So they're waiting for the Seraphine, and afterwards RP just needs to go on the aggressive once again, and then they might be able to get onto the Nexus.
Oh yeah, I think he's scripting.
Alright, so Peekers need to get something back here. I mean, the kills are even. That's nice shot across the barrel with the True Shot Barrage. Radio on the air trail has been quietly pinging away damage from range. It's not quite as explosive, and it may need to be, considering how aggressive the RP squad have been.
I will try my best.
Now RP still trying to see if they can actually get something here. The health bars, look at the health bars from the rest of the team, not so low, but looking for yet another engage. The arrow is being used to no avail. So RP, is this their moment to shine? You can also just play the poke game. You can clearly see how much it's hurting the Peekers.
Yeah, I mean, the arrow ended up being used defensively there as all the chains of corruption do land. In comes the set, of course! Doesn't quite manage to get the kill in, but the sonar drops on the other side. Duck Radio takes an arrow from extreme range. His inhibitor is being aggressed onto Peekers in a very dicey situation as the arrow is barely avoided.
Nah, that is so bullshit though.
No fancy footwork as of just yet. Now these arrows are starting to hurt, and there's once again a set going in. He's being, it's not the set, it's the Viego, and he gets the resets in, does so much damage, meaning that RP is actually on the doors of Peekers' Nexus.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tight here. As a nice polymorph to take the Blitzcrank down. Ezreal is too low health from the Peekers to follow up, knowing that a piercing arrow from Varus would instantly end his life.
3 men stunned them, whatever was there.
The rest of Peekers now knowing, okay, we have not lost Nexus turrets just yet, but we were very much on the defensive. Is there something we can do here? Well, look at team composition, they can keep on poking, or maybe looking to go with their own engage. They do have that Ash Arrow alongside with the Crescendo, so those are very strong engage tools.
Here is the damage onto the Varus, but look at those fancy feet! Somehow, someway, despite having the attention of the entire opposing team, this Varus still refuses to drop.
Yeah, and the Viego now has come online as well, trying to get that Ezreal down. Gets the 1 kill. Will continue on. The set goes on as well. Pete, take it over.
Oh my gosh, it's so brutal. The set has been ridiculously aggressive. The Viego as well getting the resets again and again. The arrows are coming. The end is coming. Pikas, they are on the ropes here. There's another kill. I don't think the Pikas have got anything left. It's going to be 5 more seconds till the rest of them come up. The minions have arrived. The super minions, in fact. Nexus Towers going to be dropping. Pikas respawning, but I think it's too late for them, and it will be RP moving in to 1 point away from the semi-finals.
Yeah, and we are getting pretty close. Not Asleep has already qualified for the semifinals tomorrow. Johnny Botley only needs 1 more win. RP needs, we just saw them win, also needs 1 more win. And I don't know how's it going with Trovo, Tim, and Caloxy, but if this trend continues where it's going to be a lot of, I don't want to say stumps because only one has really been a stump, but score-wise, very one-sided, definitely.
That's not gonna be us.
Well, I think the thing is, these teams were getting to the point now where they're good enough that if they're winning by a country mile. It's, hey, we saw the one which you've been crying out for from the start of the tournament, the Ornn finally arriving in here for one of the teams. We get to see if it is as good as the pick as it seems to be on paper.
Don't forget, the Ornn is strong on ARAM, not only because he can buy items out of the shop, he's the only champion that can do so, not only because he can upgrade, meaning you always have late game, not only because he's just very, very tanky from the get-go, and CC is able to, he's lengthening CC with the Brittle Stacks, but the Call of the Forge God, it's kind of like we talked about the Maokai ult. It's kind of like what called the Forge God. It's very similar in this regard, where it's ARAM map. It's Howling Abyss. You could just hit the ult, and there's a fairly big chance you're going to hit at least 3 people.
Yeah, we've seen how powerful AoE crowd control has been. I was curious. You said, with the Ornn setup there. I think it's very easy to miss that ARAM actually has its own balancing, though it's not exactly super obvious what it is, because unless you look very carefully. So for Ornn, he's got a 10% damage dealt debuff and a 5% damage taken debuff as well. So he is a little bit less strong. And also the item forge, the living forge, has got a 120-second cooldown whenever you forge something on the Howling Abyss specifically. So I think it's a testament to how strong that pick can be, that it's had to be specifically nerfed for this map.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's a pick that is definitely going to struggle, or not going to struggle, going to dominate on its own. So Riot has to kind of tweak it here and there.
So Chalexy showing a nice mastery of how the team fights are going. They pick up a good amount of kills there. Actually managed to keep Trovo Tim at bay, as we do have a very, very aggressive pick. We can see Sausage there on the Varus, which was a hugely influential pick in the previous game. It's going to have to deal with both a Graves and an Ezreal in this game, who can provide a good amount of damage back.
Now the siege is on alongside Trovo Tim. They have that availability of maybe sieging even more. As you can still clearly see, right? When you have a Seraphine in your comp, it's something we keep seeing. It is poke and heal and engage at the same time, but so is the snowball. Ooh, very cheeky play there from the Lissandra.
We've got the raw power though, the Varus arrows coming in. The Forge God will come a-calling, so we see the double knockup coming through. And the flash away, and it's going to be a very tight fight under the tower. This is very early on for Trovo Tim to be getting this aggressive. The Ezreal gets torn to pieces. Lissandra hasn't got her ult yet, but we know that the Echo does, which means that the tower is there for the taking.
Which means Trovo Tim can actually push on and take this first turret. Remember, they are close. They are nearing towards that match point as well. And we do see a trend emerging that the teams who are winning this first game are continuing to win the other games as well. Maybe just because it's a better team composition, you don't know. Now, Graves is a champion you haven't talked about before, but Graves is doing a lot of work here as well.
Yeah, I think it's providing the extra bit of burst as Trovo Tim get annihilated on their way back there. I mean, it had to happen at some point. I just didn't maybe expect it to be quite that quick.
Now Trovo Tim and Caloxy still battling it out. The poke composition with the Varus again is something we need to consider, because we talk a lot about resources and how it's being managed in this game. Now resetting is important because you want to get that reset in. But with the Varus, it's also, you have the versatility in you can poke a lot, but your auto attacks will also do a lot of damage because you're already building collect, you're already building lethality. If you just do a couple of auto attacks when you don't have a piercing arrow, it's like a 400, 500 auto attack. That's a lot when most of the people are playing squishies.
For sure, it's kind of a crazy thing to think that Varus is supposed to be built around getting stacks in the opposition and then popping those stacks with his abilities. Considering that he's able to be playing that far back, he's obviously not getting any of these stacks. So I think it's just a very, very strong ability that only gets stronger, you're right, if Varus gets into that dicey situation and then can actually get some stacks through as well.
Coluxy here driven very far under the turret once again, knowing they cannot handle the poke. This time Coluxy has picked up the Rel and the Sandra. They might run into the same problem that we talked about before, where there's a lot of CC but not a lot of damage.
Trovo Team not hesitating to go under the tower once more. The damage is huge. No, don't open the shot in the middle of the team fight. The double kill in for the Vladimir, who fed ADC managing to crawl away under the towers, but it's a triple kill as well. Coming back is the Vladimir, and it's going to be disaster for Coluxy here. The ace is completed. It cost nearly all of the health bars of Trovo Tim, but they got what they wanted. Free time with that inhibitor tower.
Yeah, Trovo Tim has paid dearly in the forms of deaths and deaths and health bars, but they have managed to take down some health of this turret for Coluxy. Coluxy is kind of fighting back though. The fact that this turret is still standing is very, very convenient for them. It means that the game is definitely not over, and they're now allowing Trovo Tim not to have synchronized resets, which is smart.
So as we see the fight to preserve this tower, I just wanted to throw some more stats your way, because this is a fairly good indication of how good a champion is on Howling Abyss. Both Sona and Shyvana have got their healing and shielding reduced by 20% on this map. That's one of the biggest nerfs that any champion has, because that's just how ridiculous they are when you can heal or shield your entire team again and again and again.
Well, it's also the fact that a lot of people tend to forget this. I see so many people taking mana regen items on Howling Abyss and stuff. Don't forget, this map has mana. It gives you extra mana regen. And I mean a lot of extra mana regen. Because it's ARAM. It's the ARAM map. You need to have that extra mana regen. Otherwise, people are just going to do their a couple of skills, and then everybody's out of mana and nothing can happen, and then one of those champions are busted.
We got another big fight building up here as Echo gets dropped and to Leon as well. Coluxy, they take a lot of damage in doing so, but they win out that last fight pretty convincingly. Now they're going to follow up and try and grab some more nice soul shackles to set up the fight as Trovo Tim are getting annihilated. Triple kill and the ace for Coluxy. And they still got, I believe, all but one of their members standing to make the push.
Yeah, Coluxy can now actually do their counter push. This is massive for them. If they take these turrets down, then they have broken the onslaught that Trovo Tim was doing. And they might actually have an opportunity here. The Echo is going in. His first turret is still standing, but he gets the Graves down. And this is Trovo Tim not giving Coluxy an inch of wiggle room.
Yeah, they are so ridiculously aggressive. Nice with the ult there to escape out of trouble. Echo always with that get out of jail free card. Of course, Alessandra with her Frozen Tomb herself will be able to have effectively a free Zhonya's for a while. Great when you're playing ARAMs against Karthus. Right now, though, without there being anything but, I guess, the Varus arrows, the major burst, sometimes putting yourself in the tomb can be a mistake if it lets the entire opposing team get up in your position.
Especially up against an Ornn, because an Ornn needs some time to set things up. But when you give him that time, because you put yourself into stasis with the Glacial Tomb, then it's just, you're giving that time towards the enemy. You're giving them time to prepare and to make sure that their next counter engage will be better than your initial one.
AC goes in looking for the shackles, not able to quite land the immediately the Varus ult comes back in to try and turn the fight back around. Trovo Tim, they have to make the call here. They're gonna go for the play. There's the team to try and deny the crowd control. Seraphine's damage is still good. They ignite, I think it's gonna be denied by a last second shield. Trovo Tim, they win out that fight convincingly. 4 or maybe even 5 kills while keeping hold of their whole squad.
Trovo Tim know that they can keep this alive. Once again, the power of the Seraphine, the power of having healing in your kit, and now the power of taking down probably this inhibitor. Trovo Tim looking at the dead timers. They know they're going to be up against a full squad. They have taken out a turret while jumping in. That's a good engage he's finding.
And the rel engage is absolutely nuts. Does at least award them the 1 kill. Coming in from the side is the Graves, but the damage is struggling to get through the shields. Sausage with the Varus is going to aggressively move forward. They're looking to build up those stacks we were talking about before because it'll amp up that damage even further. As Kalexi, even after the respawn, they're sent scurrying away almost straight away. Lissandra into the heart of the squad. It's low health Trovo Tim, but they think they've got just about enough. How to flash away from the Lissandra passive. That was close.
The fact that they can keep on surviving Trovo Tim here, look at the Seraphine having no health whatsoever. But Trovo Tim can keep on surviving, and as you can see, we talked about this many times before, but you deny a potential push, and you can actually get your team into a nice reset. That's happening here. The rest of the team is respawning, and the rest of the team knows we have the advantage because we have reset it, and we can engage once again.
It doesn't matter how low your Seraphine's health is unless she actually gets engaged on. So that's 1 down. The follow-up engage is good. This could be a disaster for Trovo Tim as they try and struggle to disengage. They're not going to be able to do it though. The ult from the Echo buys a little bit of time, but the rest of the Trovo Tim squad can only look on. The charge forward is good. Sausage is still alive on the Varus, trying desperately to salvage the fight, but they drop as well. Lexi, they keep on fighting.
They do keep on fighting, Counterfeit, and with that sentence being a fact, it means that Trovo Tim needs to be careful because yes, they're trying to go for these longer engages, these longer fights. But we said before, look at the kills; it's fairly even. 26 compared to 28, meaning the gold difference won't be all that high. Meaning Kalexi knows that if we can go on further, then we eventually have it in the bag because level 12 those ornaments aren't coming out as of yet. So Kalexi might actually be able to reset now and be in such a strong position where they start winning these fights.
We noticed just from where we saw the scoreboard there very briefly that the kills are not exactly where you want them to be if you're the Kalexi squad. There's a ton of them on Lissandra, but your other carries, you know, particularly your AD carries, they need those items in pocket. If they're not getting those kills, you're delaying the effective power dramatically.
It's just waiting for the engage. I think we've seen BT's teams be so aggressive, we've seen them go in, but now it's just waiting for the engage. And while we wait on that, you never told me the name of your cat, Counterfeit.
Oh, pause. There we go. No, we did discuss it before.
Oh, pause. You did. Oh no, I'm just stupid. I'm just very forgetful.
Hey!
My bad.
Don't worry. Hopefully you'll see plenty more of pause if we get another pause. There we go. It was like it was planned to be. For Trovo Tim, though, it's all going according to plan as they slam into Kalexi under the tower. They don't care. They are going to go get executed as well for their troubles, but they get all the kills that we're hoping for. They've got the super minions. I think they're angling for a tower here. The Graves is still there. We'll get the kill. That is a chunk of damage. Going 1v1 against the Varus with the assistance of the towers, and it's not even close.
It's not even close. Dead timers are ending right now. The Relics response was Morgana. Can the Varus take this turret out on its own? That piercing arrow goes very wide, meaning the turret is still standing. But for how long is a question I always ask. Because Trovo Tim can keep on this onslaught.
Oh my gosh, I mean, Trovo Tim, I think they're honestly pretty happy. They've got a ton of gold from that last encounter. We're looking now at Seraphine, who's got the Moonstone Renewer and the Staff of Flowing Water. So, together, an incredibly powerful combination for enabling the rest of your team. But Kalexi, they're coming in hard. They get the engage where they want it to be. But the Vladimir is very hard to put down. They managed to find the way through. And this could be the turning point for the Kalexi squad.
And now the Wellston's still engaging, has a lot of health, is very difficult to take down. His especially gaining so much time. Now she's mounted again, dismounted again, rather, I should say. That's an extra shield. Irel is still alive, and Trovo is really struggling with dealing with these tanky members on the side of Kaluxy. They have the burst, but they don't have the burst to get these members down, and they keep on surviving. Now, luckily, you have the Varus who can, change that fact a little bit with these arrows, also with the damage he's dishing out with his auto attacks.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that's the problem here for Trovo Tim, they relied so heavily on Sausage and that Varus, is that, all the time you're really looking to get the blighted sort of upgrade version of the arrow, which only comes out very occasionally for Varus, which has execute based on how much health you're missing. If that isn't, if you're up against a high health target like these tanks, if they're not damaged, your effective damage of the Varus drops off dramatically.
Yeah, boy.
And now you can see it in the background there, the ornaments are coming out. So those masterwork items, meaning that Trovo Tim is going to scale passively, actually. It means that they get extra gold value out of these items, out of these mythic items, or they might just go for another engage.
Yeah, that was maybe a step too far there. The Varus does at least get taken out. So that's a big chunk of the Trovo Tim damage off the board, but the Trovo Tim squad, they're not slowing down. Forge God will open the path. Nice use of the tomb there, which means that Sandra will be left defenseless herself and get blown to pieces. The inhibitor is back up, so the Tim squad will have to get that down before... No, sorry, I take that back. No, it is up. They can't finish.
No, they can't finish. It is actually up, so they're still waiting for this inhibitor to be taken down. Now the Vladimir has... is still healthy, has used the snowball. Can he actually get this Azrael down?
Whoa!
Can he use a Q to heal? So much healing done, and Trovo Tim looking for the end.
Oh my gosh, hopefully we can see what's going to happen in a second, because the Nexus is dropping down. Trovo Tim, they move to being one game away from the semi-final stages. What an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, and I think because of that game, that's a cute wallpaper, but because of that game, it means that a lot of these other teams are slowly but surely also qualifying towards that semi-final. I think we'll get a quick look at the bracket later on, but it's nearing its end. And what has been most surprising for you in this fairly unorthodox format?
Well, I think we talked about this a bit before. What I've been most impressed by today is seeing how flexible the teams are. That we're seeing dramatically different team compositions from game to game. And in an environment where we didn't necessarily expect our teams to have that kind of depth to their strategy, that they can continue to adapt, find champions that work really well, get those champions banned out in future games, and still come back with effective team comps. I think that's extremely promising. And this is only day one of the competition. We've got a whole further day to see even better games.
And that's the thing, it's only day one, meaning that some of these teams, I imagine, will definitely be looking at the VODs, will definitely be looking at what these other teams were playing. And because we gave a very fair representation of all the games, because we were swapped between them, there's a lot to digest. There's a lot of info you need to go, okay, so... is this the meta or is this the meta? I don't know. The one thing I know for sure is that Varus and Seraphine have popped up a lot, but I don't want to say, oh yeah, you need to have a Seraphine in your team, you need to have a Varus in your team. No, there have been other compositions where the Mordekais or where the Darius who have done equally fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you can get a hold on them, you're absolutely loving to see it. But let's check and see where we are right now. We've actually got 2 of our quarterfinal games done, with those being clean sweeps. So Tisha is going to be out of the competition, as are the Intimidate bots, which means we've only got 1 game remaining for both of our other quarterfinals, as it's looking like we might actually see a full sweep on every game of the quarters.
This has been, this would be, I don't know if I would call it great, but it does mean at a certain point in time, these teams are going to meet their match, because this Season 11 Peakers, they are very much losing against RP, and now with the Mundo and a Viego in their comp, they have a lot of frontline. They have the Lulu and the Filios. RP's team composition is looking so darn strong, but then you have Peakers, and they have picked up a champion I was waiting for a long time. It is the Azir.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Azir is absolutely ludicrously strong. You know, we're always looking for AoE ultimates here on the Howling Abyss, and you know, it's almost at this point, it's an iconic ultimate in League of Legends itself.
Mhm.
It's so doomed.
Now we are looking.
Full AP Malphite is gonna be so fucking dog shit.
Apparently, our teams did not receive a language warning, so apologies for you guys watching. But we'll hopefully you won't be able to hear too much more saltiness. The RP squad, they are getting some serious work done in the early going, and we got the return.
Yeah,
damage.
they're going in.
The health bars are so low for the Peekers, though. They're getting ripped
Yeah,
up.
RP is playing very much balls to the walls, and I mean, why shouldn't they? They know they can just keep on playing. They know they have this opportunity because they only need one more game. They can lose 2 others, and if you're already playing that aggressively and already getting a lead that early on, it's looking to be a very short game for you.
I mean, I really like that point because that is something which is going to show the experience of at least, you know, whoever's making the decisions for the Oddus RP squad, you know, to see that they've got the chance here to play more risky, to play more aggressive, and you know, bring out new stuff here like the Dr. Mundo into the mix means that the Season 11 Peekers, they can never get the chance to get comfortable. There is the Galio into the backside, a long, strung out team fight as the Malphite is deleted. The reset will come through for the Viego. If they can get a second kill in, they'll be laughing all the way to the bank. But it's not quite to be. The Peekers still in major trouble. A game the Peekers have to win.
Among Us? That's an Among Us moment.
It's so doomed.
It is. No, we win. Oh my god, we got Azir. Oh, yeah.
Tower coming up for the Peekers there to buy them a little bit more time, but it's still a major advantage for the RP squad in the early going.
Only thing you're focusing on is your fucking wage.
Oh, it's so doomed.
So, looking forward from here, you can see there's 2 low health bars on the Peekers squad. The Azir, of course, will be able to keep his distance, but the Camille will be forced to get into a fight at some point, at which stage they're very likely to get blown to pieces.
So, I just thought, wow, Counterfeit is so rude. He keeps interrupting me. And then I realized I'm an idiot. Because I accidentally muted myself without knowing. So, okay, let's jump back into exactly what happened here. So, you do have the Azir, but it's definitely Peekers who needs to, you know, do something. He needs to overforce something with his engage.
So I love this combination of the Hextech Ultimatum and then Galio coming in to follow that up as well. It's such a nice synergy between the 2 skills. As this game is, as we see, turning very quickly into a bloodbath. There's also the psychological warfare aspect going on here between the 2 teams as they attempt to taunt each other to death.
Oh yeah, definitely. It is very much the case where it's, oh, you know what? I'll just put up my own turret now because I'm Viego. I was unaware that was something you could do.
No, I've never seen that happen either.
I have never seen that happen. I am fairly sure a lot of pro players, coaches, and analysts are not aware that you can put up a turret as Viego when you take over Azir. Okay, that is something I will be using later on, or that will come back later on. But look at this engage. I mean, the Peekers, they need to fight against an Azir turret right now, and this is looking to be a very quick 3-0 from RP.
No kidding, that tower is getting work done there as the rest of the Peekers get chased off screen. Oh my gosh. You're right though, this is a really exciting sign for day 2. If we do get 3, you know, or rather with all 4 teams making it through to day 2 semi-finals who've gone undefeated in the quarterfinal rounds, we know we've got the very best teams in the competition.
And with these very best teams, I'm looking forward towards some of these teams breaking that win streak. Because look at Aphelios here doing a lot of damage. Once again, Aphelios a champion. But you need at least that to reach that skill level. And that's exactly what these teams can definitely do. They know, okay, we just win by having these late game champions, by having these solo carry champions. and utilizing them to their fullest potential.
No, it's just a
Turn around for the Pikas here. They will at least be able to get some of that shutdown gold. The Galio again proving more than they're worth as the rest of the Pikas team come charging in. So again, they're looking to try and break up these deaths as much as possible. But it looks like the other team, they're not fully satisfied with making a retreat here. They're going to fight again themselves, which may not be the best of ideas. Individually, they're being torn to pieces. The Viego is good, but not that good. Hextech Ultimatum should finish off the job here. It's not going to be quite be the full ace, but it's very close.
Yes, but you can already hear them. Do we want to reset or not? Remember, this is the first bit of damage that the Peakers has been able to do onto this turret from RP. But RP just says, yeah, fine, go for that reset. Your Nexus is already so low, we can maybe just turn this around when you actually go for a full reset as a team. It's that awkward moment where you cannot, all 5 of you cannot die at the same time. You need someone to stall the game.
It's incredibly
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty brutal towards the end. A little bit of damage done on the tower, but for the Peakers, not maybe as much ground as they would have liked. At least we are getting to the point where the Peakers are getting some of those items into inventory. You can see that the Divine Sundra, very popular for a very good reason. Good against pretty much anyone, now in the hands of the Camille.
And my German dog does not ban Syndra.
Well, there we go. If you're scouting the other team, you can hear their strats directly on stream.
Now, you know what the strat is.
Okay, I go.
Can you adapt? Can you adapt when it isn't working? That's the question. We see another huge team fight coming out from the Peakers. They want to engage. The Malphite is still alive. It's a full AP Malphite. But look at how low RP is going. They're very much on the ropes. Lou is still alive. That Mundo is only level 11. That maximum dosage, I would say, is still the minimum dosage. That was not enough to save him.
But more retarded.
Yeah, I really like what we saw there. Very decisive engage, which is now going to leave the Peakers in a great position here, but they've got the numbers advantage, and their health bars, unlike last time, these health bars are still pretty good, which means they can dive the towers. Here comes the Galio. There is the Emperor dividing up the fight, and the follow-up crowd control is on point from the Peakers. I think this time they can get some serious damage in. As going under the tower is the Camille. First tower down, the Peakers, they're back in this with a chance.
Oh, the Peakers, they were doing it, but RP just says no. We have the rest of our team. We have the Aphelios alive. Mundo is level 11 already, and I think I looked good for the Peakers, but I'm not feeling hopeful.
I mean, a quadra kill on a nightmarish pick to face against like the Aphelios. I guess at least with this being Howling Abyss, you don't have to deal with that enormous amount of money that the Aphelios just got until they next die.
Yeah, but okay, so this Camille jumps in with the Hexakill Ultimatum, and the AP Malphite actually connecting on the Aphelios. There's something I wanted to talk about. Oh, double Snowball! Still getting so much protection the Aphelios is getting, because otherwise, even with the Scatter of the Week, it's just Camille knowing that she needs to back all of the taunts coming out, gathering that taunt. That means the Camille wants to use the Hexakill Ultimatum, doing so much damage on Aphelios, but he's able to survive because of the chakrams. Look at the raw, long range 80 carry that is 200 years of game design when the Peakers are losing their base.
I think it's a justification of how freaking good the Galio pick is, that it was the stolen Galio pick for Honor RP that won them the whole game, getting all the taunts, all the crowd control in the world, opening the door for another 3-0. Honor RP are headed straight for the semi-finals tomorrow.
And I just want to know if we have any games left to play, because I think we'll have to take a look at the bracket later on. But I think we might be nearing very much the end towards what is possible here in this tournament, because we're only doing the quarterfinals. Remember, these are 2 days of Trovo goodiness, meaning tomorrow you will see the rest of the semi-finals and the main final.
Yeah, so plenty more fantastic TFT to come. So we will, of course, wait on that final result to see if we are fully done as of yet. But so far, that leaves us on 3 quarterfinals, which were completely swept by the teams in them. Which, as you said before, means that in the semi-final stages, we're going to be seeing teams that are potentially getting their first losses of the entire tournament.
Yeah, and those losses will count dearly because I don't know why, but it's been very much a trend where it's okay, cool. Um, all three of them. There's been, I want to say, two cases here where in a round of 16 we haven't seen a clean sweep. That's very extraordinary. It's very unique to have that.
And I'd be fascinated, and I think at some point we will be getting a chance to hear from some of the streamers, creators involved in this tournament as to how they have been preparing. Because I think it's almost certainly going to be the time put in by the team leaders to make sure that their team again is coordinated as a squad, because we've seen how powerful it can be when a team can operate as one unified unit.
And you operating as a unit is the thing that will make you win this game. Also knowing, you could hear it in the comps already where people were like, do we reset? Do we not reset? I don't know. We actually might need to go for the reset, but and all of a sudden you're 50 seconds further, and all of a sudden it's too late to make that decision. And all of a sudden you see that 3-0 on the scoreboard, knowing you have lost the quarterfinals.
And I mean, all credit to our teams who did get 3-0'd. I think there's some very deceptive score lines in there, as oftentimes will be. There's some very tightly fought games, but it's just a difference a lot of the time with just a single team fight or a single sequence which can swing the entire game.
If I'm reading this correctly, I'm going to refresh this one more time. I think the only best of 3 that is still ongoing is Trovo Team versus Kalaki, and it's looking to be a 3-0 as well, because we know Trovo Team is a 2-0 at the moment. Yeah, it means that I'm waiting for the rest of production to get it clear on. Are we going to see one more game? Are we not going to see one more game? But all I know is this has been a very exciting tournament, and a lot of stuff has been happening. It's also very interesting to see how some of these teams just draft where they go, yeah, sure, let's get this Mordekaiser pick in, let's get this Darius pick in, and let's all just go for it. And with the Azir coming out last game, I mean, it's always fun when you don't know everything about something. And the fact that, Viego can actually put down an Azir turret, cool. I've learned something new today.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty shocking. And I think you really don't want to find out that that's the case, in the quarterfinals. You say, wait, did we just lose the game for ourselves by giving the opposing team the options they wouldn't have had otherwise? I mean, it's the whole silence situation. As long as that possibility remains there, then suddenly you've got to completely change the way you approach your draft.
Yeah, it's something, right? It's a wild card. It's a wild card you weren't expecting. And it's also the thing, hey, this is a tournament where I don't want to say luck is involved, but I do want to say it's something, a lot of stuff you cannot prepare for. Something else you cannot prepare for, something else that might be a surprise, is who's that champion? And we're going to play another round of it. I do believe we have some more champion silhouettes lined up for you guys in the chat, in the audience, to guess.
Who's that champion?
Oh,
Is that a pom-pom at the top? I've honestly no idea.
I think that might be a scarf. I think I know who it is.
Oh.
In a little tip, I think it's a scarf or it's a snake, but I don't know if any champions who are wearing snakes around their necks in the league.
Cassiopeia.
Well,
no, she just is a snake.
No, she is a snake. That's like putting a hat on a hat, putting a snake on a snake. But it is...
Hey! Oh my gosh. Exodus, I remember the good old days when you used to be able to run AD Malzahar in the bottom lane. Those, I mean, you shouldn't, and you definitely shouldn't now, because I don't think he's got any AD scaling anymore.
You know what you should do? Is run one more Who's That Champion?
What?
Because we're just giving them out left, right.
Who's that champion?
I have no idea.
So it's someone with something they're holding something very large. And they've got something big sticking out of their head.
Yeah, I was going to say possibly Braum, but with the headpiece and with actually having hair, because Braum is notoriously bald. I have no idea. So John, I don't know. He's definitely holding something, and he's Yeah.
I think, like, the hair looks a little Draven-y to me, but... Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it was the God Slayer Garen, so I think we can be
It was
forgiven
God
for being a
Slayer.
bit confused.
Okay,
Because
I
he's
didn't
a little
see
bit
us
more
in-
heroic looking.
Okay, so Trovo is keeping us on our toes by saying we're going to include skins. Yes, we will. We're 100% going to include skins. And to be fair, the Godslayer, is it Godslayer, Kingslayer?
I believe it's God Slayer.
Godslayer. Anyway, that skin is definitely the best Garen skin in the game. So I 100% see why you would use it as a silhouette. Yeah, still waiting on confirmation for Trovo, Tim, and Kaluxy. But remember, this is the last series that needs to be played for this quarterfinal. So if Trovo Tim succeeds, and if Trovo Tim gets that win, it means that we are ending for tonight because we have nothing left to show. But remember, tomorrow are the semifinals and the grand final as well.
Of course, as well as all of that, we've got the other competitions further down the line as well. So if you're interested in Apex Legends or Clash Royale, definitely keep your eyes out for them turning up a little later on down the road.
Yeah, when summer is nearing its end, there was something I was surprised about. So this summer, mostly because some shell shock from 2020 because of the Corona stuff there, but this summer went over fast. I don't know why, but all of a sudden for me it was, oh, it's August already. I still
Yeah.
thought it was May. I woke up, I had this feeling where it was like Green Day vibes, and I woke up and September was there.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, I absolutely know what you mean. I think it's, for a lot of the time, it's just not being able to go out and kind of experience summer in the same way as before. I'm glad that we've got the competitions here to give us something to spend the summer on, but I do know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, it's definitely something the case where it's we can spend our summer doing something. That's a lot of S's, by the way. But yes, yes, we can go. I can go out. I can see friends within reason. I can get a beer also within reason. it's cool. Oh, I think that timer means that we have an answer
Ooh.
to the question: are we going to jump into one more game? I imagine that it will be a yes.
So let's just check in with how everything's looking at the moment. So yes, this will be our last game of the day if things continue in the current trend they have been going. So it is Trovo, I believe Trovo Tim. Well, that's actually
Versus
just update that.
Kaluxy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so 2-0 for Trovo Tim at the moment, and they are on that third game. So we might well see again it all going to 3-0. This is the last chance to change that.
Last chance to change it and get into that semifinal. Now, okay, so I want to tell a quick little story before we have. I don't know if we have time. We have 4 more seconds. You know what? I'll tell it during the game. We'll have plenty of time then. We'll see the ebb and flow once again during this ARAM tournament or during this Howling Abyss tournament, I should say. I'm really wondering if it's going to be a 3-0 as well, because we've only seen one series where it hasn't gone 3-0.
Yeah, and I mean, we're very much gearing up for that to change dramatically tomorrow. But for right now, Trovo Tim have given us every sign that they'll be keeping up with the rest of their potential semi-final opponents. For Kaluxy here, it would be incredible for them to find their way back in and reverse sweep, but they've got quite the job ahead of them. If you check out the first, let's see. So we've got a lot of familiar faces. We've got the Rise coming through, the Zac for the long-range engage, and of course, our good friend Ziggs. Rek'Sai, we've seen sneaking around, but I don't believe we've seen a Hecarim before.
No, I don't think we have. Although Hecarim struggles a bit. You have that ultimate, which is great, but you will never really be able to use your E effectively against 5 people, especially up against the Ziggs, up against the Zac, and up against the Rise, even who can just, CC you. Now with the Rek'Sai, what you can do is like make an intrinsic system of tunnels. So when you go for that reset, for that int reset, you're immediately back to where you need to be, because those tunnels will stay. There's no need for them to be cleared. You can just keep them up there.
It's a nice way as well to be able to access the brush here. that you can just tunnel in pretty much whenever you like, and it gives the whole team just that extra presence where they wouldn't otherwise have it. As we do see some pretty aggressive play at the Hecarim in the early going. Trovo Tim again. If you're just joining us, this is potentially our last match of the quarterfinals. If Trovo Tim win, they will be our final team through to tomorrow.
Yeah, Trovo Tim, they need one more win, as we keep on repeating, but that's not an issue. I'm really wondering how the Hecarim and the Rex are going to perform, because those are two champions I do not think are high upon the ARAM tier list. But, you never know. We were surprised before.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, there are some things to recommend. The Rek'Sai, you've got that Prey Seeker, which you can do from long range. It's not a ton of damage, but it does open up the possibility, in combination with your ult, to get some cheeky executes through. And we've seen a lot of our teams willing to play on some pretty low health, so Rek'Sai can come through clutch there.
Okay, Counterfeit. This is the perfect time for you to tell the story how you got into casting, because you did say you would tell it to me when we had the time. I do believe we have the time now.
Alright, well, so my local team, X University, was so bad that they never got to... Oh, we'll just check out that fight for a second. As rudely interrupting, it's how terrible. Kalexi actually might be able to turn this one back around. Wow, that is brutal.
Yeah, and as we swap if we swap player perspective, we do see that is brutal. 2 kills on Trovo Tim, and Trovo Tim once again looking strong with the Annie anniversary skin. They can actually keep on going. They did get the Varus once again, Trovo Tim, and we saw how much damage a Varus can do. Now with the Hecarim and the Rek'Sai being picked up, this is very much a different type of game.
Yeah, Trovo Tim could actually be in a little bit of trouble here. The Annie's proving to be exceptional for just setting up the plays, which can then be comboed onto. And that's what you want. Yeah, when you're relying a lot on skill shots like you are with the Ziggs and the Ezreal, having a stunned opponent means you've got guaranteed hits, which is always great.
Yeah, it's just a chain CC. It's the one thing that you need. So if somebody is standing still, if you know you have an amazing follow-up, then go for it. No problem. Now, I'm still fearful of this Hecarim a little bit. Now, with the problems, now the advantage you have with an Echo, if he's in CC to death, like he's here, and with a Rek'Sai and the Hecarim, you can actually sacrifice one of those players, mostly the one that goes in first, to have the other ones do what they need to do.
Oh my gosh. It really feels like the difference maker here is still that this low health Varus is still being absolutely nightmarish. There's a Chains of Corruption coming in and grabbing another kill. Sausage has been ridiculous as the Hecarim goes under the tower, dragging back in yet another target.
I'm fairly surprised. Yeah, I'm fairly surprised on how well the Hecarim is performing in ARAM. Now with the Realm Warp Annie being pushed in, we might see turnaround here for Kalexi. Now we have seen this before where Kalexi turns it around, but eventually Trovo Tim gets the better hand with that ultimate.
Yeah, it looks like Trovo Tim are willing to try and gamble it here, but they get a face full of Ziggs bomb. Always a huge decider. We get a little taste of how powerful Kalexi's comp is in the area covered by the Annie and the Ziggs together.
Definitely the case so far. 3 members still alive from Kalexi, but here's the ultimate engage from Nightfire. No mana remaining. No need for it, apparently.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that ult is ridiculous. And the follow-up as well, when everyone's crowd controlled from the onslaught of shadows. The follow-up arrow is, of course, there to execute nearly everybody.
And remember, for the people who are just watching this last game, it is a 2,500 LOL ARAM 5v5 final, meaning this isn't the final, this is the quarterfinal, the last quarterfinal. The semis and grand final will be played tomorrow, but we're playing for quite a cash prize, meaning you can also get Titan points. You don't only get cash prize, those Titan points do amount to something on the Trovo platform. Please check those out as well.
Yeah, and of course, it's worth bearing in mind that lots of players we're seeing playing here today, they are streamers on the Trovo platform, so you can absolutely go and check them out and see more of their progress. If you feel like joining in the streaming yourself and potentially being part of a future competition, do make sure you use that Trovo Titans code to get yourself up to the races all that much faster.
Okay, while we wait for this game to explode into the manner we're expecting, and I don't know. I want to ask you another question, Counterfeit.
All right, yes, we'll eventually get through your question.
We'll eventually get through that question. So you were casting League of Legends because of the team, as we see yet another engage from Galaxy. They just don't want us to tell the story, Pete.
I know, it's ARAM's not as sedate as we would have hoped for. But hey, that's what happens when you've got the explosive power of the Annie behind you. Can't quite lock down that last kill as the taunting pings come down. Trovo Tim, they're going to try and turn this fight back around. It's going to be a little tough to do, though. That Ezreal is still very, very strong. Managing to catch the tower diving Rek'Sai on the way out.
Yeah, Trovo Tim here 2-0. They only need one more. And Galaxy is this team, the games we saw from them, they always know how to stall the game out, which is exactly what they're doing right now. But I want to see something else from them. I want to see them be the team that is actually on the aggressive side. And with aggressive, I mean more than just straight up running into the enemy team.
Yeah, so we're getting an awful lot of that. Okay, we've got a few seconds. Quick, get your question in before everyone explodes.
I forgot it. I forgot my question. I honestly did. I forgot the question.
We're professionals, by the way.
Nice.
All right. Well, I'm sure it will come back.
I kill, Ezreal.
All right, so we're in Poke City for the time being. So
yeah,
this is going to preclude our next fight, is seeing how well each of these teams avoid that poke until that conclusive bit of crowd control joins the mix.
I think both of these teams are really looking for are fine with poke, or the team that is mostly fine with poke is Trovo Tim. They're being engaged onto, but it's the Annie with the Tibbers does not find the stuns they needed, and so for Trovo Tim definitely biting back. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught right into the Ziggs, not being able to put those bombs down, and as the temporal zone is being put down from the Echo, it means he's biding so much more time. And Nightfire, this Hecarim, this player has done so much for his team already. It looks like Galaxy is once again not being able to, as if they win a team fight, do anything with it.
Yeah, and I've thought with the Varus being knocked out that team fight relatively early, that could have been the end of things, but got to remember the Rek'Sai with that ultimate, the Void Rush is able to get the execute through, so there's still a good amount of damage across the Trovo Tim squad, even if they do lose their main carry.
With that Annie as an addition to Galaxy's game, or to Galaxy's roster, it's kind of you saw what they were going for, right? So with the Realm Warp, you teleport the Annie in, she just puts Tibbers down, massive AoE stun and damage, but you can also just, stun the Annie before she gets to Tibbers herself. Even though Tibbers is instant, so is the fear from Unstoppable Onslaught. So it's kind of a game of chicken you're playing, as in who is going to burn it first, because as soon as you use that ultimate, then Hecarim or somebody else needs to immediately use their crowd control.
Yeah, I mean, that brings up the whole sequencing part of these team fights where, there we go, there's the Annie, she starts off the fight this time round. This is what Galaxy were looking for, though a lot of the damage gets absorbed on the shields. So ultimately, we've only got the Annie being brought down there, as it looks like Trovo Tim that wants to try and search for more, but the health bars are not quite where they want to be. It's going to be huge for Galaxy.
Galaxy can actually finish this fight out. Zach is able to get the stragglers neatly tied up in a bow and a line for the rest of Galaxy to maybe engage, although there's a shutdown on the Zach, meaning Trovo Tim still has one member left alive. And now Galaxy can actually push. They have the Ziggs alive, so with the satchel charge, this turret should definitely go boom.
Yeah, and that's such a great thing for the Galaxy team to have that way back into the game, to have the extra objective power. It just means they need so much less time than other teams would need to get that tower down and to get that permanent advantage.
Yeah, just sometimes, and that's the thing. They're just going in. Okay, Void was being used from a very long distance. I wasn't expecting that. I was going to say sometimes you need to let these poke compositions, let them play out against each other. But Trovo Tim just goes in. What?
I guess that's a reset attempt being made there, because yeah, the rest of the Trovo Team squad don't go in. But collectively, they've seen there is an opportunity arising here now with their full squad against the 4, with that tower being down. Trovo Team, they'll have a tougher job retreating, so they have to fall all the way back to the secondary tower.
I mean, I guess it's a reset attempt, but the ultimate from Hecarim, that's a very long cooldown. That's over 100 seconds cooldown, so that's almost 2 minutes that you're putting yourself into a spot where you do not have that available. So Trovo Team, they're playing it very close to the chest. They know they're in a better spot. They know they can maybe drop one game, but they cannot afford to make it, there's also a mental aspect to this. You're playing a marathon here.
And for sure, I mean, this is only the halfway point of the competition. This is going to have taken a lot out of our players to get to this stage, as Trovo Team take the fight out in the wide blue yonder. The tower is still up for Flexi, but Trovo Team are not going to slow down at all. The health bars are minimal, but Kalexi, they're being denied a lot of these kills. As close as they're getting, the entirety of Trovo Team, they've barely got any health left.
And I have to empathize with Nadja here. I'm gonna call her Nadja, the streamer, which I imagine is her name. You saw the oh my god, this is so much a support cliche. So Tibbers was chasing her. You're a Lulu with 200 HP. You have ways of protecting yourself, but you basically need somebody that is not a Lulu, that is not a support, to just kill the Tibbers because he's enraged. And you're just running there. You need to flash. The rest of your team is like, what are you doing, support? What are you doing? Can't you even kill a Tibbers? And you're there. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? I give everything for you. I give it all, and you cannot even keep me safe from this Tibbers.
I mean, that's the thing. Our teams, they're being put to the test here. Every moment of preparation, every high pressure situation that they've intentionally put themselves in, test that communication, test that coordination, test their trust for each other. And I mean, this is the time when it really pays off, when it's all coming together.
Oh, the Varus immediately being blown up by the bomb. Echo finding some stuns with the temporal field, but Nightfire going in, doing damage. Is being exhausted, but is also being helped with the wild growth. He's able to survive, get those resets in. No, 4 members from Kalexi, 3 members from Kalexi, 2 members from Kalexi being alive. Only the Zac remaining, and also only the Lulu remaining. So this is once again the wild tank versus support battle.
Oh my gosh, what an absolute battle. A bloodbath, to be sure. So we've got, 2 champions who are unable to hurt each other. The Varus, though, changes that equation up quite dramatically.
Ooh, okay, so now we are waiting. We are still waiting to see what the rest of this team is going to do. Because Trovo Team, they keep on winning these fights, but they are still not able to push. I want to see them pull in that one last push. That one last push can actually secure them that win. They're so close. They can almost feel it. They can almost taste those semifinals.
Nice engage from the Zac, followed up with the bomb, but the members of the Trovo Team squad are not being locked in place. Trovo Team can turn this back around. Health bar's not looking great for Kalexi at this point. The Ezreal chased out of the fight on very low health. They're looking for the Varus arrow to finish off the job. The Trovo Team squad, they escape out again. They know how to navigate these team fights and stay alive by a hair.
Okay, Trovo Team waiting for these health relics to respawn. They have no healing intrinsically into their team composition. No Seraphine, no Sona this time, no Soraka. Yes, you have the Lulu, but it doesn't matter if you don't have a health bar. You just go in. You actually get the kill. You keep on going. You get 1, you get 2, you get 3 kills on Kaluxi, and you want to take down this turret as fast as possible when you're Trovo Team.
Trovo Team, they're just playing so differently than you would be expecting. I love the decision-making being made here by them as a squad. They're finding these windows of opportunity where you wouldn't expect an opposing team to go all in, and they're putting everything forwards.
They're putting Kaluxi to shame here in these last couple of minutes. Yes, the Lulu has gotten for an Executor, maybe a reset even. Void Rush is... I don't think Void Rush is available. It's not even needed. It's just now Kaluxi has an open inhibitor, and Trovo Team is 2 Nexus turrets and an inhib removed away from going to that semi-final, but the Realm Warp is being used. But the Void Rush might be able to execute the Ezreal here. Luckily, he's able to survive due to their health relic.
Kalexi, they've got only a few chances left in the game. This is going to be potentially one of the last ones. They've already taken so much damage to the base. Now they've got to deal with an extremely strong respawning Trovo team squad.
Yeah, they're still waiting for the respawn. I don't know what the timer is. I think it might be still some issues. I think it was earlier today as well at Trovo Team and Galaxy. It was in this game where there were some connection issues. Gives us time to talk about something else. Pete, tell me, I've been asking all these questions. There must be something burning on your mind, something where you want to get your revenge for asking all of these nasty little questions.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, while we've got the chance to cover quickly what you did ask before about the kind of casting journey. So I cast my local university team because they were terrible and they never got to be on stream otherwise. And then eventually that team became really good. But I guess because the people who were terrible graduated, and then my local university, which is Exeter, they became actually one of the best universities for in terms of League of Legends performance. They had both teams in the national finals, which I don't think has been achieved by any other university ever. So that was pretty wild. And I just worked with the Newell, who were the student lot from there, and yeah, that's really how I started my career.
Yeah, and that's what's also amazing is this engage from Trovo Team. They're actually fighting 2 kills. You might even be able to find more. I think that's the ace. That's the clean ace for Trovo Team. This surely must mean game, and this surely mean we know all 4 of our semi-finalists.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. Colexi, they had a moment of hope in all this bleak darkness, and it was just the prelude to the end.
No!
One last pause for good measure. Oh my gosh, that's the last chance to BM before it's all said and done.
I hate you. I hate you guys for doing this. Seriously. Let's troll the production and the casters one last time. Screw you.
Hey, it's the final gift. Every day is a gift, every game is a gift, and it's one way to say goodbye to the competition, because of course this is single elimination, so that means we're down to 4 teams remaining from the 16 that we started with.
Yeah, it's very much a waterfall system. I mean, that's what happens in a tournament. You can only have one winner, and that winner will be known tomorrow. I'm hopefully around this time period, so still 24 more hours of suspense. But let's take a look at the bracket. Let's take a look at how this journey has actually developed for the rest of these teams. Well, we started off with a round of 16, and actually I now want to count how many 3-0 sweeps we had. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sweeps, meaning the other one. Yep. The other one series, sorry, 2. There are 2 series where they went to a 3-1.
So what that means, Exodus, is the seeding for this tournament must have been basically perfect, because for
this is
teams,
perfect seeding.
Yeah, this is what these kind of tournaments are designed to do, is to make sure that the best matches happen towards the end of the competition with teams that are very closely seeded against each other. So for us to have our semi-finalists all with pretty much unblemished records coming in means we should have some truly amazing games tomorrow.
It definitely means that these teams are fairly matched, or at least that's what we hope, because we have no way of knowing how exactly these teams are going to pair up against each other tomorrow. And I do mean tomorrow, because we will be taking a longer break, a 24-hour break, a long break. We will be ending the show for tonight. Thank all of you for watching. Thank all of the players for playing, and thank the production team for producing this stream. But right now it's time to say goodbye and good night, and see all of you tomorrow.